We just the other direction, so you gotta.
Not quite 10, not quite 5. One little bounce. I feel like we're about
Hey, I'm not even.
yes, the opening statement. I would only have not a sense, but I if I have huge soul, page where I just want to make sure I don't repeat.
Yeah, me too.
It into your tables as well as I'm recommending.
Yeah.
Yes.
30 minutes. There you go.
Yeah. I saw the though. I mean, I have. Okay. And I don't know how many they should have. Well, I'm going upstairs.
It's just saying.
You're missing yours. I figured you ate it.
I did last night, I probably would tonight. Just like stale gum. Right, Kirby?
I did.
Should put a piece of paper or something.
So I can never see the back. I don't know, I just got him on stage. Well, I mean, I don't. It's the next thing.
Getting to 60 now, and starting in about 20 minutes, that's there's a lot of people getting. Seats, so.
Susan's. I'm wondering.
Never thought of it out. Never had any work. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I live out. All that land around the park.
Except for you.
I was in the second continent. You could build it and build it. Those cabins. So what?
Okay, yes, yeah. But it's, but you can even just say, and the other question.
She said. Next week we. So. Yeah.
Yeah. See why it's.
They're actually working on it, cleaning up right. I got some work to do. The guy lives, well, lived up the hill, he passed away like a year ago. He was like, his family.
I.
The guy kick out a list of.
He used to be a road, he used to do the road. For construction. We don't have that.
Well, that looks like this is. Look at that. She's all right.
Good. Huh? Nope. And she gives you the nod. She doesn't have to change stuff.
Good evening. This is the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, and we are going to continue our meeting that we had recessed from yesterday. It is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025 at 6:04 p.m. Before we get started tonight, I do have an opening statement I'd like to read. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board created by Dickinson County. The board's purpose is to decide on applications for variances from the zoning ordinance, applications for conditional uses requested under the zoning ordinance, appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. Of the board of the county, we welcome all testimony. We make our decisions based on the facts and evidence allowed under the county zoning ordinance, presented in an open meeting. Testimony before the board must be given under oath or affirmation. If the proceedings become lengthy, we may ask that testimony be focused on new facts or evidence not already presented. We ask if you recommend, please come to the microphone. Your testimony will be recorded in the event of future litigation. And we ask that the proceedings be orderly. And when you are testifying, please address your remarks to the board. We are an independent board of citizens appointed by the County Board of Supervisors and not part of the county administration. We are served in our efforts by a county attorney and staff members from the planning and zoning office.
As the chair just stated, the Board of Adjustment is quasi-judicial board. This is a legal proceeding, and the decorum of this meeting will reflect the same. The conduct of the meeting will be orderly and respectful. Theatrics of any kind will not be tolerated, including clapping or cheering, and you will be removed from the room. Your actions and appearance show that you respect the Board of Adjustment and the importance of this proceedings. As indicated on the opening statement, the order of proceedings will be as follows. An oral statement summarizing the issues and procedural steps as presented by the staff, followed by testimony and evidence presented by the applicant. This was completed last night. Written correspondence is where we are at now. And any member of the audience wishing to speak or testify next. The board will then give the applicant and the county staff an opportunity to present final summaries and arguments. Finally, the board will discuss the issues and evidence leading to a decision. I'd also like to note, there are a lot of people live streaming this event. The sidebar conversations, the whispers, you need to take them outside because we have a whole new system in here and it is picking up everything and people cannot hear at home. So please be respectful. Thank you.
Okay, as we continue the meeting, is there any more written correspondence?
None.
We'll continue with the reading the written correspondence.
Contact list. I can read this in contact list. This email is being sent to voice our concern for installation of wind turbines into our fields surrounding Spirit Lake and other fields in Dickinson County. Please consider this as a no vote by both myself and my wife, Regine. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Peter Danielson. I farm in Dickinson County and I am in favor of the windmill project. I think Invenergy has done everything that was asked of them and more. This project will bring more tax revenue for the whole county. Thank you, Craig Pavelko. I'm sending you this message to voice my opposition to proposed monstrous windmills in Dickinson County, Iowa. I have been a lifelong member of Dickinson County, and I'm appalled by the fact that you are even considering these new 600-foot windmills to be installed in Dickinson County. We, the people, don't want to look at them, much less be exposed to the negative effects on our quality of life, impact property values, and harming our wildlife. I thoroughly believe our Dickinson County officials in charge of this is having to be caught. And that includes you. If these 591-foot monstrosities are allowed to be built, thank you for your consideration. Shelley Kaiser, Dickinson County Concerned Property Owner. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, on behalf of the hardworking men and women of the IBEL, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 231 Union based in Sioux City, Iowa, I write today to express our strong support for the RedRock Wind project currently under consideration in Dickinson County. This project is more than clean energy development. It represents an opportunity to invest in local communities, strengthen the regional economy, and create long-term sustainable jobs for skilled tradespeople across our state. The RedRock Wind project has earned broad support from the community and local landowners who recognize it as a forward-thinking and responsible use of our shared natural resources. Your active participation reflects a commitment to progress and to building a cleaner, more resilient energy future. As union electricians, we understand firsthand the value of projects like this, not just in terms of environmental impact, but in creation of real family supporting jobs. Wind energy projects like RedRock employ trained professionals who are dedicated to safety, quality craftsmanship, and community investment. These are the kinds of opportunities that help retain talent in Iowa and provide a strong foundation for continued growth in clean energy infrastructure. The RedRock Wind project is a chance for Dickinson County to lead the way, not only in renewable energy production, but in demonstrating how rural communities thrive when development is guided by community support and built by skilled local labor. We respectfully urge the board to approve this project and bring in its many benefits to life. Thank you for your time and commitment to the future of Dickinson County. Sincerely, Red Clapp, Business Manager. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'd like to thank each of you for your willing participation in our local government. As I am learning more closely, we all need to take time out of our busy lives to make our government more effective, and you are doing so by listening to your fellow citizens. I'm writing this letter in opposition to Invenergy's application. On behalf of the majority of constituents that voted me into office in District 3, I request you reject this application. As I campaigned last year, my team and I knocked on over 1,200 doors. As I introduced myself and talked to residents, I made my position known and discovered that the top 3 issues are property taxes, windmills, and CO2 pipeline. During these conversations, I would estimate that 80% of my constituents were against the turbines. Last year at the Blue Water Festival, I also asked residents about the turbines. Pointing at the turbines across the lake, I asked how they felt about them being 200 or 300 feet taller, and all 2 responses were no way. Concerns among most of the folks I spoke with were destroying the natural beauty of the area, noise and child labor, dropping property values, effects on tourism, and effects on wildlife. Since the end of the suppression of online information, more and more information about the true cost of turbines, and citizens are becoming more aware. People who have deeply investigated these issues say our ordinance is lacking in many ways. To name a few, safety cleanup responsibilities and disposal of defective or worn out materials. There is also concerns over effects on county roads and bridges. There will be a lot of traffic if this project moves forward, causing unnecessary wear and tear on our roads and bridges. I believe that all of us want continued growth, affordable housing, and responsible economic growth and development. I do not believe this project will provide any of this, as few jobs will be gained once the construction crews depart. It will also be surrendering a huge amount of property taxes, which could provide relief to taxpayers. As elected officials, we must support the wants of our voters. Again, I want to thank you for your voluntary service to the community and for listening to the citizens. Your service is truly appreciated. Stephen C. Dullard, 1105 30th Street, Spirit Lake. It is my hope that RedRock Wind Energy Project can continue. I feel like previous decisions to stop it have been based on misinformation and people promoting every kind of fear, real or otherwise. When people don't know the facts, they will believe anything they are told, regardless if they are told it is accurate. People don't think twice about making up facts as they go along in order to promote their own personal agendas. I see newspaper ads, letters, and social media posts about how the wind turbines will ruin the lake with their transmission fluid, but the closest turbine is 3.5 miles from the lake. That being said, the turbine contains mineral oil, not petroleum products that hurt the lake or surrounding environment. If that oil ever happened to make its way 3.5 miles to the lake and enter it somehow, it would be safe. It's just one of the many points of misinformation being pushed by the opposition. Do you think boat gas and oil and boat emissions are good for our natural resources here in Okoboji? How do those things help the life of our lakes and the marine life that reside within them? You know, these things are going into the lake every time a boat enters the water. And how about the many huge condominium complexes going up on the lakes? They are a threat with overpopulating the lake, and no one seems to care about them because they are money generating for the lake's area. This would destroy our ability to even see the lakes, which belong to all of us. The condos might generate revenues, but this wind project would help generate income for my farm and the farms of many of my neighbors. The tax revenues will also improve our school districts and public infrastructure. How could we not want to support helping our schools in this reasonable way? We too have millions vested in our land, and our opportunity to make money with this project is being squelched by people who are basing their opinions on misinformation. I am asking you to seek out the facts on wind turbines and the RedRock Wind project this time around, instead of listening primarily to those whose biggest gripe is not wanting to look at the turbines. The rest of us have been in the game too, and our thoughts and opinions need to be taken seriously. I don't think that has been happening. Sincerely, Dave Schwaller. Megan, will you read this to the BOA members? My wife and I have lived in Dickinson County for almost 30 years. We are farmers, farmland owners, retail business owners, and in the development business. We own several properties here and also in Osceola County, Sioux County, Story County, Iowa, and Murray County, Minnesota. We, over the years, had retail businesses in the Twin Cities and Chicago and still have in Ames. We have personal experience with wind turbines and are violently opposed to them. You will hear many reasons for people being opposed to them, and we agree with all of them. They do not generally get very much tax money because of tax abatements and tax structure. Wind turbines are not a great economic development opportunity. They could possibly ruin economic development in Dickinson County because of the beautiful landscape in the Iowa Great Lakes. The lakes area is a treasure that must be protected, not ruined. Most farms get sold in the first 3 to 5 years to another company after they get all the government subsidies and grant money. Many go bankrupt. We have personally seen it. The turbines kill billions of birds each year. That is a huge concern in Dickinson County with all the waterfowl, eagles, songbirds, etc. Not to mention what they do to human beings if they're too close, which will be too close because of the short setbacks, which is absolutely ridiculous. Clay County voted down turbines. Cherokee County only has a few old windmill style small ones, no modern or large ones. O'Brien has no wind turbines. Sioux County has no wind turbines. Lyon County has no wind turbines. Osceola County only has 5. 3 of the 5 are abandoned, and only 1 or 2 others work part-time, and no one signed up for turbines in Osceola County. The electricity generated here goes to Chicago, I'm told. It does not benefit Dickinson County with cheaper electricity. People that are in favor of the wind turbines are misinformed and have no clue how bad they are. They do way more damage than good and are absolutely not an economic boom. Robert and Marcia Zilstra. My name is Avery Losh and I grew up in Dickinson County. My grandparents own land in which one day I hope is mine. As of now, I am living in Northwest Missouri with my husband as we have just begun our life together. We have slowly been moving towards Iowa and hopefully one day we will be living on the farm with many of my childhood memories along with my dads and grandmas. When we finally get the opportunity to move back home, I'm hopeful that my children or grandchildren will have the same, if not better, opportunities than I had while growing up. I love growing up in Dickinson County because of all of the opportunities that were at my doorstep. When I was reading through the projected project plan, I felt hopeful for my hometown and surrounding communities. To know there is potential for more jobs means there is more opportunities for families to move to the area to choose different life for themselves. If people were to move to the area, there would be an uprising in students at the local schools, which means more funding is needed. We all know schools are not funded the way they should be. This would help bridge the gap in so many areas which is needed. I am hopeful for my hometown and community. I am full support. Thank you, Avery Losh. That was part of that other one. We write this letter to you as members of the Dickinson County, Iowa Board of Adjustment in connection with the application for a conditional use permit to allow for the construction of 67 wind energy conversion system southeast of Milford, Iowa, the WEX project. I am controlling officer of Cruise Properties LLC, which owns farms with a residential home in the area. I am also a licensed attorney in Arizona who has taken the time to review the Dickinson County ordinance and related statutes regarding conditional use permits. I do expect to all involve the WEX project proposed to me in the early 2018 and rejected by your board previously is inappropriate for the issuance of a conditional use permit for the reasons briefed herein. Please understand that we are not full-time residents of Iowa. The current owners were born and raised in Iowa. The next generation of ownership of our property is a graduate of Iowa State University. These properties are owned by fourth generation of continuous family ownership. Stated most simply, WEX project does not satisfy the requirements of Dickinson County application for conditional use permit. Continued ag use. The land in question is predominantly located within the agricultural district under Article 5, Section 1 of the Dickinson County Code, hereinafter code. That section expressly requires a grant to preserve land best suited for agricultural, especially parent agricultural soils from the encroachment of incompatible uses and preserve an agricultural use land situated and eventual development to other uses until such time an orderly and beneficial conversion from agricultural use is provided or programmed. The code in Article 3, Section 1B16 defines farm operation by reference to Section 352.26 of the Iowa Code, which includes activity which occurs on a farm in connection with production of farm products. That statute lists many things associated crops and livestock. However, the wind energy conversion system WEX are not a farm product or livestock. The board is being asked to create a 69 section large WEX utility system property, which will permit farming activity on portions of the WEX equipment is located. However, this is not the end of the zoning analysis. So what the board is being asked to do is to establish the WEX project on farm property, which will prevent the development of the area within WEX project. And I submit adjacent land with reasonable usability of the WEX project from being suitable for eventual development into other uses when conversion from agricultural use is warranted. The request is clear violation of Article 5, Section 1 of the code, which expressly establishes the agricultural district to hold property for future alternative uses. The connection of the property will certainly materially impair the preservation of the overall agricultural uses long-term and perhaps more importantly, material impair the conversion from agricultural uses to other uses permitted and contemplated on the code. Please think about whether the future residential or industrial uses can visibly proceed within or adjacent to a WEX project. I submit to you this single question answers the entire issue of for the board. The issue here has many implications if one considers the impact of the WEX project on potential other uses within the 30 to 50 year term of the WEX project. B, agricultural destabilization. The WEX project may have other limited financial impact on leasers due to interim rental payments, but will also adversely impact them over time. The 30 to 50 year duration of the WEX project with fixed rent rate with minor escalation well beneath the long-term inflation rates and particularly inflation values of farm property will adversely impact the leasers in the future. Also, considering the impact upon an owner of land surrounded by WEX property without WEX improvements on its property. Many of the farms in the area are less than 100 acres and will be detrimentally treated by the WEX project. In negotiating substantial leases and easements professionally for over 40 years, the term proposed by the proponent of the WEX projects here are far from reasonable, particularly in the energy industry. The WEX proponent has merely been able to pick and choose sites for the WEX improvements based on a significant degree who will sign a lease with the extremely limited escalation rates proposed by the proponent of the West project. The leaser may feel the rent to them today is of substantial benefit, but in 10, 20, or 30 years, it will likely see the rental payment as a limiting factor to them. This is an enormous error by these leasers. I acknowledge it is not only the responsibility of the board to decide fair economic terms between the leasers and the proponent, but the reality of the unreasonable approach being taken by the proponent is real and will have future consequences to the county. More importantly, the approach taken by the proponent sets the tone for how it will treat the leasee and the county in the future. If that's the type of operator you want in your Dickinson County property, I suggest it is not. I am confident public input will provide examples or other consequences to the agricultural and community economy for your consideration. We also must mention the proponent has
Point of
not paid.
order, Mr. Chairman, we cannot hear upstairs. It's very disrespectful that this goes forward when we can't all hear. So I urge you strongly, pause for a few minutes, get your tech people and see if you can straighten it out. There's 150 people up there, we can hardly hear. All right.
Please.
You're in the first row here.
Point of order, I'm gonna shut up. I made my point.
Thank you.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Closer to the microphone.
Okay. Okay, you let me know. All right. Did you take a short reset? Here. Can you? Okay, she's working on it. If
We're
you
gonna
want
take a short recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know.
Opening up idiots well, so I don't know if that. No, we only had courtroom A, and that's great, you get a one day, you get courtroom B open. And I will tell you.
One of it is, I thought was an attorney type.
I talked to Alyssa this morning. The different sound system.
And then I see.
Right.
Still.
Sorry. There's no score. That might be viewed as a disruption.
Oh, yeah, yes, I can. Look like Steve vanished. Yeah, no problem, anytime.
Yeah, it's shuffling.
Good boy.
I'll put a thing and then we'll just. That's the, yeah.
No. Yes. Thank you.
Good timing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hear me in courtroom B.
Yes, sir. How do you feel about lights up? Where?
Do it again. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me in courtroom B?
That is actually louder in here.
I don't know how close you want me to get, guys. I mean, this close to the microphone.
Who's here? I do want to stop.
You want me to talk? Okay, ready?
Reading somebody's letter.
We have folks on B two. And I'm gonna end up eating. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna resume.
We also must mention that the proponent has not made its proposal to the board available to the public through electronic means from the county or the proponent's website. The proponent could easily make the details of the proposal available for detailed public review if such review is truly solicited. C, open space. Open space considerations are real and must be carefully considered. There are already a number of west units located west of Highway 71, which impair the potential future development of that property. Adding the west project to an extremely large expanse on the east side of Highway 71 will generate a substantial field of west units on both the west side of Highway 71 and the east side of Highway 71. This is a primary access route from the Great Lakes, which will directly impact aesthetics of the region. This lack of open space with unobstructed views will forever impact the area and is inconsistent with your own conditional use permit requirements. The proximity to Milford, the project is located far too close to the town of Milford to be the more concentrated population that will require expansion in the future. The impact of the West Project upon future residents is not being understated as the West Project is non-applicable. This is a direct impact on the factors under your permit application not on space and future availability of energy. The proposed duration of the life project is very long, particularly when one considers the developing nature of energy. What is beautiful in 69 sections of private land that will be available for here. In conclusion, liability is always alternative for the future economic benefit. This has been the economic benefits of the next project, utility and tax base. The board has experienced the impact of the West project on the tax base and its economics are often overstated. The job impact is temporary with the wouldn't approve. Finally, we put a 6 paragraph A of the code, which is simply states no building or structure shall be erected shall be which is now compliant with laws. For the district in which the building is located, is required. The provision clearly places the burden of on the proponent for the West conditional use permit. Such burden has not been met. For the reasons outlined herein and for other reasons you may find the conditional use permit in this instance should be rejected entirely. The West project is material and substantial with long-term consequences and its development potential and property. It's been proposed for many years without progress. The property in question is property which is not suitable for those, even if the conditional use permit process, which it does not. But examples very close extending miles to the east will hopefully persuade you to deny the application and reserve to continue use into the future until appropriate conversions are available based on market demand. During a frequent your phone, permit me to participate. I hope you will return communication constructively both the legal and financial interest in the region, and we will soon operate the opportunity and finally doing so without the impairment. This project under the conditional use permit is approved. Please not hesitate to contact me. Good property LLC. Trust Benjamin. I'm writing to convey my strong support for the RedRock Wind Energy project under consideration by the board. I am aware of statements made by the local is a project. As the least of those statements were appointing more to the point, I would say you can mislead, which is truly concerning. Since that accurate information about this project and that you will just decision being done back. Compelling proof and the project came about that even local U.S. owned company, all American companies, it does not have a variety of investors. Renewable energy key left investors is directly held by CDQP, the Canadian pension fund by CD It's not a major owner. Canada, as you know, is Iowa's largest export trading partner and long term valuable to the US and in general Iowa in particular. Is a relationship we typically embrace not here. Second, this project will bring significant financial benefit to our community. Two examples are most striking. It will benefit local children and families because we do not have energy. Translations, consolidation. The project will work around a critical lifeline for local schools. Economic stability for local farmers. Farmers who plan host wind turbines will receive dependable income year after year, regardless of measures, weather, tariffs, or other forces outside their control.
I'm gonna try to switch your microphone because for some reason when he talks, it's fine. When you talk, it's not. Just over here. You gotta have it close.
Yep. Like I'm eating it.
Closer, Megan.
Okay. Number two.
Closer, you're close.
Okay. It will also provide economic stability for local farmers. Farmers whose land host wind turbines will receive dependable income from the project year after year, regardless of unpredictable and disastrous weather, tariffs, or other forces outside their control. It will allow them to diversify their revenue streams and have more reliable family and business finances. Since local farmers typically spend money in their communities, they'll contribute to a stronger local economy that benefits all. Finally, because Iowa is blessed with ideal topography, we are longtime national leaders in wind energy, which now provides more than 50% of total electricity generated in our state. Clean wind energy is key to a prosperous and healthy future for all Iowans. I'm proud to have grown up in this area and now own property near my hometown. I know this area has changed greatly since my childhood. New opportunities to strengthen the community have arisen over time. The RedRock Wind project stands above the rest. It will benefit our schools, local businesses, and our natural environment. I would encourage you to consider the positive impact of the additional funding and economic activity that we brought by this project, and I strongly urge you to vote in support of RedRock Wind Energy. Respectfully, Eric Olson.
Excuse me, point of order, we still can't hear in the courtrooms upstairs. We have people out here standing. We have Invernergy people, I presume, taking up all kinds of seats.
We're
because
just
they
trying
can't hear
another
their
mic
seats.
to try to alleviate it. We've got a lot of people, we've got a new sound system and we're trying to.
Right, but it really isn't fair to all citizens if they can't hear and participate in this hearing.
Speaker, what's Alyssa? Speaker.
Yeah. The speaker, they said, somebody else read.
That it just get too close. I mean, I know I had it fast on that one.
It's gotta almost be right at your mouth.
You're gonna have to like.
It's below.
You would like to grab my stuff.
You want me to grab
No, but I have to read it.
Yes.
Hi, so you want me to dance? I had so many.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't try. I can. I'll just, give me one I've already read. She wants me to just start reading and put the microphone on. I'm from growing up in this area, now own property near my hometown. I know this area has changed greatly since my childhood, and new opportunities to strengthen the community have risen over time. The RedRock Wind project stands above the rest. It will benefit our schools, local businesses, and our natural environment. I would encourage you to consider the positive impact of the additional funding and economic activity that will be brought about by this project.
Point of order, we can't hear in this.
She's
room.
done
testing
it.
it.
The moment. So
Please.
that's why we don't have anything turned on. The microphone is not recording. If you could just
What do you
please
think?
bear with us while we try to deal with it. We're trying to get it fixed for everybody, so.
It's better for upstairs if I don't use that. I just would need to project down here. Lower. Give me another one. I'll just read this one once. So, dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I hope you have read the procedures and standards as defined as the Board of Adjustment Special Exception Permit procedures. The Board of Adjustment cannot approve the special exception permit if the request adversely affects the public interest pursuant to testimony presented at the public hearing. How's that? Okay. Okay. All right, we good? I can go slower, or it's just gonna take longer. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay, the Board of Adjustment shall not grant a special exception permit if the use includes noise, direct or substantial reflective glare, which is visible from adjoining properties. Please know what the parameters are that need to be met. SJ Paul Spirit Lake. I strongly encourage you to approve the application for the RedRock Energy Project. A project like this will be very beneficial financially to both the county and the farmers that have the right to say just how they want to use their land. It will also be a huge benefit to our schools and those kids. Thank you for your time you have spent considering this project. Sincerely, Gordon Milford. Good day, my name is Ronald. So from Carroll, in regards to the wind turbines, my vote is no. Dickinson County is not going to receive any benefit that would make allowing the turbines worth time or energy. It would only cause damage to property values, massive wildlife migrations, and ruinous as abused. I don't see where the county would benefit at all by adding more turbines. Our property is just as important to the county as the front properties, and we must demand our concerns be acknowledged. My sister has a turbine acres. Some turbines are very loud. They come up in the middle of the night. The value of the property is next to them. 20 acres next to a turbine. I believe Dickinson County has done it more than necessary to help with electric needs, small living habits possible. More benefits coming from turbines. West Dickinson County turbines are obsolete and operation. Who's going to pay to tear them down? Probably not to dispose of those blades. You can't take them to a landfill or bury them. We set both hand up as no to turbines. Sincerely, Ronald Stokes. I am requesting that you approve the RedRock Wind Energy Project. There will be an increased positive impact to Dickinson County. Please keep in mind that this is clean energy opportunity, which is a great way to assist in meeting the increasing energy needs of our county and state. Thank you for your due Dickinson County, Marjorie Peterson. Members of the Board of Adjustment, I am writing to express my firm opposition to the proposed RedRock Energy turbine project. While the developers have attempted to appease the citizens by reducing the number of such actions demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of the reasons behind our concerns. This is not merely a question of numbers, it is about the physical transformation of our rural landscape for the community. Even a single additional turbine represents a step too far. Will forever alter the use of our farmland and dominate our skyline. Also, liberal and figurative style of the call it home. The reason that these projects serve the public behind the plan is a serious task of intentions and possibility of energy and sound operations. I respectfully urge you to listen to the collective voice of your constituents, those who live here, raise feelings, and work the land with pride and care. For people and legacy. Pray that each of you will take God wisdom in your decision making and allow us to understand within our hearts. May you live with empathy, discernment, and ambition for what serves not only to the citizens of the body, but the generations yet to come. I continue to pray for each of you, the responsibility of caring with sincere respect, Debbie Garrett. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I hope you attend the hearing scheduled for April 28th to the 30th. This letter is in support of the wind energy project referenced in the property and April 2009. Proper reasons that support the project. We use energy every day. And it must be generated. While wind technology is not that impacting any other form of energy production. This project has been in the works for many years and has requirements have changed. Proposal and scope have been adjusted accordingly. Tax implementations and school districts will provide increase in the future. And this will be a source of income for landowners and private footprint. Also, will farmers, those who serve farmers and consideration. I hope you will be there in person. It's really about fair. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment members, this letter is regarding the RedRock Wind project proposed in your county. My name is Linus Solberg. I am a current supervisor in Palo Alto County and have a great deal of experience with wind turbine projects and their developers. Palo Alto County is a wind turbine project installed in energy with 170 turbines in a district. The county ordinance at the time was 1,500 feet from the dwelling. There's an incredible number of complaints from our constituents following the installation and continue to be some complaints. After that project was installed, the county ordinance was revised to 2,640 feet from the dwelling to better protect and lessen the issues living in the turbines. The energy told the board of supervisors that they could feet. Now that was not true as an additional 45 turbines and 595 feet long and approved in the revised plan ordinance from 640 setback. Suggest that you deny the project with a setback of less than 2640. It would save you a lot of time, the developers of the RedRock Wind energy project met all the existing county ordinances in 2023 to build a RedRock energy project. However, in the fall of 23, years ago, the board of adjustment did not confirm it, even though requirements have been met to the existing county ordinances in place at that time. The developers didn't work in good faith. The Dickinson County Planning and Zoning Board to update the energy ordinances. Compromise regarding the energy ordinances and also negotiated by the phone companies in the 2024. Lastly, to accept the ordinances. The developers of the RedRock project about the ordinance to prove to them it's not fair to change ordinance. How do the developers and supporters
Sure what it's like.
so much time and effort and money to develop the project based on existing ordinances? If the county does not allow this project to proceed, how do the county leaders propose to replace the large economic benefit to Dickinson County without increasing existing property taxes very significantly? This is a very rare opportunity for future county government funding and area school funding, county or local investment required. The future benefits for the area schools alone are enough reason to build. The 40-year rural estimated benefits over the life of the RedRock project, and $241 million from property taxes, landowner payments and salaries, to $50.5 million to the RedRock school and $10.4 million to local. Clean renewable electrical energy made in the USA, or future opportunities for newly developing energy that will provide a consistent source of renewable energy to the grid. The energy company will provide all of the construction costs, all of the future costs to operate the project. I urge the county to issue the sincerely Richard K. documents. Dear Board of Adjustment, as a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident in the proposed development area, strongly oppose the RedRock project. I'm so sorry that the Board of Adjustment and changing decision. And current.
We need to take another break. Steve just signaled.
Okay.
We'll take
I'm not
that.
sure why, but
Okay. Just let them know, I guess we're taking a break.
A different speaker.
Surrogates.
we'll be taking another break.
Yes, I'm not trying to. No.
Yeah.
Sit down.
I mean,
Go ahead. No. Do this. This is your microphone.
Yes.
You see. me?
Yeah.
It's not.
You know, that-
Take the phone off.
That's what speakers speak. See if that Kirby's been encouraging now.
You do.
Say, what we said about this.
I mean.
A lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident of the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the Red Rock project.
I'm gonna go upstairs and see how they're going.
Okay, just keep
I'll
going.
text, no, I'll text you back.
Oh, you make it.
That's just a split.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Some of you have to be directly into.
You know. I mean, I'll.
Is that on a battery though?
Yeah, but we've got 9 volts coming out our ears. I appreciate that. Yeah. We'll do both. Alex, I think you're grabbing that.
This is.
Yeah.
That's more ridiculous.
She's a good.
Okay. We're gonna try some other things here.
Okay. You tell me.
See what he says.
I just want to figure out like how many.
It'll say, yeah, maybe someone says. You have to bring it like right here. And then you're just fine.
As a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident of the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the Red Rock project.
Sound like it's on.
It's not on our.
Too much off. of it. Like it's,
We'll just wait until he gets up there. All but heated.
Yeah, he's got to be.
Which one you want? What do you want me to do?
Let's try that one.
I'm writing to you in regard of the wind power project near Terrell, Iowa. There are many reasons for you to approve the project, but a basic issue is
It's worse here.
keep talking.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, it's basically new, the many reasons for you to approve the project, but the basic issue is landowner rights. If a landowner can't make a deal with a company to improve his land, then what's the sense of owning land? Have we gone totally woke that some city slicker can tell me how to run my farm? Give me a break.
I don't think so. No.
We'll just go. I just don't feel it's fair. Okay.
Was that any of that better?
Good book.
I was gonna say, can I just start reading my book?
Give Pride and Prejudice or something.
Oh, not a good,
What's that?
well, the murder mystery book.
Speech is here for.
I'm downstairs, yeah.
I won't, also in the same room as here.
Doesn't really make sense to like. Better than yours. You gotta get some shoes. Pass it around. Hey, Jeff, when you ready.
Never had to develop a
Try to use.
Say somebody.
Okay.
Right upstairs.
I just don't.
You mean Christine?
Cause I feel like when you spoke.
All these things are changed. I don't know.
I don't know if that would matter. I just don't know that. Maybe it's your voice tone
Oh, yeah.
that is like not carrying on those TVs the same way. He's said he's fine right now.
That's the thing, like if we were to go to the Expo Center or if we were to rent it here, we're gonna have these all these same problems, if not worse. And like here we have Alyssa who knows our system.
Yeah.
And it's all live streamed, so go.
Yeah.
The
beams in the front.
It's just, I don't like letting people down on either side. I just don't know. I don't know what the solution is.
Gonna experience. Rely on them and if it doesn't work. This woman comes up. and it's like,
I like you, Sue. Yeah.
Life's too short. Oh, you get to realize that. Too fast. Let's have a sing along. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. You're happy.
That was Brazil. Assuming. I like the stories.
Yeah, if you do the spray.
Also, this is what they do.
Six. Yes. Second half.
Just wanted to let you know, we're gonna take an official break right now. Somebody will let you know when we're on.
He's taking an official break.
Yeah. 6,000. 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm tired. I got also tired. Yeah. And we went to. Handles it well. Dickinson County for 65 years and our current resident of the proposed development area. I strongly oppose the RedRock Wind project. We're testing, sorry. As a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident of the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the Red Rock project. I'm so sorry that the Board of Adjustment has been put in this position to decide such a life-changing decision. These turbines and current ones should have never been allowed to be erected here or anywhere that we residents live 24 hours a day. The following reasons why.
You can give them a minute to get back to me, hopefully.
Anyone upstairs?
Okay, try again.
As a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident in the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the Red Rock project. I am so sorry the Board of Adjustment has been put in this position to decide such a life-changing decision. These turbines and current ones should have never been allowed to be erected here or anywhere.
Okay, give me a second. Yes or no? Okay, they're saying that's way better. Can you go check an A real quick, or B real quick,
You didn't really answer. It's just
They're saying when other people, when they hear movement and all the rustling, it's cutting.
Okay, so people need a system.
Okay, can you read a little bit more?
Yes. To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, RedRock Wind Energy promises a future economic growth, green energy, and community investment for our county. But these promises deserve deeper scrutiny. Under the new proposal, I want to focus on their community improvement claims. First, the economic benefits are uneven and short term. In a recent article from the Dickinson County News, and it's $241 million in projected expense and taxes.
Okay, what do you think? What A is? Okay, well, if we can get most people an A for the moment, we can. We're done.
These speakers, they're gonna gain nothing.
I can't fix those up there. Those are state. Oh, perfect. So if I just sit here, should I sit here and read? Okay,
She
so
is.
you can hear me just fine.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm not talking in any microphone right now. Yes, it is.
She's. She, I don't know, did you, Lisa Wagner? I heard you crunch.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I'll go a while.
So Lisa passed away about a year and a half ago.
Can you read just a little more?
Dear Board of Adjustment, as a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident in the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the RedRock project. I am so sorry that the Board of Adjustment has been put in this position to decide such a life-changing decision.
No?
The RedRock Wind Energy promises a future economic growth, green energy, and community investment for our county. But these promises deserve deeper scrutiny. Under the new proposal, I want to focus on the community improvement claims.
They're saying that's better. Can everybody in here hear okay?
Words here.
We can't
Yeah,
hear
we're
it.
here.
It's not coming through the microphone, no?
Let me keep going for a few minutes.
Okay, keep going for a few minutes.
Okay, I'm just gonna read the one letter in entirety, okay? And you can just keep playing with it.
Okay, you read the short one
again. Okay, we've all heard first. As a lifelong resident of Dickinson County for 65 years and a current resident in the proposed development area, I strongly oppose the RedRock project. I am so sorry the Board of Adjustment has been put in this position to decide such a life-changing decision. These turbines and current ones should never have been allowed to be erected here or anywhere that residents live 24 hours a day for the following reasons why. As we have stated, the project is detrimental to the safety, welfare, and environment of residents and the project area and beyond. My neighbors, friends, and families are going to be impacted by the harm of nearly 600-foot turbines distributed throughout the county. I believe that the facts that are presented in this open meeting will show that this is true. All we must do is look at projects around the Iowa to see the impact and devastation of these projects. And any time in amongst the turbines, you soon realize the negative impact on the residents that live amongst them. Talk to them and you will come to frustrating their pain. For many of the rest of their life, will be impacted by the sounds, vibrations, and movement of turbines in their homes. No amount of money will fix the loss of the biggest investment, their home, and that peaceful, quiet place that they moved 2 years before. We all hear so much about money, about the tons of cash that is going to be poured into the community. Where are the truckloads of money from the first 2 projects? If it is so great for our communities, why are our roads and bridges in disrepair? Why do electric rates continue to climb? Most of the money does not stay here. We realize that, don't we? And Energy is going to make out like a bandit and leave us with the scraps. When asked at the last public hearing, how long will it take to recover the cost of the turbine? An Energy person stated, not that long, less than 3 years. If that is true, then that means every turbine costs between $5 and $7 million using last hearing numbers. That means that Energy is going to make between 2 to 2.5 million per turbine and pay lay down a few thousand. Sounds like a good deal for the developer, but not for the landowners. There's been a wedge placed in our community by these developers, landowners, and founders of RedRock. I know almost all of the original investors of RedRock. They are my friends and neighbors and that I trusted and believed they cared about me and my family. My kids worked alongside one of them picking rocks for years. We have talked to each other on the edge of the road or in each other's yards. When we had problems, we helped each other get through it together. If someone was sick or hurt, our community helped them get the work done and lighten the load. But since this project has been thrown into our midst, things have changed. Lifelong friendships have been severed. People I love and care about now hate me because I oppose the project. My kids have been impacted financially because of my association with the opposition to this project. This makes me very sad and disappointed. 2 years ago, I knew nothing about something so big being planned behind my back. We have never to this day have been contracted to put my farms in this project. Why? Because they know people who live amongst them don't want them. 90% of leaseholders are not going to be impacted because they don't live anywhere near them. Even people who have lease agreements don't put them near where they live. They are on a farm away from them and next to the neighbors. There are 13 or less who will have their turbine less than a mile away from their homes. But we as residents who get no reimbursement can be forced to live 1,600 feet from one of these for our county ordinance. This is just wrong. Developers don't care about lifelong friendships or family disagreements or the community I grew up in. It's all about the money that might bring in. My question is, what is the cost? Who is going to want to live in rural areas of Dickinson County if you allow 67 or more turbines in? Check with the people who are looking to build or buy a home. Ask them if they would like to live 1,600 feet from a wind turbine for the next 50 years and see what they say. There are no new homes going in the rural area after the wind turbines are gone wind turbines are replaced. Check it out and drive and look around. The good life of rural Iowa will be gone forever. This is not good for farmers, as young farmers are not landowners, but they will be forever impacted. They will be impacted by less land to farm. They will have to deal with them every day because many live here and call this place home. Again, what is the cost? We who are residents do not want them here. We gave the developer and planning and zoning board a chance to make it right for us, but they failed to protect us. So my feelings of compromise have vanished and my friendships have truly been strained because of this disaster. I didn't bring this into our world, our wonderful community, the place I call home, they did. The cost is too high for the project to continue. Please deny this application. Sincerely, Steve Van Cleet, 2326 270th Avenue, Milford, Iowa. To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, RedRock Wind Energy promises a future of economic growth, green energy, and community investment for our county. But these promises deserve deeper scrutiny. Under the new proposal, I want to focus on the community improvement claims. First, economic benefits are uneven and short-term. In a recent article from the Dickinson County News, Energy boasts $241 million in projected lease payments and taxes. These are long-term estimates that offer no guarantee of sustained benefit. Furthermore, only a handful of Dickinson County landowners will see direct lease income at the expense of the rest of our community, who will bear the burden of noise, reduced property values, and increased traffic during construction and operation. Second, Energy promises job creation, but these so-called benefits are fleeting. Only 300 construction jobs begin and end with the construction of the wind turbines, and they will only leave behind 8 permanent jobs. Third, Invenergy has offered to support our school districts through tax benefits and scholarships. The $38 million and $10 million projected for Granger, Terrell, and Okoboji respectively are long-term numbers lacking transparency and concrete timelines. The 10,000 scholarships to Iowa Lakes Community College are a drop in the bucket compared to the profits this multinational company will reap using our local resources. Benefits that ultimately serve their own bottom line. This project may offer a few benefits to a few landowners, and a temporary boost in local revenue. But the long-term consequences, visual degradation, potential health outcomes, environmental disruption, and most of all, shallow economic promises are irreversible. The citizens of Dickinson County have spoken clearly and firmly. We stand against RedRock Wind turbine project. Thank you for your time and consideration, Emma, Mayor. I'm just gonna keep going until somebody tells me not to.
What you're reading, or I can come grab them from you.
To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, I'm writing to you in regard of the wind power project near Terrell, Iowa. There are many reasons for you to approve the project, but the basic issue is landowner rights. If a landowner cannot make a deal with a company to improve his land, then what's the sense of having land? Have we gone totally woke that some city slicker can tell me how to run my farm? Give me a break. Dina Fairchild. Steve said slow down. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, thank you for hosting these public meetings and taking into consideration the voices of Dickinson County. I'm writing this letter in opposition to Invenergy's application. I feel Dickinson County offers much thanks to its unique natural design. Beautiful landscapes and freshwater lakes will always be the tourism draw we should lean into as county. Beyond aesthetics, we have many areas of concerns to consider. Personal well-being, sounds and sight annoyance and disturbance. I visited a landowner's property and listened to concerns and experiences with ice throws during winter storms. Land stewardship, is this the wise use of our already limited resources? The property values of affected neighbors, wildlife safety, habitation and migration patterns, accidents. We have examples of turbines catching fire or being hit by lightning, causing pollution and debris across wide areas affecting farmland and crops. I understand the desire for economic development, but not at the expense of our unique natural resources. The proposed project affects over 44,000 acres of Dickinson County and goes beyond windmills, including miles of highlines and wear and tear on our county roads and bridges. Thank you for your time and consideration on this very important matter. I know it will take the letters and testimony seriously, and I appreciate your willingness to see the best Dickinson County moving forward. Sincerely, the Marquardt, 1207 6th Street, Milford. Dear members of the Board of Adjustments, my name is Marlon Reno. My husband and I are the Northwest Quarter Section 24 Lloyd Township, Dickinson County, Iowa. We hope to get a wind turbine on our property for the financial benefits for us and the community, and also the tax benefits for the school district and for good paying jobs in the future. Marilyn Reno. So, below is a letter to Congressman Van Drew regarding a newsletter on wind project. You can read about President Trump's executive order, Jennifer McDermott's AP News article, April 16, 2025. There are many articles on solar being a better supply than windmills. What happens when Invenergy goes bankrupt without subsidies? They don't survive. Thank you, Elaine Fromme. Congressman Van Drew, I read with great interest your involvement in windmill projects that are receiving federal dollars given by the previous administration in the name of green energy. We have this happening in Iowa. The counties of Dickinson, Clay, O'Brien, and Osceola are being inundated by RedRock Wind Energy and Invenergy. The company has investors, e.g. Blackstone and CDPQ, a Canadian pension fund. Since Blackstone is global, how do we know who's investing into our farmland holding a humongous amount of windmills and why? How much money does the federal government plan to subsidize Invenergy? It is known that windmill farms can't survive on their own. The huge ad in the local papers, one being Lake's New Shopper in Milford, Iowa, leads you to believe they have over 200 farmers signed up in Dickinson County to plant these new giant windmills, saying that over the life of the project, $60 million will be available for the Dickinson County School Districts to spend on students, teachers, and facilities. Oh my gosh, the life expectancy of a windmill, even if the project is successful, is approximately 20 years, and they are not recyclable. This plus our president on day one stopped federal approval on all wind farms. So why can't Invenergy continue to seek approval from Dickinson County with many against this? They will be meeting soon to grant the company the go ahead. I know I'm not in your district, but you stopped Empire. Even if you can't handle my request, maybe you can refer it on to Secretary Burgum. This project is huge. We need help. Please let us know. Thank you for your help you can give. Being surrounded by windmills is not pleasant. I figure the owners of these projects don't have to live with them. Plus the windmills that are already here, we never see a reduction in our utilities. Elaine from me. The Board of Adjustment members, the Iowa Environmental Council is a non-governmental nonprofit organization and the author of Successful County Wind Siting Practices in Iowa, which draws on the experience of counties with wind siting ordinances and development. We support wind energy in Iowa because it has safely and effectively delivered electricity at locations across the state for well over 20 years. Over 64% of electricity generated in Iowa came from wind power in 2024. It is a proven and established source without negative air pollution and health effects. While all sources of energy have trade-offs and different impacts, wind power is a more environmentally responsible source of energy than fossil fuel facilities it can replace. Iowa leads the way on wind power generation per capita nationally, and the majority of our counties host utility-scale wind projects. Dickinson County is one of the counties that has already seen the benefit of wind power, providing additional local tax revenue for key initiatives and landowner payments. We encourage you to allow for additional wind development in Dickinson County. Wind power is the power that our state relies on most. It is clean, safe, and effective, and something that Iowa does really well. Please get in touch with any questions. Our organization would be glad to provide additional resources. Thank you, Jordan Oster. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, please reject the RedRock project. Our beautiful sky will never be the same. Wind turbines are very unsightly and don't bend with the surrounding landscape. These are destined to be too close to rural homes. Shadow flicker is irritating to people in their homes and to others who drive by on roads. These are too noisy. How are people supposed to sleep at night? They should be built out west somewhere, not close to homes, and not use valuable Iowa farmland. They are also disturbing to wildlife as they restrict where birds can fly. Connie Weimer, 1303 Deepwood Avenue. That was the cover page, the one. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment members, as a lifelong resident of Dickinson County who lives here year-round, not just comes here on the weekends or in the summer, I would encourage you to please approve the application for RedRock Wind Energy Project. We know that from the short term, while the construction of the project is going on, there'll be money and jobs coming into the county. But it's the long-term property taxes, payments to landowners, salaries, and money paid to the area school systems is why I think that this project that should be approved. Additionally, as a future landowner of the county, I want to be able to determine what I want my land used for. Thank you for your time, and again, please do what is best for the county as a whole versus what a small group thinks is best for them. Brian Cable. Figure out how that's supposed to be. My name is Mike Torreson, and I'm in favor of the RedRock Wind project. As a landowner who has experienced many years of unstable crop prices, the reliable income for the farm would create some nice stability. Not only will it add the stable income for my farming operation, it adds some nice tax income for the counties involved. There are very few ways you can add up to 60 years of revenue for not only the landowners, but also to county budgets as well. Thank you for your time on this issue. Mike Torreson. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I urge you to reject the RedRock Wind project as the many negative effects will last for years and generations will far outweigh the positive claim they have for helping the county. I've also been down this path as I recently been involved with resisting the 45 to 50 600-foot turbines proposed for Palo Alto County named the Lost Island Wind Project that will be built south of Grettinger and continuing to the Ayrshire area. A group of concerned citizens has been fighting back for 3.5 years. We are already dealing with 170 turbines, 495 feet tall east of Grettinger and down to Emmitsburg, which is an energy project. I can attest to the negative effects it has on people, as some have moved away because of the flicker and shadow, driven out of their homes they've worked their life for. How is that fair? How does that promote good relations? Others just suffer through it but there are continuous complaints that this is what their license life is subjected to. I am aware there are 4 nice acreages in the area and no one was interested in buying because of the turbines. Turbines affect property value. Listen to your area realtors who know the market and see what is happening. Hit the 2 button back there, please. Thank you. I live west of Grettinger, a half a mile. The 490-foot turbines are about 5 miles to the east of me, but look like they are 2 miles away. The field of red blasting lights has taken away any beauty and peacefulness I enjoyed on my farm. Spinning white steel industrial skeletons have no place in the country. I have personally heard of a turbine east of Grettinger, barely a half a mile from nearby homes, that sounded like a jet engine, very loud and disturbing. There is a turbine that leaks oil east and south of Grettinger that runs all the way to the ground. How safe is this for the environment? Blades contain BPA that in time shreds and you can't get it out of the ground. Now I'm faced with a future of 600-foot turbines to the south of me, with the first one being 2.5 miles away. How close will that look at that size? Too close. I have been to a lead yard and witnessed the sheer size that now make the 495 feet ones look small. You can hear them from the town and it's not even a mile away. From the cemetery, there are some only half a mile and the whooshing never stops. The jobs they claim to bring is another narrative. These are temporary jobs and they claim 8 will come from the project. We are not obligated to support 8 jobs for so much uncertainty and risk. Manufacturing and other industry jobs right in the area support the economy steadily and in much higher numbers. In fact, in the Lost Island Wind project admitted they are hiring other workers and technicians from Oregon and other areas. The future is wind turbines in Emmett and Dickinson. I will almost be completely surrounded. It won't be long either, as now a company called Tenasaka is signing up Clay County. And not just for me, but all of us who enjoy the peace, quiet, beauty of the area and wildlife, it'll be taken away from us. Iowa in the northwest corner is becoming completely overrun by energy that is not reliable. It is only a fill-in, it is not a constant and being subsidized by tax dollars, our tax dollars. Electricity rates are not going down, it is only going up. The energy from the turbines in the 170 project goes to Chicago or Minneapolis. I've drove through many areas and talked with people who oppose the turbines unconditionally. They have a variety of problems with noise, unrepaired tile, erosion, or not receiving promised payment, flashing red lights, disturbing in their life. The list is endless. These problems are not just an isolated incident, they are everywhere and all across the nation. I strongly urge you to reject the RedRock project. Don't let our lives be subjected to the imposition these turbines will bring, plus the environmental issues and destroying our beautiful and valued area and forever changing our lives. Enough is enough. This has gone too far in an unnecessary invasion. Laura Winter, 2550 410th Avenue, Grettinger. All right. No more wind turbines. John Clapp. There are many small towns involved in this wind project that would never receive the kind of investment in their community unless it is a wind turbine project. We are in favor of the many years of income added to our family farm, but I also think it is a rare opportunity for the small towns and communities that will benefit from the investment and income brought because of the wind project. Please vote to move forward with the RedRock Wind project. Welcome, Lois Torreson. My family has been farming in Dickinson County since 1913. I remember our family allowing a natural gas line to come through our property for benefit of cities in the lakes area. At that time, we did not hesitate and we saw it as a good benefit for the community. As a rural resident of Dickinson County, I do not think we ask for much, but this project will benefit the interests of many landowners in the area and will benefit my farming operation and many others, but it will also benefit the counties and school districts involved. Please vote to move forward with the RedRock Wind project. Joe Bird. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project as I have the following questions on the real need for more wind turbines in our county. 1, why does Dickinson County need more wind turbines? 2, if they are so great and beneficial, why aren't other counties competing for this project? 3, why do they have to be extra tall ones? 4, will RedRock or anybody guarantee that this project is going to lower electrical energy costs in the future? 5, if government subsidies go away, what is the financial guarantee for the county? These are just some of the questions for me that are not answered fully yet. Thanks sincerely, Wayne and Linda Torkson, 40 Ann Street, Milford. As our co-owner of our family farm, Located within the Milford Township, I fully support the RedRock Wind project. I firmly believe that now more than ever, this is the time the project to prove. Setting politics aside, no one can argue that we are living in uncertain times. With threats of cuts to education, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and countless other jobs and services, the economic future is in jeopardy. Climate change is being threatened by a push towards renewing the project and use of fossil fuels. Public opinion polls vary. However, all have supported the fact that these changes are unwelcome. RedRock Wind Energy Project cannot change all that is happening in our economy now, but it can help if it is approved and construction has begun. The RedRock Energy Project will provide long-term and short-term relief to the local taxpayers. This will be in the form of jobs during construction and full-time jobs after the project goes online. RedRock estimated that will contribute more than $241 million towards local tax revenue, lease payments, and jobs over the life of the project. Local public schools will benefit greatly. RedRock anticipates the Gratinger Terrell School District will receive $50.5 million and the Okoboji School District $10.4 million. In closing, I strongly encourage a vote for approval of the RedRock Energy Project. This will provide clean, renewable, and safe energy with tax revenue that will benefit property owners, schools, and businesses. Thank you. Respectfully submitted, Orville Johnson. I am writing this letter urging you to reject the RedRock project, as this will negatively impact our community. Wind turbines are not only unsightly and unpleasant to be around, but greatly impact the environment in which many species of birds, bats, and even mammals utilize. When it comes to the resources needed to facilitate wind turbine farms, these facilities utilize around 8 times the amount of critical rare earth materials as natural gas plants do. Larger wind turbines like the ones the RedRock project hope to build will require even more. Excessive mining of rare earth materials can lead to water and soil pollution, radioactive waste, and can greatly damage ecosystems in which mining occurs. Additionally, many mining operations require chemicals during the extraction process, which can lead into ground and surface water runoff. In some methods, PVC pipes are used to pump chemicals into the ground to aid in the extraction process and are never taken out. When a turbine is decommissioned, many times the blades are not able to be properly disposed of. We have seen this in our own state where illegal dumping of wind turbine blades has occurred in Forest City. The DNR filed a lawsuit here against Global Fiberglass, who failed to properly dispose of wind turbine blades, causing vast amounts of property damage and land fragmentation. While wind turbines not only occupy land above ground, many require anywhere from 28 to 34 feet below the soil surface. Wind turbine foundations can greatly disrupt underground ecosystems, promote soil erosion, and can cause an increase in soil temperature, stunting native plant growth and promoting weed species nearby. Looking at wind turbines from a wildlife point of view, many of the effects are adversely similar. In the United States alone, wind turbines kill close to 700,000 birds in certain years. One can expect larger wind turbines like the ones on debate tonight to kill even more than your typical turbine. Birds such as bald eagles, osprey, and great blue herons that many enjoy sightseeing around the lakes area can see a reduction in population if these turbines are constructed. None of the other wildlife groups greatly affected by turbines are bats. Blinking lights on the turbines draw the bats who venture closer in hopes of catching insects. When the bats fly to the light, many are struck by the rotating blades in the process. Bats also experience barotrauma, which by rapid pressure changes create by the rotating blades, which can lead to lung failure. Bats play a large role in pollination and insect pest control, and the construction of large wind turbines may greatly reduce the number in the lakes area. If turbine construction occurs, we may also see a large amount of mammal displacement away from turbine sites due to noise pollution, which would negatively impact breeding and hunting of these animals. This rapid displacement may cause some wildlife to venture in closer to town, where vehicle striking and other issues could occur. Reductions in the population of many mammals may also occur if new habitat is not available nearby. Once again, I urge you to reject the plans in which the RedRock Wind project have in mind, as large-scale turbines would negatively impact wildlife in our area. Sincerely, Tim Frost at 22740 Nature Center Road, Okoboji. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments Renewable Energy has massive economic benefits for Iowa communities that have seen continuous population decline with no signs of slowing. Harvesting wind energy brings crucial tax dollars that help build infrastructure, schools, hospitals, businesses, and workers. Iowa's leadership in clean renewable energy resources has been nationwide model, and Dickinson County plays a major part in boosting regional prosperity. Serving Iowa Lakes Community College for the past 15 years, I have witnessed the enthusiasm among young Iowans in our state's thriving renewable energy sector. Skilled graduates, many of whom to stay in Iowa and raise families, contribute to our communities and are a hedge against the skills drain rural areas are experiencing. The Iowa Great Lakes Sustainable Energy Resources and Technology Program that I was proud to serve gives students the skills and training they need to join the energy workforce and begin their careers as wind technicians. Better still, they possess skills that are easily transferable across industries, boosting their ability to earn well in high demand fields. The work in our wind industry, electrical, HVAC, applied engineering, and water quality fields. They serve the entire spectrum of Iowa industry, supporting clean, reliable technologies that stabilize population decline and poise our region for growth. Moreover, Iowa's clean energy sector plays an increasingly significant role in employing our nation's veterans. Veterans possess technical skills they earned in service to America that make the energy sector an ideal transition to civilian life. Who better to populate our communities than those who embody integrity, service, and excellence? Investment in Iowa's clean energy capabilities helps us continue to create jobs for Iowa workers, spur business growth, and bolster our state's contribution to a more resilient homegrown energy future. Encouraging efforts that help rural communities thrive is crucial. I urge you to do the right thing as you have done in the past, continuing Dickinson County's leadership in regional growth and prosperity. Sincerely, Dr. Jan Lustat, Executive Director, Iowa Lakes Community College. Dear Megan, I'm very much opposed to the industrial turbine project coming to the lakes area. Please vote no in regards to this project coming to our lakes. I own a farm 2 miles east of Milford and also own lakeshore property on both south shore of our lake. Please no wind turbines on our lakes area. Thanks, Diane H. Megan, I totally oppose the wind energy position. Dennis Anderson, 1302 Indian Hills, Spirit Lake. This letter is directed at Jeff Ashland, Alex Opomsky, Susan Clark, Kirby Bearhoff, and Douglas Westerman, also known as the Board of Adjustment. I'm writing this letter in support of the building of RedRock Wind Farm. We have been trying to get this done for 15 plus years. This is a project that will pay big dividends to the community through the influx of more than $241 million invested in local tax revenue, lease payments, and wages over the life of the project. 65% of the anticipated property taxes will go for the Grettinger schools with $50.5 million and the Okoboji School with $10.4 million over the life of the project. Lease payments to farmers provide them with income regardless of weather or market conditions. RedRock project will create up to 300 jobs during the construction and up to 8 permanent jobs for maintenance. There have been graduates from Iowa Lakes Community College who would like to work in that area where they were born and raised. And this is also a project that is long overdue. It will produce electricity without the use of fossil fuel, so it is good for the environment. These turbines will be built in the southeast part of the county and probably won't be visible from the lake. Lastly, the county has set up regulations for what is to be done to build wind turbines. Invenergy has met all the requirements set by the county. We need to get started. Vote yes. Dennis Ross. I, Pamela Alvestead, am opposed to the wind turbines that are slated for 320th Avenue area, Carroll, Iowa. Thank you. Dear committee members, we are in support of the Invenergy Wind Project. Thank you, Ron and Ellen Williams, 16522 155th Spirit Lake. Board of Adjustment, I ask you please reject the RedRock Wind Project as it adversely affects Dickinson County. We live in an area where the turbines are possibly going to be put up. We live here in rural Dickinson County for the peace and quiet of rural life. Many mornings we get the pleasure of seeing bald eagles fly over our property. I feel this would be the demise of these wonderful moments. What will happen to the businesses of crop dusting with airplanes? I have seen the destruction that the tornado went through in southwest Iowa last year that had on turbines in that area. Bent like toothpicks and huge fireballs. They're still not cleaned up or replaced to date. Luckily, no human was injured during that time. The rural highways in that area were in bad shape after the companies brought in the cement to hold these turbines in place. And then the turbines we're holding. I have small business in the county, and the thought of these turbines being built in the county makes me wonder if we should consider putting our acreage up for sale and moving on. Knowing that our land value will not be rising if these eyesores are approved. We love living in this wonderful county for the natural beauty that it beholds, not the man-made flickering lights and the shadows that will be cast upon us. I already have brown darkening shades on our home due to the turbines that were put up in Superior. Our 2-story home gets the full benefit of those flickering lights, and we are 3 miles away from them. I can't imagine what it would be like with turbines installed in a mile of our section. Please reject the project. Karen Rutledge, 1807 320th Avenue, Westerville. As a founding member of Red Rock and a lifelong resident of Floyd Township, I couldn't be happier and prouder of the community support we have received. I want to commend our supporters for their positive manner in which they have conducted themselves and the respect they have given to our local officials. Our supporters are a class act and unmatched in this county. The same can be said for the RedRock Wind project developers. The long and careful review of conditional uses by Dickinson County Planning and Zoning was exactly what residents asked for. I was personally disappointed with some of the changes they made because it took away the opportunity for a lot of people to participate in Red Rock. However, I do accept them and respect PNC's decision. Everyone participating in these meetings needs to do the same. All the positive impacts from Red Rock project will have on my small rural community haven't come close to being identified yet. It could mean bringing a child back home to the farm, helping with medical bills, or making retirement a little bit easier. We can only imagine all the good it will do. Red Rock is a rural economic development opportunity of a lifetime. My hometown of Terrell once had a grocery store, bowling alley, restaurants and bars, gas stations, movie theater, and a school enrollment that filled the Terrell and Center Lake School. I went to Center Lake until 3rd grade. While we may not bring all these things back, it's a change in the right direction. That change in direction is keeping farm families on the farm, stopping the continued consolidation in agriculture, giving farmers some stable, predictable income independent of anything else they do, and they'll pay out for generations to come. The only right decision here is to approve the Red Rock Wind Energy. Sincerely and respectfully, Stacy Olson, 2830 to 70th Street. Megan and Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. Invenergy claims there is zero impact on property values. This is simply not true. I've had conversations with several local realtors with decades of experience in Dickinson County. All have said that wind turbines do affect property values. I was given an example of an acreage that sold west of Milford about a year ago. The sale did not bring the money that it should have. The reason, wind turbines. Potential buyers were all concerned about the turbines in that area. This is documented in emails and comes from a realtor with over 20 years of real estate experience in Dickinson County and adjoining counties. The local real estate professionals know the effects better than a consultant paid for by Invenergy. As a lifelong Dickinson County resident and 25-year rural property owner, I am asking you to please protect our property values and reject this permit. Thank you for your consideration. Roger Doyle, 3180 270th Street. Dear board members, I'm asking you to reject the Red Rock Wind project as this adversely affects our residents in Dickinson County. With the Appendix Z health compendium, it stated that the community must weigh several considerations to include, do they wish to have wind turbines in the community at all? The report shared information as to noise, sleep, shadow, flicker, voltage, field, and vibroacoustic. But the report never mentions cancer, anxiety, stress, repetitive actions, and others that humans who live near wind turbines have spoken to and have ongoing physical and mental illness issues. With the application under 4.4 health impact, it ensured the health and the well-being of the community. Red Rock application stated the wind turbines do not cause adverse health to humans and believe that there is no direct evidence linking adverse health effects. When a person states in absolute terms as to no cause and no evidence, it causes me to not question these comments and causes me to have more concerns. Please vote no to all human beings that could be adversely affected by the wind turbines. A person's health must always be protected and my government needs to protect me. Sincerely, Karen Ferkin, 524 252 Street, Scrutiny. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am writing to express my support of Red Rock Wind Energy Center and renewable energy development in the state of Iowa. I lived next to the wind farm in Iowa County for 5 years. My house was located with 1 mile or less of 10 wind turbines, and I never experienced any disruption to my quality of life, nor did I experience any negative impacts. I 100% support my neighbor's decision to host a wind turbine on their property. Additionally, my neighbors with wind turbines are able to safely and efficiently continue using crop dusting technology. I've attached some photos below. Don't close Dickinson County farms and landowners off from this opportunity. I urge you to vote yes on this project. Terry O'Brien. Windmills would be horrible for the Iowa Great Lakes area. They are not economical. If there weren't for subsidies, they would not be cost effective. They make horrific noise. The flickers are annoying, not good. Brandy Jensen, Hawkeye Breeders. Dear members of the board, I am writing today as deeply concerned citizen and a lifelong resident of the community. I urge you to deny the proposed industrial wind project. These turbines aren't being built for us, they're being built around us without our consent and with no meaningful benefit to the people who actually live here. We're being told to accept 600-foot machines near our homes with constant noise, vibration, shadow flicker, and red blinking lights that would dominate our night sky. We're told to sacrifice our views, our quiet wildlife, and our tourism economy. There are 99 counties in the state, and Invenergy can find another one that hasn't already given so much to conservation, recreation, and natural beauty. We have more to lose than most. Please do the right thing, protect the people you serve, say no to this project. Harper Huntington. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I grew up near Templeton, Iowa. When I was young, we had a large family and times were tough like they could have been in this year. My dad had a still in the upstairs bedroom where he would make Templeton rye. Dad would bury the bootleg booze under the swing set in the dirt where no grass grew. In the morning, the booze was gone and in its place was desperately needed money. Today, I have a wind turbine on my farm. It's a lot more money on the side than my dad made with Hooch, and I don't worry about going to prison after getting caught like my dad had to worry about. My wife and I worry about money like most people do. Checking in annually helps. It helps a lot. My son farms our farms, and I hope his son farms it after that. The rent from the farms will help to ensure that happens. Our family farm will live on. The outrage over turbines surprises me. I could not imagine trying to stop my neighbor from collecting so much money from so little land. I hope you find that RedRock has met all the new rules as adopted last year. We live in Milford and are finding out we live in the highest tax city in Dickinson County. Any tax revenue generated from the turbines in this project will most certainly help, even if only for a little. Thank you for listening. Tom Mulbauer, Milford. I have been visiting Dickinson County since 2009, when we made our first hunting trek here. From that day forward, I was smitten with the open prairies and the amount of land devoted to public ground. Out of 99 counties, Dickinson County ranks 6th in acres set aside, and that's with some hefty compensation from large parcels like RedRock. I originally hail from the eastern side of the state in a county dominated by crop fields, as do many Iowans, no matter what county they are from. Back in 2022, I told a friend that I was moving here, and he commented about Dickinson County's beauty and it being God's country. I will admit that I rolled my eyes momentarily because God's country equals far less people and far less land devoted to agricultural for me. But after living here for 2.5 years and experiencing the great outdoors from fishing, hiking, biking, birding, and hunting, I've come to appreciate it as Iowa's God's country. The fact that some can see easily back lingering the landscape with these nearly 600 feet tall fiberglass monstrosities leads me to believe that they either haven't traveled much to appreciate what they have, or they have their hands out to cut the proverbial fat hog just like RedRock. I've gotten dumber for reading pro-turbine comments online today. It's free energy. The typical 2.3 megawatt turbine costs from $2 to $4 million. Operation and maintenance is another $42,000 to $48,000. And the land leases is anywhere from $10K to $30K per turbine, depending on location, size, etc. Obviously, all these costs will be significantly impacted with a significant larger turbine. Never mind, Americans are forced to subsidize these costs with millions of dollars of taxpayer funding. They are safe to wildlife, which is also literally stated in a recent full-page advertisement in our newspaper. This is an out and out lie. If a company can make such a claim with straight face, consider how many other lies you've been told. The United States Geological Survey hosts several online articles about the hundreds of thousands of bats that die annually from wind turbines. 2, in 2013, quote, the government for the first time enforced environmental laws protecting birds against wind energy facilities, winning a $1 million settlement from a power company that pled guilty to killing 14 eagles and 149 other birds at 2 Wyoming wind farms. 3, 2022, Next Era Energy paid out $8 million for the deaths of at least 150 bald eagles. 4, didn't have time to look for more sources, but that gives you an idea how late in the lie it is. When a farmer or a wind worker, both who earn money off these, say they never see dead birds, I tend to chuckle. A, the fox guarding the hen house is never a reliable source. B, an anecdotal evidence is not science. More than likely, you aren't going to find a dead or wounded birds directly beneath the turbine hub, considering the height of the turbine, the length of the blades, the velocity of the spinning blades surrounding the crops that mass the land for months out of the year, and wise predators that quickly learn where their steady source of food is. Well, I don't know what the truth of the volume of dead birds is. Clearly, anyone stating there are none is selling you snake oil. A pro-turbine comment I read last week was obviously they shouldn't be placed near flyways or marshes. Fun fact, the Spring Run Complex is Iowa's second largest waterfowl production area, and RedRock lands surrounding it. Anyone that doesn't want these lives on the lakes. Nope, I'm not a lake person and do not want to be. I am a hardworking country girl that purchased a piece of property based on seclusion and a beautiful sunrises and sunsets. I do not know the facts of this, but I've heard these mega turbines will be visible for quite some distance. Good luck in snapping a horizon photo where there isn't a turbine in the background. The next pro-turbine comment is always about the being NIMBY, or not in my backyard. Nah, I don't want to see these in anyone's backyard. While the topic of this meeting isn't nuclear, I would far prefer it to be commercial wind any day. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology states that, quote, the average nuclear reactor has about 900 megawatts of capacity. By comparison, the average capacity of a land-based wind turbine installed in 2022 is about 3 megawatts. Even if both types of plants ran at their top performance day in and day out, hundreds of wind turbines would need to be produced the same amount of electricity as the average nuclear project, says John Parsons, the Deputy Director of the MIT Center for Energy and Environmental Policy Research. Nuclear plants also have the highest capacity factor for any energy technology. Once a nuclear plant is powered on, it runs at its top performance the majority of the time, 93% of the time in the United States, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Wind, on the other hand, has a capacity factor of about 36%. Multiply these energy sources' maximum capacities by their capacity factors, and you'll find that it would take almost 800 average size wind turbines to match the output of one 900 megawatt nuclear reactor. 5, granted, we are talking about large turbines in this discussion, but even if these new turbines are 100 megawatt, you get the picture of efficiency, land usage, etc. Shadow flicker noise, property values lost, whatever the issue, choose your poison and paving paradise. I am at a loss on why this is brought up again. I thought the constituents made it clear what they wanted last time. How do a couple hundred landowners, many who don't live here, and money-driven corporations rank above us? And yet here we are again discussing turning Iowa's backcountry into the turbine whore of Iowa. Sincerely, Denise Keith. Members of the Board of Adjustment, please consider closely the benefits that the wind farm would bring to Dickinson County, specifically the southeastern part of the county. We would like to share it in the benefits that the Terrell area has been deprived of and what the rest of the county and 3 other schools have been able to capitalize on. We have a willing company investing $500 million, that's billion with a B. It's a super project. Those who are opposed really have one legitimate argument, that they do not like the looks of it. I get it, it's a personal thing, but how far does one person's opinion have the right to dig into another pocket and trample on their property value rights? Those claiming health issues resulting from turbines have had multiple opportunities to make their opinion time. Planning and zoning has decided for you. Countless deliberation and considering all issues, they passed a new and more restrictive ordinance, which the naysayers demanded that they still do. Still, they persist, it's not enough. By denying this application, we will literally take millions of dollars from a landowner. More importantly, you will deprive the entire county, especially the Terrell area, the biggest economic opportunity in its history. Essentially, you have the ability to raise taxes or do the right thing and cut taxes for people that need it. Does RedRock's plan meet the new ordinance? I think so. Harvesting the wind is not a new thing. Nearly every farm had a windmill. They were not as tall, but they were only a few yards from the house, and in many cases were louder than what the new turbines are. You're going to need more electricity, not less. Someone is going to make electricity might just as well be your neighbors and you. By converting the wind to electricity, the economic impact for Terrell area and Dickinson County is huge. Is this in the public interest? You damn right it is. Over 200 landowners have signed onto this area, and years ago, we are not all fools. Compare a smaller community like Lake Park. They have experienced tremendous growth with wind turbines, a new school, a lake, and a number of businesses. The Terrell community has none of these assets and received no wind revenue at all, and has no lake with which to tax properly. Our community school and taxpayers face high tax burdens as a result. I feel like we have been ignored and are being discriminated against in the southeastern part of the county. This project is truly in Dickinson County's overall best interest. Please don't take your eye off the ball. These already hashed out issues will surely reoccur again tonight. Does the RedRock plan comply with the new ordinance? Yes, it does. Thank you. Julie Fairchild. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, the Iowa Great Lakes Association, IGLA, is an environmental association in Dickinson County that protects and preserves and enhances the Iowa Great Lakes. We support clean water efforts and environmental initiatives to protect and preserve our natural resources while balancing the ecotourism of our Iowa Great Lakes. We are over 1,000 members strong. Dickinson County's natural resources are unique to the state of Iowa, attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. The Iowa DNR has recognized the rare beauty and wildlife activity that the Iowa Great Lakes is known for and has recommended that this region be avoided entirely for both biological and aesthetic reasons. IGLA cannot agree more. IGLA is especially concerned about the following environmental impacts the Iowa Great Lakes region. Negative visual impacts the landscape throughout the region, noise from the turbine operation, turbines in despair, and from a construction process, habitat destruction and injury to birds and bats. Production of metals, fiberglass, and other metals used to make the turbines have a negative environmental impact. Turbines shed microplastics to which degree of harm is still being studied. Transmission lines, service roads, and concrete will disrupt the existing farmland and forever change the composition of the soil and affect future yields. Soil erosion through ground surface disturbance, including soil nutrition loss and degradation of water quality in nearby surface water bodies. Increase in impervious surface with the construction of large concrete pads, service roads, and concrete pads for other buildings, substations, and ancillary structures. Higher mortality rate of eagles due to collision, desertion, and avoidance of wind power areas due to noise and disturbance, and reduction in prey species can force eagles to abandon their territories. Still, site clearing, grading, and construction will reduce and alter existing habitat, cause erosion and runoff, and reduce vegetation, negatively affecting biodiversity. Finally, an influx in industrial wind turbines will be detrimental to the character and natural habitat of the Iowa Great Lakes region without providing meaningful tax revenue, while risking our strong tourism economy. This industrial wind turbine development proceed would run contrary to our common goal of preserving our natural resources. For all these reasons, IGLA opposes RedRock's application for conditional use, and we ask the board to deny the request. Sincerely, William Van Orsdale, President, IGLA. To the serving members, thank you for your service and taking the time to listen to the concerns of Dickinson County residents on such an important matter. My name is David Thorson, and along with my wife, I reside in Okoboji. My family has deep roots in the Great Lakes region, having lived and vacationed here for 5 generations. As someone who has been dedicated to conservation throughout my adult life, I am acutely aware of the urgency of addressing climate change. There is a broad consensus among scientific experts worldwide that we are facing a rapidly changing climate if we do not act now. By implementing clean energy solutions like wind power to replace fossil fuels, we will likely be faced with severe disruptions to agricultural and communities in the Iowa Great Lakes region for generations to come. The evidence is clear. We need to embrace clean energy. Thank you for considering my thoughts as you make your decision on this crucial issue. Sincerely, David Thorson, Okoboji. I, Dwight Conover, am totally against more wind turbines in Dickinson County. Please stop. 7007 Lakeshore. Hello, I do not believe I have to write this, but the opposition, I do not believe I have to write this, but the opposition to clean, cheap local energy is astounding. I have a family here, 4 kids, grew up here, played ball here. Aside from ethanol, we do not have any energy sources. Why would we throw this one away? Because a bunch of misguided people don't believe in global warming exists, even when 15 inches of rain in Spencer last year is beyond me. So far, they are tall. Some made up health complaints and foreign money are all they have to come up with for arguments against. At least make them come up with an argument that makes sense. Daniel Gigset, local president. Please reject the RedRock Wind project. Our farm production land and pasture lands are much too valuable to use up with windmills. They are intrusive to our local economy and will have long-lasting effect on our community. Send them to New Mexico where wind blows and land, and there is land that is unfit for any other usage. Thank you, Norm Chinlet Spencer. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. Iowa's community colleges have an important role when it comes to powering the economy, educating and producing a pipeline of skilled workers to fill in-demand jobs like those in clean energy technology. We at DMAC are proud to offer a renewable energy technology program and degree and have graduates who are building a better future. High school and non-traditional students often consider alternatives to a traditional four-year degree or want to gain a credential in a great job on the way to a four-year degree. By choosing a fast-track affordable program, students can launch their career sooner. As the demand for more electricity and clean energy sources increases, so does the need for skilled workers to fill wind tech positions, which are among the fastest growing careers in the nation. Many communities face talent shortages when it comes to filling open positions. Iowa's community colleges are uniquely positioned to help solve this problem by getting students into the field faster. Due to the strong demand for renewable energy, wind tech jobs are eagerly filled with local talent. The renewable energy industry creates stable, well-paying jobs for students immediately upon graduation, joining Iowa's clean energy workforce of 5,500. The U.S. Department of Energy recently released a study that found widespread employment benefits because of wind projects. Employment increases roughly 0.4% within 20 miles of an operating wind farm, which equates to 230 jobs over the project's lifetime. Workers within the same radius of the project experience increased income of 4%, equating to $1,270 annually. Continued clean energy development across Iowa allows for the successful dynamic to continue, preventing brain drain and empowering Iowans to stay in Iowa. Supporting the expansion of renewable energy simultaneously supports the innovative work at academic institutions and showcases our commitment to supporting our state's future workforce. The RedRock Wind Energy Center will employ up to 8 full-time positions, some which could be DMAC students. At DMAC, we encourage continued wind energy development to power our state because it means the wind turbine technology students like ours are given the opportunity to work and live in their home communities. Thank you, Rob Dennison, President of Des Moines Area Community College. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments. As listening to the presentation regarding the RedRock project, it was mentioned that all the Dickinson County landowners agreed and have signed regarding placing wind turbines on their property. Is there any data that shows of the 67 wind turbines that are being placed in Dickinson County? How many of those property owners live by where these turbines are going to be located? I know that 2 of the wind turbines that are proposed to be constructed within the sections of land near we reside are owned by cooperative landowners that do not even reside in Dickinson County. Please vote no. John and Brenda Prentice, 2578-230-2. Dear board members, my husband and I have lived on our acreage for over 35 years. We have raised our family here and now are enjoying spending time with our grandchildren on our peaceful country acreage. We are good stewards of our land and we take very good care of our acreage. We do not own the farmland that surrounds our acreage, but we know the family that farms the land surrounding our home, and we would also describe them as very good stewards of the land. At this time, we do not feel the same thing could be said about the owners of the farmland that surrounds our acreage. It seems as though they all have the rights and we have none, and they have sold the use of their farmland to the highest bidder at our expense. In the late summer of 2023, a white pole appeared in the field to the south of our house. No one mentioned anything to us about it. Obviously, it was placed there to mark something. We were hoping that it was marking something that would be non-obtrusive. We were very wrong. We started to see the other white poles in surrounding fields. It did not take us long to figure out what those poles were marking and how many of them were appearing around us. Since we were considered a non-participating owner, we were not entitled to vote when these decisions were being made to construct some huge monstrosity of wind turbine behind our acreage. Our sight lines will be forever changed. There's nothing that will ever hide or camouflage what RedRock is attempting to construct. Every time we look out any of our windows to the south, we will be seeing the huge monstrosity of a wind turbine first before we notice anything else. It is time for both the boards to start listening to the Dickinson County residents and start making their decisions based on what the residents of Dickinson County actually want. Do you remember the results from the last local election? The majority of the Dickinson County residents who voted that day voted resoundingly to remove the 2 board members who supported the building of these wind turbines. It's time to start paying attention to the vast majority of the people who have elected you. You, as a Dickinson County Board member, should take notice of the Dickinson County residents' wishes and vote accordingly for once. The building of these wind turbines should have been brought to the attention of the Dickinson County residents when the conversation with RedRock first began, not years after the fact. The residents of Dickinson County who will be affected by the wind turbines should have received notice immediately when RedRock's intentions to construct these turbines were disclosed to the board. Obviously, he knew that this matter would not be welcomed by the residents of Dickinson County, so you have to hide it from us for years. That was not your decision to make. Where there is transparency in our local government officials, we deserve better than this. Many of you may not have been on the board when this began, but you are here now and it's time to make this right. Stop the construction of these wind turbines before it's too late. Thank you for your time. Bruce and Connie Mortensen, 2923 200th Street, Terrell.
Megan, it's 8. I'd like to take a break if we could.
Okay.
And we'll come back after 7 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hours. Yeah.
What time do they stop?
I know.
Tax money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to go find this lady. No, that's okay. I need to go find this lady.
She was
They have
Got it. What do you got for number? You know.
It's like a bridging.
I just double checked and I got.
Oh, okay, all right, perfect. I just saw that and I'm like. No, I haven't. Thank you.
Water or anything in the back. I think it's.
I just had that one from, yeah, right? Do I have from another? I have all of them. Either all here. We are going to be here for a long time. I don't feel continue, if we get to public comment.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is a very.
No worries.
I think it's slow.
And the tenor of your voice when it's slower, you said my.
Seriously. Take your soul.
You kind of like, I look at.
That you can
Progress.
I'm glad you, no, I'm really glad you're here.
Oh. Progress.
Steps. All it takes.
Sweatshirt. See, wear that sweatshirt. Spearfish one, and I love going out to Deadwood. I see that, all I think about is, why am I not in Deadwood? Yeah. They pay too much. for it. Yeah, right now.
Steve.
Yeah.
Steve.
I said.
But-
School day.
Yeah. They said.
We had a few years old. The county attorney's office. Like, you know where you call? Guess not. No, I didn't have my diploma in my hand.
You're right here. I'm and return.
Guy with the license plate, the vanity plate was a lawyer, and I was like, why did you buy like on your door? Try and pull something. See that instead. Hey. Don't ask what else is in there.
Stream things.
What's that?
Everyone streaming.
What?
Streaming service.
Starting here in a few minutes, so please take your seats.
Yeah.
There.
Their legs.
Now where they're at.
That'd be fun.
I'll be right back.
Your seat, we want to start here. Please, take your seats so we can get started.
Chimes like they have it.
Kirby suggested a bell.
Here.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Your Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am writing this letter to implore the members of the Board of Adjustment to overwhelmingly reject the RedRock Wind project proposed for Dickinson County that will fragment animal and plant communities, harm some wildlife species, disrupt farming operations, deteriorate county roads, not designed to bear the extreme weight loads of wind turbine construction, maintenance and future decommissioning activities of turbines drastically impact aesthetics and safety and well-being of environs of most unique Iowa Lakes region and rich, abundantly fertile agricultural land, and forever change the aesthetics and beauty of this amazing area if you choose to approve more wind turbines that are at best only 30 to 45% efficient. Intermittent, unreliable wind energy dependent on an aged electrical grid system impacted by increased infiltration, disrupted by supply chain issues, and possibly render costs ineffective, resulting in indefinite project delays or abandonment due to the ending Intermittent Energy Subsidies Act bill introduced to Congress on April 10th, 2025. Dickinson County is the smallest Iowa county in land area yet. It has one of the state's most unique environments, including lakes, rivers, marshes, prairie potholes, and other natural and historic sites requiring special protections. Heavy, intense, industrial, and human-made developments are not compatible uses in this fragile and unique environment. It is imperative that the county decision makers recognize and achieve a sensible balance between urban and rural land uses to preserve the county's sensitive environmental resources while facilitating necessary and required services to all county residents. Wind turbines are not necessary or required. They are an economic incentive for some landowners, desired by some well-meaning environmentalists, and desired by desperate taxpayers seeking tax relief. You, the members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, are the decision makers who are obligated and mandated to use the Dickinson County Comprehensive Land Use Plan, DCCLUDP, for future decision-making. It is your primary guide stating formulated goals and objectives to provide long-term planning, growth, and balanced development, which together with land use controls will minimize the number of conflicting land uses, consider the impact on natural environment, and preserve the character intent of urban and rural development. You are required to consider the impact, land utilization, and future uses prior to allowing subdivisions or development. You are required to continue to preserve the separate character of urban and rural areas for the residents of Dickinson County. A brief reminder to all, the ag economy is Dickinson County's strongest economic resource. Agricultural land is used for crop production, the raising and or production of livestock and or other agricultural based commodities. The DCC LUDP ag land use policies dictate the development should be directed away from prime soils when proposed land use development is not contiguous to existing development, and zoning and assessment decision makers should prevent non-ag uses through predominant rural sectors of the county. By DCCLUDP land use definition, wind turbines are structures and are land use primarily for service, trade, commerce, i.e. retail electricity produced by wind turbines is sold to other power companies and consumers, entertainment, food, and other businesses providing the sale of goods, products, and services. One of the primary goals of the DCCLUDP is to develop a transportation and infrastructure system that will provide for the safe, convenient, and economical movements of people and goods in and out of the county. Dickinson County has 655 miles of rural roads, including 173 miles of paved roads, 453.3 miles of gravel roads, and 62.2 miles of dirt roads. The construction and maintenance of at least 89 turbines or more on existing leaseholders' lands will dramatically impact county roads. GE turbines currently in use are 375 foot tall as a 37-story or as tall as a 37-story building. Each turbine weighs 250 tons, 500,000 pounds. A turbine this tall requires a huge foundation, 47 feet in diameter with 7-foot depth. The foundation requires 215 cubic yards, 430 tons, or 860,000 pounds of concrete, or roughly 24 truckloads of cement for each turbine. Each turbine blade is 112 feet long, a huge traffic transportation problem, inconvenient, impact, and weighs over 14,000 pounds or 7 tons. Each turbine required 42,000 pounds of metal rebar. Also factor in turbine blades fail and need to be replaced. So factor in continual wear and tear and degradation of roads, which you are mandated to maintain to safely transport Dickinson County residents, goods, and services. Will rural county roads, budgets, and culverts handle that weight? How much will it cost the county to repair or replace bridges? I believe the proposed RedRock project turbines are over 500 feet tall, so exponentially increase. If the county's share of taxes paid on the existing 147 wind turbines levy was $682,038.43. Will that cover the cost of more than one county bridge? The amount of money won't go far. The bridge or the road repairs most certainly won't do much for school funding and definitely won't do anything for school or property tax reduction. And by the way, we were sold a bill of goods that existing wind farms in the county were supposed to reduce our taxes. In case you are not aware, the proposed property tax statement I received for my property increased again after increasing from $15,658 to $19,624. And that is on top of income taxes, which increased and inflation increases resulting from the Inflation Reduction Act, which subsidizes wind farm developments like RedRock and Energy, who make billions of dollars from their enterprise while benefiting from PTC and ITC tax credits. RedRock project information page states road and land use agreements have been proposed by Invenergy that ensure county roads and infrastructure will be well maintained prior to their use and ongoing maintenance activities. What is the agreement? Will it cover all costs of repairs and maintenance of all impacted county roads or just the lanes, roads, or leaseholders' land? Do you have a copy of the agreement? Have you had the county attorney review it? If the answer to any of these questions is no, then you must reject the RedRock project. The RedRock info site also states that they will act with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with robust pre-construction wildlife and habitat surveys. At the October 2024 county meeting, their biologist stated they monitored wildlife on one day of the 365 calendar year. It was not state if the monitored day occurred during seasonal migration or other sensitive times of the year. I believe their conclusion of a one-day robust survey was no impact, which is not true because each turbine is capable of killing one threatened or endangered bird or bat, which is considered a take, which is either not permitted or requires mitigation. RedRock claims it will monitor their wind farm, and if a turbine is found to be a problem, it may shut down or remove the turbine. We all know a $4 million wind turbine is not going to shut down or moved, and if it actually happened, what would be the legal ramification for the landowner lease agreement? Another misleading selling point presented by wind farm is job creation. It was stated the 29 Flying Cloud wind farm turbines by Lake Park will create lots of jobs. Supposedly the project involved 114 construction jobs, probably all workers from other states brought in by the company, lived here temporarily and moved on after construction when completed. It was stated only 4 employees are needed for ongoing maintenance and monitoring activities. I would like to remind you of other information presented by RedRock at the October 24 meeting. It was stated shadow flicker does not affect those suffering from epilepsy, nor does the sound from the blades cause harm or discomfort. Therefore, they reached the conclusion of no impact. If this is true, then why do they require a maximum exposure limit of 80 hours? Another crucial decision-making factor is future decommissioning of wind turbine sites. The general lifespan of wind turbines is considered to be 10 to 15 years. Has RedRock provided Dickinson County with specific details, agreements stating what will be done with materials, metal, wiring, oil lubrication, tanks, gearboxes, fiberglass blades, concrete? Will all 215 or more cubic yards of concrete be excavated and hauled away? Or will concrete only be removed to a depth of 2 to 3 feet? If only partial removal of concrete is done, it will not be possible to use the site for future development of roads or homes buildings. Will all turbine materials, including blades, be removed from the county and be disposed of elsewhere? Remember, you are talking about thousands of tons of materials and more wear and tear on roads and transportation facilities. Who will bear the cost, especially if the wind farm company goes bankrupt? It has been suggested that somehow the county could hold bonds or escrow funds and trust to cover the turbine removal and site restoration costs. Seems very risky with rising inflation costs and devaluation of the dollar. Sounds like the county and landowners should bear economical costs in the future, and there would be acres of what's once fertile, rich, highly productive prime farmland incapable of use or development. Therefore, once again, you, the Board of Adjustment, must reject the RedRock project. Please focus on the April 10th, 2025, when the Ending Intermittent Energy Subsidies Act bill was introduced in Congress, and that if passed will drastically impact the future of wind farms by phasing out PTC and ITC lucrative subsidies by 20% per year for the next 5 years, and eliminates transferability of tax credit to third-party vendors. I believe wind energy production in Dickinson County is sold to third-party vendors in Minnesota, so this could be a big financial setback for RedRock. So what does that mean? Factoring inflation, electric bill could increase 2026 by 7% for residential customers and as much as 10% for small businesses. Small businesses, including marinas, outfitters, quick shops, restaurants, and hotels in our area brought in over 2 million tourism tax dollars in 2023, which far surpasses the paltry $382,038.43 the county received from the wind turbine levy rate. I implore you to keep in mind your moral obligation to Dickinson County residents, which is to recognize the economic development of Dickinson County and maintain a cohesive focal point of the Iowa Great Lakes region. And this will only be possible if you reject the RedRock Wind project, which has been based on simulations, models, and comparisons to Canada, which is nothing like Dickinson County. Do not burden county residents with more taxation, disrupted transportation, deteriorated roads, reduce economic opportunities, deny the possibility of future housing, road building, and commercial developments in the area, because the presence of wind turbines and zoning regulations will forever prevent and halt future opportunities. Do not be the assessment board members remembered and cursed for making the irreversible, life-changing future development halting, negative economic impact affecting environmental and wildlife, impacting ag growing quality and efficient operation, impacting road, damaging, tax burdening Iowa Great Lakes region and economy, impacting decision of approving RedRock project and other future wind farm developments. Dickinson County has more than its fair share of wind turbines. Other counties can and should share in the burden of those behemoth turbines. If Iowa is so gung-ho on promoting wind energy that cannot be stored, requires additional expansion of transmission lines and related facility development, and have done nothing to improve quality of life, reduce taxes, reduce electricity costs, produce permanent jobs, or enhance and expand economic and development opportunities. Ask yourselves why only a handful of Iowa counties are approving and allowing wind farm development. My guess is their planning decision makers understand wind farms make wind farm companies billions of dollars, and a minuscule amount for those dollars are ever put back into the communities burdened with wind turbines. Their people do not live in or contribute to the communities they exist to generate electricity to be sold to markets, providing electricity to other states and consumers on the grid. They do not want harmful consequences caused by the presence of wind farms. They understand their duty to support their zoning regulations and county development and land use plans to maximize the safety and welfare of their residents. They serve the will of the people and not a handful of zealous environmentalists who want to development of a feel-good technology still woefully inadequate to provide so-called CO2 emission reductions at the expense of communities of technology. Perform your duties and obligations to the citizens and taxpayers of Dickinson County. Deny the RedRock Wind project and all future wind farm development. Respectfully submitted, Wendy Clark, owner and taxpayer of land 2411 Lakeshore Drive. All right. To the members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, as a longtime Iowan, former Iowa Utilities Board member, and former state legislator, the success and prosperity of our state is important to me. By tapping into renewable energy sources like wind, Iowa draws incredible investment opportunities for state and local communities. As a whole, Iowa has seen impressive $29 billion in annual capital investments from clean energy to date. Those investments are what power Iowa's small towns through job creation and tax revenue. The RedRock Wind Energy Center is anticipated to generate more than $240 billion in local tax revenue and lease payments over the life of the project. These funds will bolster the local budget, allowing for needed community improvements. There are numerous examples out there of counties that have flourished as a result of tax revenue from wind farms. They have renovated main streets, paved county roads, and repaired aged bridges, supplemented local schools, and supported the brave men and women who protect our communities. Wind energy has been safely operating and powering in our state for nearly 30 years. We're no stranger to its benefits. In fact, the renewable energy industry has pushed our state into a new era of national leadership. It is my hope that Dickinson County community can experience upward growth and that you realize you can do so by harnessing all that wind energy has to offer. I urge you to approve RedRock Wind. Thank you for your consideration. Libby Jacobs. Gail Lowenberg, we are much opposed to them. Gail and Tony Lowenberg. Megan, I cannot attend the hearing tonight, but I'm opposed to the wind power project. We have plenty of wind towers in the area, more than enough. I'm all for clean energy, but the wind blows everywhere. Please put me on record in opposition to the project. Carol DeShepherd. We are residents of Milford and very much against the proposed additional wind turbine for Dickinson County. They are an eyesore to who all live around them and those passing by. They financially only benefit those landowners that are allowing them on their properties and the energy company pushing them. Until there is also a viable method of recycling them at the end of life, including all the blades that are already in storage awaiting disposal throughout the country, there certainly should not be additional turbines added in the Dickinson County. Please note our opposition at your upcoming meeting here today. Thank you, Richard and Joyce Hildebrand. My husband and I are unable to attend the evening's public hearing. Please consider us against the wind tower proposal. We find any benefits the towers will provide do not stack up against the cons of having these placed in Dickinson County. Thank you for listening and for your service. Diane Reinhardt. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. My name is Pat Hamilton and I am the superintendent of the Mason City Community School District. I am writing to express my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center and share with you how wind energy has positively impacted my community. As the renewable energy industry goes, so will its workforce. Currently, the top 2 fastest growing careers in the United States are wind turbine service technicians and solar photovoltaic installers. The opportunity for job creation is now, and the future lies in expanding these careers. These new pathways to green energy programs starting at Mason High School in the 2025-2026 school year will be instrumental in making this happen. The Pathways to Green Energy program is a significant step forward in preparing students for wind, solar, battery storage, and biofuel careers. The program equips students with essential safety skills and industry knowledge to give them a leg up on graduating high school. Seniors explore career options with the growing renewable energy sector and apply that knowledge through work-based learning experiences. This initiative favorably positions students in an ever-changing job market while positively contributing to our local economy. Clean power projects employ nearly 6,000 Iowans and continue investing in the state. As more projects seek to build, more opportunities are available to Iowa's largest generation of skilled workers. Clean energy projects prevent brain drain by allowing students to stay in North Iowa and find good-paying jobs. Clean energy is on the rise, and programs encouraging these high-demand careers will help our students get a head start in good-paying jobs in North Iowa. As a superintendent of Mason City Community School District, I'm excited about the opportunities Mason City High School students will have in the 2025-2026 school year to take the first step towards pursuing green energy careers. This program will positively impact them and the Northern Iowa region. It's my hope that the success we've seen with wind energy in Mason City can be seen in communities across Iowa. I encourage you to vote yes on the project to give students more opportunities to work in Iowa. Thank you, Pat Hamilton, Superintendent, Mason City School District. Megan, I am reaching out to you on behalf of my mother, Judy Mertens, whom does not have access to email. She would like to express her opposition to the wind development project. You can reach her at her phone number if you have any questions. She's unable to attend the meeting. Thank you, Sonia Ham. My name is Jason Goodwin, and I am writing you from Northern National Natural Gas Company in response to a letter we received from your office regarding the proposed RedRock Wind project. Northern is not opposed to the project moving forward. However, we are writing to ensure that the county and the wind developers are aware that Northern operates a network of high-pressure natural gas transmission pipelines within the footprint of the wind project, as stated in the letter provided by the county. We are also wanting to make the county and wind developers aware that we desire that the design of the new wind facility adequately considers Northern's existing pipeline network as a project is designed and permitted. Specifically, we want to ensure that all wind turbines are placed at an acceptably safe distance from our pipelines. Generally, we will want a horizontal offset from our pipelines, which is 1.2 times the tip height from the tower and rotators. We will want to ensure that all electrical collector lines and transmission lines associated with the project and which are located near Northern's pipelines are constructed in accordance with Northern standards for minimizing electrical interference with our system. Lastly, we will be desire that all new access roads and right-of-way associated with this project and which are in close proximity to Northern's facilities be constructed in accordance with Northern safety standards. Again, we do not oppose the RedRock project moving forward. We simply want to ensure that Northern's facilities are taken into account during the design phase of the project. We feel that the best way to accomplish this is to ensure that there are open lines of communication between Northern, the county, and the wind developer. I have attached a map of Northern's pipeline facilities for your reference. Please let me know if you have any questions or need anything further from Northern on this. Feel free to reach out at my contact information below. Thank you. Jason Goodwin, Northern Natural Gas. Dickinson County Zoning Board, I have attached the President of the United States Executive Order relating to wind energy. In section 2, it states Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Energy, Administration of the Environmental Protection Agency shall not issue or renew approvals, right-of-way, permit leases or loans for onshore and offshore upon wildlife, including but not limited to birds and marine mammals. The assessment shall also consider the economic costs associated with intermittent generation of electricity and the effects of subsidies on the viability of the wind industry. I would like to request a zoning meeting on tabling the wind turbine in Dickinson County until the release of the United States assessment that has been started. The main concern is the United States of America assessment will preclude any assessment done by private entities. All federal subsidies could be stopped with wind turbines if assessment shows a negative environmental impact for the amount of intermittent electricity wind turbines produces. My understanding is wind energy is not sustainable without federal subsidies. What is Dickinson County's plan if RedRock goes bankrupt? Dickinson County offered to replace federal subsidies. The cost is over $500,000 to decommission a 600-foot wind turbine. If RedRock loses subsidies and goes bankrupt, is bond money still available? I request Dickinson County attorney and maybe Iowa attorney should be included in these discussions. Thank you, Stephanie Siebert, 60 Hill Drive, Milford. Dickinson County Courthouse. The Board of Adjustment, the Lakes region in northwest corner of Iowa. West corner of Iowa is a very unique area of the United States. The Lakes area is one of the 3 beautiful blue water lakes in the world with exceptional water and quality and color. There are 5 chain lakes with surrounding communities. Since 1856, the lakes area has been a peaceful and beautiful destination to live and vacation. Many tourists come to rest, relax, camp, hunt, swim, boat, and just get out of town. Wind turbines are not peaceful or beautiful with lights flashing and their silhouettes turning in the background. We have a fragile system here in northwest Iowa. The conservation and DNR departments have protected much of the habitat reserves and native landscape. Many migrating birds enhance our area along with abundant wildlife. We currently have 6,475 wind turbines in Iowa. Let's take an approach to limit and stop wind turbines in our priceless northwest Iowa area. Let's continue to keep this area one of the best areas, most unique. Please don't take away the quiet country drive by putting up 67 wind turbines in this wonderful part of the world. Thank you, Deb, Keith and Deb Canucks, 23 of 5 Parkview, Okoboji. Ms. Cardell, I'm writing simply to register her opinion that the approval of additional wind turbines in the area of the Iowa Great Lakes should be flatly denied. I know your office has heard many concerns that have been posted by Dickinson County taxpayers like us asking for the project to be denied. I am simply requesting that our collective voices be such heard that the safe, peaceful, and pleasant surrounding we enjoy be maintained rather than to allow the further selling out of the taxpayer for the benefit of non-local commercial enterprises. The project will create little or no new employment and even adds a more ugly flashing 590-foot tall lights until our vistas resemble the nuance of pinball machines of the 1970s. Dickinson County taxpayers deserve smarter decisions to be made regarding our property values, our pleasant views, and our protection of local wildlife. Please let our decision makers know that this is so not a project that should be cast upon us. Thank you. Bill and Michelle Dowd, 3035 21st Avenue, Fort Dodge. Randy Pritz, 24544 182nd. Reasons why I'm against the energy wind project. Doesn't help Dickinson County near enough. The harm to birds and the opposition from the people should stop this project. Please don't let people that don't live here and don't have to look at the eyesore talk you into something that we have to look at every day. There's more to life than money. Thank you for your time.
Want a little drug called.
I am writing in support of the RedRock Wind Energy Center in Dickinson County. Over here in eastern Iowa, we are proud to have renewable energy as a picture of success. The growth of wind and solar energy makes our community strong and our economy more robust. The solar project in Lane County continues to employ more workers, bringing about activity for local businesses and generate revenue to stimulate the county. Regan Fiber opened up a wind turbine blade recycling facility earlier this year, placing Iowa on the national stage for its innovation and leadership in the industry. The University of Iowa was recently recognized for its sustainability initiatives, earning a gold star from the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. According to the report, 84% of the university's electricity comes from green power, making the University of Iowa a leader among higher education institutions in renewable energy use. Across the state, clean energy makes up roughly 2/3 of energy produced in the state. Recognitions like this are exactly why the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance supports policies that encourage investments, research, and deployment of renewable energy sources. An abundance of energy and smart sustainability practices are critical components to business attraction. Companies seeking to relocate are increasingly looking to find 100% renewable energy sources to power their businesses and attract an innovative workforce. I support this project because I want the Iowa Great Lakes area to see the same success as we have in Cedar Rapids. Thank you for your consideration as you make this important decision. Ron Corbett, VP Economic Development, Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. Ms. Cardell, I'm emailing you to express my concerns about the proposed wind development project in Dickinson County. This will be my 21st season of spending time on Big Spirit Lake. We purchased our home to enjoy the beauty of nature and the quietness of the area, as well as many recreational opportunities. The wind development opportunity threatens the beautiful sunrises by adding huge windmills with long blades churning away. It will destroy the moon rising over and shining on the lake with hundreds of red flashing lights all over the horizon. The value of my property will be negatively affected by this man-made intrusion. Who will want to buy a property that the view is full of tall windmills, flailing, and red lights flashing all night long? This year, the assessed value of my home increased 3%. If this project is allowed to go forward, this would potentially lower the value of over 700 properties around Spirit Lake, as well as diminish the ambience enjoyed by so many. Thomas D. Whitson, 11060 240th Avenue, Spirit Lake. We would like to register our opposition to building more wind turbines in Dickinson County. It would help if our kilowatt rate were reduced from the turbines, but they're not. We've read the letters to the editors spelling out their opposition to the wind turbines, and we think they make very valid arguments. As citizens, we see the wind turbines in O'Brien County. It's just plain ugly. Thank you for serving Dickinson County as county administrator. Thank you sincerely, Terry and Eileen Johnson, 910 4th Street, Milford. I'm a resident of Dickinson County. I do not want 600 wind turbines in our county. We already have enough wind turbines in Dickinson County. The addition of these giant 600 feet wind turbines will harm our beautiful county, decrease our quality of life, and impact property values. Tourism is a main source of revenue in this county. An unsightly turbine and their supporting infrastructure will make this area less attractive to people visiting our area. Once they are built, they are here forever. RedRock Wind Energy cares about one thing: money via tax credits. I see that their full page ad in the shopper was paid for by Invenergy. For the Iowa Secretary of State, Invenergy is a foreign LLC. The registered agent of Invenergy is Galliani Global Incorporated, a foreign business corporation with a home office in New York City. We do not want these wind turbines. Diane Rasmussen. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, my name is Becky Height and I live in Milford, Iowa. I have lived in Milford since 1993. My husband and I have 2 children that went to Okoboji School and then graduated in 2004 and 2006. We have 3 grandchildren and 1 on the way. I fully support the RedRock Energy Project. In my opinion, the project would greatly benefit the area, schools, roads, businesses, and the community. No one should be able to tell someone else what they can or cannot go on their own property that they pay taxes on. Thank you for your time, Becky Height. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, my name is Erin Height. I live in Milford, Iowa. I'd like to tell you that I support the RedRock Wind Energy proposal. I do not own a farm or land that would have one on it. I do not own shares in RedRock. I am a taxpayer, and I know in Dickinson County, particularly in Milford, taxes are very high. This would help keep taxes at the present rate instead of raising up. I'm also a father and grandfather. We need to get away from fossil fuels as much as possible. Wind is one of the best opportunities we have to do this. Also, the surrounding school would benefit from the most from RedRock Energy Center. The job and infrastructure would benefit our county. Thank you for your time. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask you to please reject the RedRock Wind project for Dickinson County as it adversely affects our county. We have lived in our current residence in rural Dickinson County for the past 42 years, and I've lived here the majority of my life. Right now, we see the landscape of our rural area of farmland, trees, blue skies, clouds, and nature. That is why we live in the county. We have wind turbines placed in all directions of our home and be right in the middle of the wind turbines, Lloyd Township, Section 26. If the wind turbines are constructed, we will only see the very large structures, blinking red lights, blades, shadow flicker, and noise from all 4 directions of our home. We have seen eagles that nest several miles away, and nature in our grove and adjacent groves of trees. Don't ruin the beauty of the beautiful county. Vote no. Thank you, John and Brenda, for this. So already. We are opposed to the wind towers in Dickinson County. Jim and Peg Bliss. To the Board of Adjustment, I am writing today to ask you, the Board of Adjustment, to reject the RedRock Wind project as the project adversely affects the residents of Dickinson County, especially the non-participating, by allowing shadow flicker onto private non-participating residents, allowing noise as high as 45 decibels, loss of property values, loss of the use of their property for enjoyment, plus numerous other reasons. Please reject the wind project for the above reasons. Thank you for reading my letter. Don Utah, 2460 290 Terrell, Iowa. Section 20, Lloyd Township, living right in the middle of the project. Megan, this is my email to you as a representative of Dickinson County expressing my opposition to any new wind turbines in our county. I've emailed you my reasoning in the past and my stance has not changed. Thank you, John Heggenbold, Spirit Lake. Our family has been in the lakes area for 4 generations. This will absolutely change the landscape. We are going to sell out and leave should this pass. It's such a shame to see such a beautiful place go to waste. This does not benefit the community in any way. Stacey Hidley. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. My name is Sandy Schunkweiler, and I am writing to express my support for Invenergy's RedRock Energy Center in Dickinson County. Through my work with Wind Test North Iowa, we have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact and immense benefits that wind energy projects bring to local communities and economies. Our organization is committed to advancing the development and deployment of wind energy techniques, and we firmly believe that Invenergy's RedRock Wind Energy Center will significantly contribute to these efforts. RedRock is said to provide great value to the Dickinson County community, including more than $241 million in local tax revenue of the life of the project. 300 megawatt of clean energy, which is enough to power more than 117,000 homes, support up to 300 local community construction jobs, support to 8 full-time maintenance and operations staff. I encourage you to keep these benefits in mind as you consider this important project. Sincerely, Sandy Schoenweiler, Wind Test North Iowa. All right. Barbara Falk. Twice. No, no, no. And no, no, no. All right. I am writing in opposition to the giant wind tower proposal. 1, I'm still upset at the action of our regulatory boards and not letting the people know about this project until after several members had already privately signed on. The project in these counties were not made aware until after the fact. These same board members treated concerned residents with nothing but scorn and disdain at meetings. If this is such a wonderful thing for our county, why wasn't this up for a referendum? My guess is you know the vote and how the vote would have gone. I personally don't want to live in a city of towering skyscraper like windmills. You tout about the tax benefits, but they pay 0 and they go to 30. WTF. Yet you continue to tax the hell out of the private citizen. Where are these companies going to be in 10 to 20 years when these towers are rotting hucks? These towers are so large, they will be seen for miles and miles. You can already see the smaller ones for miles. I live in a rural route Terrell, and I can see the smaller ones west of Milford. We have a wealthy county, currently ranked number 11, with lots of tax money coming in from other counties and states. Maybe we should tighten our belts instead of taxing our residents out of their homes. Our boards are showing no concern for their residents, just greedy rubbing their hands together with money. They'll get with these monstrosities in their fields. 2, I'm concerned about the wildlife. We have bald eagles, swans, hawks, and of course, the huge migration of geese. What will this do to our bird and animals? These windmills should be voted on by the people of this county. You are lying to yourself if you think this won't affect our beautiful lakes area. The towers are ugly and will be an eyesore that everyone sees. There is no way to miss them. I am sincerely disappointed in the actions of our county boards. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You are supposed to be speaking, representing the people of our county. The only conclusion I can reach is you are all a bunch of selfish jerks, and no matter what the people say, you will side with the big company, ignore our concerns as usual. Sincerely, Lori and Mark Grettinger, Terrell, Iowa. Hello, the Iowa Great Lakes area is not complete for the wind turbine development, and the proposed 600 feet towers are not in line with the best interests of Dickinson County. They will lower property values, harm wildlife, negatively impact residents' sleep, and are a blight on our beautiful landscape. The power generated is shipped elsewhere, and the income they generate benefits outside interests. The relatively small amount local landowners receive is not enough to compensate for the negative effects and is unfair to the rest of the population who must live with the consequences of these towers. Please say no to the wind turbine development. Thank you, Don Swanson, Wappington. Please reject the RedRock Wind project. This would be terrible for our community and environment. Wind turbines are a very inefficient way to produce power. Wind turbines pose a danger to wildlife and residents who live near them. Furthermore, when their blades and other components wear out, they're often illegally buried in the ground, producing toxins in our water supply. The community overwhelmingly rejects this project. Only those few who stand to make substantial financial gains approve. There's a no-brainer. Reject, reject, reject. Thanks so much. Brad Lufkin, 1301 Deepwood Avenue, Okochee. Members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, as lead technician for Wind Test North Iowa, I am writing to express my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center here in Dickinson County. As a measurement technician, I perform measurements on prototype wind turbines, which contributes to advancements in turbine technology. Advances in wind energy have made it possible to harness wind energy more effectively, ensuring a steady supply of power. In my experience in the field, I've witnessed firsthand the numerous benefits that new renewable energy projects bring to local communities. This industry has provided me with a fulfilling career, and I am confident that the proposed project will offer similar opportunities to others in the community, particularly graduates from Iowa Lakes Community College. I'm happy to support this important project and encourage you all to do the same. Thank you for your consideration. Jacob Whitcamp, Wind Test North Iowa. There's already been enough wind turbine development in Dickinson County, and the proposed 600-foot towers are far beyond what should be considered. Our property tax assessments have increased far too much, and wind turbine development has not slowed the increase. The electrical power generated is not used locally, and the revenue from the benefits outside interest, the placement of the towers near wetlands is harmful to wildlife, is unsightly, lowers property values, and interrupts people's sleep in the night sky. Please deny the wind turbine development for these and many other reasons. Thank you, Stephen Douglas, Wappington. I'm writing today to ask you to reject the application for the proposed RedRock Wind project. My name is Dixie Butel. My husband and I live at 2460 290th Avenue in Terrell, Iowa, Section 20 of Floyd Township. We have lived on our acreage since 1976. We have been able for the past 49 years to live and enjoy the peace and quiet of country living and raising our 2 sons without any outside interference. We have spoken to non-participating landowners opposed to windmills in sections 2, 6, 8, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 26, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, and 35 of Lloyd Township. This doesn't include those that may be opposed in Milford and Richland Townships. 2 windmills are proposed to be built directly across from our acreage. As non-participating landowner, we should not be subjected to any shadow flicker or noise from the windmill. Please consider all of the participating residents that will be affected forever by your decision. Again, I request that the Board of Adjustment reject the RedRock Wind application. Thank you for your service, Dixie Butel, 2460 290 at 0. Hello, I'm a resident of Okoboji. Wind development will not provide significant revenue to our county, will negatively affect our nightscapes with the hundreds of ugly red lights. We do not want an invasion of 600-foot wind turbines. Jim Boyd, 1114 Gordon Drive, Okoboji. Please reject the RedRock Wind conditional use request for Dickinson County. The neighboring property owners should not have to put up with noise, flickering lights from the windmill blades, and safety is a real issue with the blades falling off for the fall of the wind turbine. The City of Spirit Lakes Board of Adjustment were presented with similar proposal about 10 years ago for a wind turbine within the city limits. The members of the Board of Adjustment turned down the request for a wind turbine in the city limits for the following reasons: noise, annoyance of flickering lights and shadows crossing homeowners' homes, decline of property values, and safety. The members of the Board of Adjustment listened to the neighbors who opposed the conditional use request, as the neighboring property owners would be the most affected. I ask that you listen to the property owners who will be affected by these wind turbines. They will be the most affected. Please reject the conditional use request. Sincerely, Cheryl Paul, 3102 Center Lake Drive, Spirit Lake. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it personally affects the county and its vacation oasis. I come to the Iowa Great Lakes area to visit family and have enjoyed the relaxing natural surroundings of the region. Everything is so close to nature here, and I love the outdoors. I love to be outdoors, taking it all in. What a beautiful area that draws vacationers year-round, including the winter games. I have kept up with the turbine outsider influences trying to move into your area, and what a terrible shame that your nightlight skyline has become a disturbing view of distracting flicker of lights, a reminder of the horrible monstrosities that sits in the fields. Please vote for what is right for the families of Dickinson County and future generations to come. They, their families, and vacationers deserve to enjoy the beauty of your area. Sincerely, Delilah Burkhart, vacationer, Lumbridge, North Carolina. Dear board members, as the Clean Energy Districts of Iowa, the CEDI, Renewable Energy Siting Program Manager, I am encouraging Dickinson County to allow the responsible development of wind farms. The county where I reside, Howard County, has seen tremendous benefits from the development of wind farms, and none of the dire outcomes forecasted by opponents. Renewable energy projects such as RedRock Wind Energy Project will strengthen county infrastructure and local schools. These projects also strengthen the finances of local landowners who choose to allow the development of wind turbines on their property. Considering volatile commodity prices and weather, wind turbines can produce a reliable and steady source of income for farmers. Howard County, where I live, saw its first wind farm in 2008. Today, Mid County has 147 wind turbines with a total capacity of 244 megawatts. The total taxable valuation of the turbines is a little over 15 million. The tax revenue collected this past year from the wind turbines was 2.7 million. This represents 14.5% of the county revenue. Howard County has used tax increment financing, CHIP, which is a public financing method that uses future property tax increase due to the new wind turbine to pay bonds issued to public infrastructure. Since 2010 through 10, Howard County has replaced 300 bridges in addition to those that were replaced under regular annual budget. TIF funds have also helped pay for additional road construction, road equipment, and county conservation park and recreational trail improvements. Howard County has not used TIF on all the wind turbines. Some are taxed under the standard approach, and the funds are available in the general budget. School districts benefit from the higher taxable property value by reducing the general levy rate for taxpayers. Out of 334 school districts in Iowa, Riceville Community School have the third lowest tax rate in the state. Environmental costs of wind turbines are often exaggerated, and the greater costs of fossil fuels or nuclear energy are conveniently ignored. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, wind turbines kill an estimated of 140,000 to 500 birds annually. Some studies have placed the figures as high as 1 million. These are large and significant numbers, but represent a fraction of bird deaths. A few studies will help put this in perspective. The Bureau of Land Management, BLM, estimates that oil fields cause 1 million bird deaths per year. A study of researchers from Oklahoma State University, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Smithsonian estimates 12 to 64 million birds are killed annually by power lines, 8 to 57 million by collision, and 0.9 to 11.6 million by electrocution. Another study on impacting the free-ranging domestic cats on conducted in 2013 estimated bird losses of 1.3 to 4 billion per year, not a typo billion. The National Wildlife Federation is a leading partner in the American Wildlife Institute, which brings together conservation organizations and wind companies to minimize the impacts of wind development on wildlife. The National Wildlife Federation supports responsible wind turbine projects as a tool to reduce carbon pollution and effects on wildlife. Wind turbines have a lower impact on wildlife than coal or natural gas fueled electrical production. Wind projects kill an estimated 0.269 birds per gigawatt hour versus fossil fuels project that kills an estimated 5.18 per gigawatt hour. A frequently cited concern about wind turbines is noise and shadow flicker. Noise varies by wind speeds and blade design, but if you're positioned right in front of the turbine at the level of the hub to the top of the tower, it would measure around 100 decibels. That's the same level as a lawnmower. At ground level in front of the wind turbine, the sound would be around 60 to 80 decibels, which is the sound of traffic in the city. At 900 feet, the sound is 35 to 45 decibels, which is the average ambient noise level in rural areas. Shadow flicker occurs when the sun is low, i.e. sunrise, sunset, winter, and the wind turbine casts a shadow on a nearby home or building. The position of the building in relation to the wind turbines determines if and how much a site is affected. Locating turbines away from human dwellings and establishing a setback distance that are primary mitigation strategies for noise and flicker. The Iowa Environmental Council recommends a setback of 2.1 times the height of the wind turbine's maximum blade tip, approximately 1,000 to 1,250 feet for residential dwellings, and a setback of 1.1 times the maximum height, approximately 600 feet from property lines and public rights of way. In conclusion, the responsible development of renewable energy projects will provide more tax revenue to fund public infrastructure projects and reduce school tax levies, divide farm income, and keep more energy dollars in Dickinson County to be spent locally and benefit county businesses. Sincerely, Paul Lovell, Program Manager for Renewable Energy Siting, Clean Energy Districts of Iowa, Decorah. Please consider this a letter from a concerned citizen of the Iowa Great Lakes at the upcoming Board of Adjustments meeting. I feel the wind energy project would be a detriment to our beautiful landscape of the Iowa Great Lakes. Thank you, Tony Almquist. Yeah. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and our beautiful Iowa Great Lakes region. Yesterday, Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, I stood on the steps of the Iowa State Capitol and took the attached photo of Des Moines skyline. The tallest building you see is 801 Grand. The proposed wind turbines would just be 40 feet less than this building. I cannot imagine 67 wind turbines of this height scattered across Des Moines metro area. And I cannot imagine how awful 67 wind turbines scattered across Dickinson County would be. Large turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Just this weekend, I was enjoying watching the pelicans fly across the lake. I cannot imagine a flock of them trying to navigate through the wind turbines as they migrate. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. There is currently no good way to recycle the blades when they are beyond their usable life. Please consider these impacts when making your decisions. Sincerely, Suzette Gone Away, 24704 182nd Street, Spirit Lake. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I am writing to you as a concerned 20-year resident of Dickinson County to express my opposition to the proposed wind turbine development in our area. While I appreciate the interest in renewable energy and the potential benefits it brings, I believe the negative impacts of this project greatly outweigh any advantages. The construction and operation of wind turbines can lead to significantly disruptions in our local communities, including noise pollution, environmental concerns, and potential harm to wildlife. There's also concerns regarding the aesthetic impact on our beautiful landscapes, impacts tourism, and the effect on our communities for residents in the county. Moreover, it is essential to consider the specific needs and desires of all of our community versus the few handful of people who will benefit directly from allowing these turbines on their land. Most residents feel that wind energy does not align with our vision for sustainable development and will damage the character of Dickinson County for the next 30 years or more. I urge the board to carefully consider these factors and prioritize the well-being of our community as you evaluate this proposal. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Sincerely, Mark Nickum, Spirit Lake. Dear members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, on behalf of Chambers for Innovation and Clean Energy, CE, I am writing to underscore the significant economic benefits the RedRock Wind Energy Center presents to Dickinson County and the state of Iowa. CICE is a national network of chambers of commerce and economic development organizers. And I apologize, Kelsey's letter was read yesterday. That was a duplicate. If you want to double check that, then yeah, it was read yesterday. Being a lifelong resident of Dickinson County until 7 years ago, I'm writing to let you know that I am in support of the RedRock Wind project. This project will bring a great amount of financial benefit to both the landowner in the form of land rent and to Dickinson County in tax revenue. I believe in individual land rights and feel that each landowner should have the ability to do whatever they want to do with their land. Finally, this is a renewable energy project that is needed to meet the growing demand for electricity. Thank you for what you do in our county. I urge you to approve this project for the people of Dickinson County. Dick Long, 321 East 19th Spencer. Is that correct? Yeah. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed wind turbine development in Dickinson County. As a resident and supporter of our local tourism economy, I am particularly concerned about the negative implications this project may have on our community's appeal and property values. Dickinson County is known for its stunning landscapes, lakes, and outdoor recreational activities that attract tourists year-round. The introduction of wind turbines could jeopardize our picturesque scenery, ultimately deterring visitors and harming local businesses that rely heavily on tourism. According to a study by the American Farm Bureau Federation, property values near wind farms can decrease by 10 to 30%, adversely affecting residents' investments in their homes and properties. Furthermore, wind turbines are often promoted as long-term energy solution. Their average operational lifespan is only 20 to 25 years. After this period, the challenge of decommissioning becomes critical. Currently, there is no effective standardized solution for disposing of obsolete turbines, many of which consist of materials that are difficult to recycle. Raises significant environmental concerns and potentially burdens local communities with costs associated with their removal and proper disposal. Given these factors, I urge the Board of Adjustment to consider the long-term consequences of wind turbine development on both our tourism economy and property values. It's vital to prioritize the preservation of our community and its unique charm. Thank you for your attention to the significant issue. Sincerely, Monica Nickel. Many valid points have been aired regarding the absurdity of moving forward with the inefficient RedRock project. I will not repeat them here. Please consider the future of our area. Years from now, after the turbines are obsolete and depreciated, RedRock will be long gone from here and we will be strapped with the eyesores and liabilities. Please think and reject the project. Thank you, Hans and Bernice. Dickinson, 102 19th Street, Spirit Lake. Dear Zoning Administrator and Board of Adjustment members, I'm writing in support of the RedRock Wind Projects LLC application for a conditional use permit, which has been submitted to the Board of Adjustment. Serving as the Worth County Supervisor and also state double check on that one too. My name is Kristen Ross and I live in Eastern Dickinson County and I support RedRock Wind Energy. Not only do I support the project, this project is my dream. When I met with other landowners in this area almost 2 decades ago, when I had small children and discussed the possibility of having wind energy conversion system on our farms, I was so impressed by the group of Dickinson and Emmett County landowners who care about the environment, reducing air pollution, helping farmers have an income source to reinvest into their farms and community. We would help out our local schools and our community, invest in the future members of this community. This was a wonderful community effort, bringing farmers together for the environment in our county. Was this easy? No, it was a lot of work. Many people have dedicated years of their life to this project because they cared about something bigger than themselves. They cared about their neighbors, the wildlife, environment, the county, and future generations. This is a beautiful thing to see. What is not a beautiful thing to see is a group of people calling themselves Dickinson County concerned citizens that have been lying and misleading the citizens of Dickinson County with their flyers and newspaper articles on their social media. Why are they spreading false statements like we are a foreign energy company? No, we are local people. We have the 4-H leaders, the Sunday school teachers, the cleanup volunteers, the area blood donors. How many letters are you reading because of these people were lied to? They like to show pictures of wind turbines on docks, on how many people from Spirit Lake have driven down my gravel road by my farm. It is nowhere near the lakes region. If we want to protect, preserve, and defend the lakes region, We would be in favor of RedRock Wind energy conversion systems for our farms. This is a clean, renewable energy source, and everyone in this room is using electricity. Why don't we all care how it's made? Air pollution affects more than half of all Americans, and it's getting worse. The increases in oxidative stress on our fellow Americans, which leads to heart attacks and the detrimental health of our county. So why is the DC3 lying and misleading the citizens of Dickinson County? Because they need to create a mob atmosphere to bully, threaten, and intimidate. Good people came together with good idea almost 2 decades ago to help the environment, the farmers, the schools, and the county. They put on a lot of hard work and energy to follow all the rules and work within the ordinance of this county to build a wonderful wind project. Please do not let a group of bullies that need to lie by using misleading information, shock tactics, and unfounded studies to grow their mob against a wonderful community effort that is my dream and will indeed help the environment, the wildlife, and the farmers of the children. When living in California and several states that have allowed wind turbines, I have learned several things. 1, I've yet to see my electric bill decline. 2, I've yet to see my property taxes decline. 3, I've yet to see county taxes decline. 4, I've yet to see city taxes decline. 5, I've yet to see school taxes decline. However, I've seen the beautiful countryside become commercialized with turbines and take away the beauty of both farmland and countryside. Only RedRock counties and cities will reap the benefits and in return still raise taxes. I'm against allowing wind turbines in Dickinson County, especially in Newell, 609 Blue Heron Road, Arnold's Park. Hello, Megan, we are not able to attend the public meeting about wind turbines. This is our written letter of opposition. We do not want them in our area. Our address is 1623 140th Street, Lake Park. Thanks, Jennifer L. Otto. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Melanie and Tim Campbell, 16-106 255. I'm asking you to reject the current RedRock Wind project. I am a current landowner in Milford Township and was born and raised on a farm in Section 22. I have several questions regarding the project I feel I need to be answered prior to committing the lakes area to this wind turbine project. Yes, I have the current wind lease agreement written by RedRock to the landowners who signed on to the project, and these questions are not answered. RedRock has stated that decommissioned wind turbines will be dealt with, but what is the actual plan? Currently, most turbine blades are incinerated or taken to landfills, and serious issues have arisen in the South Island. Please see article reference executives fight lawsuit over junked wind turbine blades. What is the company's written plan to remove any damaged or decommissioned turbines that are unable to be repaired? The landowners have not been given a plan as far as removal or repair. I am formally requesting to be provided these plans with the recycling facilities that should be used for any decommissioned parts. With current flooding issues in mind, will the large base construction of the turbines cause any additional water damage issues due to the large underground bases? The lakes area should be concerned for all groundwater implications. Has the watershed, DNR, soil quality, and other agencies proven that these machines, which require around 80 gallons of oil per unit to operate turbines yearly, will not adversely damage their impacts? Can we, the people, be provided with the impacts from third-party sources not hired by wind project? Also, wildlife studies. Road conditions after all this incredibly heavy equipment being hauled in should also be a concern for the residents who live out in these gravel roads. But this is a county concern and not a main issue of mine. I am formally requesting these reports, watershed impact reports, DNR impact reports, and wildlife and soil quality studies conducted at existing turbine sites prior and post turbine installation. RedRock project has signed with many farmers for a 40-year lease upon completion of the project and commercial operation of the turbines, but the lease states that 2 additional 10-year periods may be added to the lease at any time. The next 60 years, once completed, they all have the right to the land and air and space. This is something that the lakes area residents know. With the continued growth of the lakes area in the next 60 years, more housing will be added. and thus will continue to value the land and create development issues. Have these impacts been discussed? Many farmers who have signed on to these projects will not be around to see these things completed and just want to pay out that come to signing onto the project. Without thinking of the lakes area future needs, please consider these questions when making your decision, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for your consideration. Holly Geppert.
Megan, it's been, since our last recess, I don't have to take a note. You're doing it in a couple minutes.
I can't. I know. I don't think. I think it's. I was. Especially. Microphone. Yes, quite a ways to go.
About 1,900 feet.
Go to zero. Go to zero.
Yep. I'm on the list. Well, it should be a vote, yeah, we agree, but it's just how the law is right now.
Yeah. Yes.
There's three. That's fine, I'll grab it.
You know.
I don't know. A little bit better, so.
This is really
That's a lawsuit, you know. I'm on the list. You got it stacked out. If I can't, somebody else read it. See you, Doc.
Hey, Greg. Good thing you made a deal.
So maybe let me know where they're.
Because you're eating.
Let me know. No way I could give you this.
She just told that her gentleman. One thing after, get a lot of.
So you think you're talking.
I didn't know your presence behind me.
How are you doing?
No, no. Good. I really hope. Just for you.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes, yeah.
Listen to every part.
Keep your head above water.
But we're not. And tonight is that assessment.
There's a lot.
We got a 3 different letters.
Yeah, you're gonna, you guys are doing a good job. PA system.
I have 5 in email.
The whole thing and everything. Realizing, yes. Earlier, before it's all started.
Chatting with patients.
For a while. Need a pot of coffee.
I think part of it is all.
Yeah, so you can get one,
Everybody.
Yeah.
Listen.
That's
Excuse me. All right, good second.
Yeah, it really sounded better upstairs.
We'll be starting in.
I was joking the other day. I know that's because I got across the street, we got. Bang, that thing is loud.
Good, you are starting.
You know, I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
He is.
As long as it's the letters are.
Think she just. You're off.
How long did you on for it?
I don't know what it is, I'm just saying.
Okay, good to go. Yeah.
Is there any other career I'm gonna be doing?
I did not sort. Yeah.
Let's get the motion on the vote. Sorry.
Hey, we're gonna. Please take your seats.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
Your Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and saddle flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agricultural. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Harry and Marcia Lundberg, 1666-255th. Dear Board of Adjustments, be urged to deny Jim Energy RedRock's application for a 20-acre laydown yard across the narrow gravel road. Will you triple check on that one too? That one's.
Some people did write the letters, that's that, but I'll check on this one, so.
I am totally opposed to putting up wind turbines that would be seen from Westlake Okoboji. Sincerely, Sherry Brill. To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, on April 16, 2025, the U.S. Secretary of Interior Doug Berkman stated with an interview with Maria Barnes-Brummel, wind energy not only is disabling our grid and is not about providing reliable, affordable energy, it's about harvesting tax credits. These are the same concerns that have been voiced by many citizens and visitors of Dickinson County over the past several years before this board and in front of the Board of Supervisors and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Secretary Bergman further stated that wind energy is intermittent and unreliable. In a reality of those skeptical wind projects have been saying for a long time. These statements reinforce what residents and visitors to the county have here consistently said. Wind energy projects pose real risks to grid stability and local well-being while being driven more by financial incentives than by public benefit. With these facts in mind, in light of the overwhelming opposition from Dickinson County residents, I urge you to reject the RedRock Wind project. It is not in the best interest of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Alice Shepard. Steve Milton, 1410 8th Street, Milford, Iowa. Reasons why I'm against the Energy Wind project. These turbines are destructive to Dickinson County. This would be a visual blight on our beautiful county, and they would be boneyards in the sky for future generations. These turbines leak oil in the ground. Earthworms leave the area due to vibrations from the turbines. It could also affect crop spraying, reducing yields significantly for the farmer. The roads and bridges would suffer significant damage from the heavy equipment used for industrial wind factory. This land is zoned agricultural use and not a wind factory. Please deny the RedRock Wind project. Steve Milton. I have been watching this evolve from Montana, but do have a stake in the outcome. I was born and raised in Spencer, Iowa. My grandparents had a cottage on Pocahontas Point. Our parents had a cottage on Jones Beach, and we grew up on the lake. My brother and his wife own a year-round home in Okoboji. My remaining sister and I meet back there as often as we can. I will admit it is never often enough. So I'm sure the effects that all the wind turbines have on people, domestic animals, livestock, wildlife, and birds and bats will be discussed at this meeting. I am also sure that everyone in the room knows that without the huge amount of fossil fuels involved in making these and keeping these behemoths running, there would be no turbines. Keeping the world green factor goes out the window if you believe that wind turbines are green clean. My main concern is that in less than a decade, who is going to clean up the toxic mess of fiberglass shards from the blades that will cover every square foot of grazing or farmland? Who will pay for the restoration of the land that a 600-foot turbine stood on and is no longer working? A Google search says that under each turbine is 600 to 1,000 tons of concrete. We have 120 to 180 tons of rebar in that concrete. If you do a quick research on the internet, the companies that are in the initial startup plan are there for government subsidies. Then another company or two will buy it and milk the project, and then a bankruptcy could be the end result. Who will have to live with the fiberglass shards, concrete, and rebar, and the 80 gallons of oil leaking out of each turbine? Possibly the farmer and his neighbors, not the energy companies that made all of the money on the initial installation. Since the blades never decompose into usable material, they are basically buried whole or cut in half in the wind turbine graveyards. There could be a pit next to your land in Lake Mills, Iowa, Casper, Wyoming, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, or Sweetwater, Texas. This information comes from Bloomberg. The land will never be usable for family housing, shopping centers, or playgrounds. It will be labeled toxic. No wells will ever be able to be drilled anywhere near these graveyards. There is no more land to be made. I've commented on this topic on Facebook, and hopefully the word has gotten out that the citizens of Dickinson County just might get overrun with more wind turbines that paying you nothing. Not only are they a blight on the skyline, but add 60 plus 600 foot of ugly and harmful wind turbines to a blissful location in northwest Iowa, and you just might see some businesses losing money and going out of business. I do hope that the people that will be most affected are allowed the whole truth. Next time I visit the lakes, I would hope the skyline is as beautiful as it is when I was growing up. The existing wind turbines are already ugly, and I know that my wish will never be granted. It is already too late for that. Save what you can. Please vote against more of these. Thank you for your time. Jill Oren. Throughout the years, we have seen the wind turbines going up in Iowa farmland and close to towns. They're always first on the skyline towards the end of our long drive. They are never a welcome sight, but part of progress, I imagine. I've been in Montana over 50 years and I've seen them encroaching on our beautiful land also. We were told they would last 25 years or more and would bring us a better power grid. Both of those statements are not truthful. Different parts of the turbine, especially the generator blades and the gearboxes, have to be replaced just after a few years of being up. Counting on wind to service millions of people on the power grid is an illusion right now. We were never told that people near them could have adverse health effects, such as ringing in ears, headaches, lacks of concentration, vertigo, and sleep disruption. The death of birds and bats has been readily documented. Wildlife had changed century-old migration patterns because of these turbines. Without fossil fuel, wind turbines would not be made, nor could they work. My name is Lou Ann Langle, and my family are current landowners that is included in the proposed RedRock Wind project, including 67 wind energy conversion systems. I am writing to let you know that I strongly oppose the construction of this project. This is our family farm that we have for many years. Truly enjoy the beauty of the land, the peace and the quiet of the country, and the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets. My husband, Rod Langle, grew up on this farm. Now our children and grandchildren enjoy the beauty and peacefulness of our farm. I do not want our daytime view obstructed with big white wind turbines. I do not want nighttime view polluted with the flashing lights on top of the wind turbines. I do not want to hear the swooshing noise of the blades every day and every night. I strongly oppose the construction of this project. The Iowa Great Lakes countryside is so beautiful to see, experience, and share with family and friends when you take a drive down the county roads. We as landowners are truly gifted. Construction of 67 wind energy conversion systems would pollute the beauty of this part of the Dickinson County forever and for all generations to come. I strongly oppose the construction of this project on the following properties described as sections 1, 12 through 16, 20 through 29, 32 through 36, Milford Township, sections 1 through 36, Floyd Township, and sections 21, 22, 26 through 29, 31 through 36, Richland Township, County, and the Agricultural District. Respectfully yours, Lou Ann Langle. RedRock says that 200 people in Dickinson County favor wind turbines by lease. 200 people. Just for perspective, the two incumbent supervisors who lost their bids for re-election in November lost by 2,279 votes. Considering that 3,899 votes were cast, the people, 71% of constituents, do not want these large industrial wind turbines in Dickinson County. That is just in 2 of the 5 districts. Please reject RedRock's application because it is wrong fit for Dickinson County. Scott Shipper, 22875 110th Street, Parkersburg. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am writing in support of the proposed wind energy project in Dickinson County. In 2004, Iowa Lakes Community College was the first of the nation to offer a wind energy and turbine technology associates and applied science degree, utilizing a working turbine as training laboratory. From there, we developed the Sustainable Energy Resource and Technologies family of degrees, certifications, and diplomas that today produce graduates who support a strong renewable energy workforce for Iowa and the nation. Upon graduating from Iowa Lakes, many students joined Iowa's Sustainable Energy Workforce, over 10,000 strong. It's imperative that we support individuals pursuing the wind energy career path and retain them in our communities. According to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, wind energy technicians are one of the fastest growing careers in the United States, earning a median starting income of $58,000. With traveling technicians earning much more, our degree positions them to earn leadership positions faster, boosting their career energy earning potential. Iowa's rural communities have experienced population declines as young people seek professional opportunities elsewhere. Embracing renewable energy helps solve the problem that recruiting students and retaining families, many of whom have found the states who enjoy Iowa's high quality of life. With Iowa Lake's presence in the Iowa Great Lakes area and projects in the pipeline for students to work on, students can earn a premier education leading to outstanding careers right here in Dickinson County. We are proud that Iowa Lakes produces leaders for renewable energy industry. Without programs like this one at Iowa Lakes, Iowa would not have earned a spot in the top of the leaderboard for renewable energy generation. On behalf of Iowa Lakes Community College, we urge you to support this effort, securing a bright future for generations of Iowans. Thank you for your consideration as Dickinson County is poised to have a positive impact on harvesting clean and reliable wind energy, adding to Dickinson County's prosperity portfolio. Scott Stokes, President, Iowa Lakes Community College. I oppose the project for many reasons. One of the significant reasons for me is that an unelected volunteer board should not be able to change the landscape of 70 square miles of our county. The Board of Adjustments was meant to make conditional use decisions on a parcel or two, not change the makeup of a major portion of our county. I am opposed to turning nearly 20% of our county into an industrial complex. I do not look at farmer installing a turbine for private use, but these vast complexes are too much. Sincerely, Wanda Hart, 99 Woodland Drive, Milford. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects Dickinson County. My family and I have enjoyed living a peaceful life in rural Dickinson County for 30 years. We love to bird watch and listen to songbirds. Summer evenings are spent around a campfire looking at the star-filled sky with an occasional owl joining us. Life as we know it will be over if you allow this proposed industrial wind park. We will no longer be out looking for constellations. The flashing red lights will be polluting our night sky. The sound of the birds will be drowned out by the 40 dBA spinning blades 1,600 feet from our property. The property we bought, developed, and have paid 100% taxes on. My family and I love Dickinson County and have always been proud to call it home. Don't let a big out-of-state corporation who doesn't care about the residents of the area destroy our peaceful way of life. Jerry Lee on a wagon, 2568 260th, Milford. Hello, my wife and I live in Okoboji and are highly distressed by the proposed project. For those of us who live, invest, and pay taxes here, this is not a project benefiting or beneficial to the area. We are concerned about many aspects and ask that you represent us in stopping this discussion. Best Anthony Gardner and Teresa May, 5313 Lakeshore Drive, Okoboji. I am writing to express my disapproval of the RedRock Wind project. Besides being very unsightly, they are noisy, annoying as far as light flicker, harmful to birds and humans, and require government subsidizing. Please save our beautiful lakes area. Sincerely, Mary Jo Jorgensen, 805 K Avenue, Milford. Okay. This letter is written in support of Dickinson County community members regarding wind turbine proposal currently being discussed. My name is Holly Schuler. My family and I own a row crop and cow calf operation in Story County, Iowa. We have lived and worked within a quarter mile of about 1,400 feet to the nearest turbine since 2009. Within that time period, we have dealt with several nuances. The most impactful was the turbine malfunction that led to a fire in the fall of 2018. The financial cost of reforming operation after the fire was significant, several thousands of dollars. The blades are comprised of fiberglass and the material burns and blows very easily. Our acreage was covered in blade debris, some still on fire when it landed in our trees, buildings, roofs, catalogs covering our silage pit. Our silage was unable to be salvaged and had to use alternative feed sources that winter. Sourcing those feedstuffs was both expensive and difficult on short notice. After the fire, we thought it best that we tear down the pit down and relocate it to another farm away from the turbines. All of these changes cost time and money. I reached out to the turbine company and their insurance company, fought with them for months. We had to hire our own attorney and obtain professional expenses from the university to substantiate our losses. The turbine company continued to drag their feet, eventually avoiding me altogether. In the spring of 2019, the turbine company was coming around door to door with flicker contracts. They had plans to repower the entire wind farm. In order to get this done, they needed full agreement from the land and homeowners within a certain distance of the turbines. I believe wholeheartedly the only reason we were able to resolve the fire insurance claim was because I made it a barrier to the success of the repower plan. Finally, aside from the fire event, at a quarter-mile distance, we deal with both noise and flicker disturbances from the turbines. Fog and humidity both bringing ongoing issue. The air is heavy, you can hear every turn. Now imagine 15 turbines turning in synchrony. It makes it tough to enjoy your front porch in the summer. The flicker is its worst in the winter. Our nearest row of turbine is to the south. I would assume your proximity and direction of the turbine could make the impacts of flicker better or worse. These companies are too big, they don't share Iowa community values, and they don't understand the kind of agricultural operation. It's too late for Story County. Preserve your county's beauty at all costs. Sincerely, Holly Schuler. Good evening, members of the Board of Adjustment. My family has owned land in Milford for generations, and I believe RedRock Wind project is an investment that will continue to pay dividends for years to come. The farmer with tariffs and the rising expenses, having lease payments as additional revenue can help provide financial stability to my family. The investment in our local economy during both the construction phase and ongoing operations will be invaluable. Please vote to approve this project since we'll create a stronger community for all of us. Thank you, Lyle Overrock, landowner. Please note that Kirk and Ray Malcolm of 2703 Lakeshore Drive, Okoboji 51355 are against any and all windmills, period. Given the energy required to build the windmills, the inability of disposing after their useful life, the amount of concrete required to keep them upright, their blight on the beauty of the landscape, and the availability of alternative sources make them an option, a no-go. Thank you for your service, Kirk and Ray Malcolm. As a Dickinson County resident, I oppose Invenergy RedRock 300 megawatt wind energy project spanning 44,800 acres, 70 square miles, nearly 20% of our county's landmass. With no disrespect to you, the Board of Adjustment, the 67 turbine industrial wind complex is far beyond the purview of an unelected body. The elected Board of Supervisors must make this decision. Moreover, wind is an outdated technology compared to the smaller modular nuclear sectors. Or reactors, SMRs, which generate 30 to 90 megawatt on less than 35 acres. Recycle spent uranium, eliminate cooling towers like submarines using similar technology for over 50 years. Iowa Code Chapter 335 combines the Board of Adjustment to minor zoning decisions, 335.15. Projects limited in scope to a parcel or two, not approving a project reshaping 1/5 of the county. Iowa Code 335.3 empowers the supervisors to regulate land use, ensuring a democratic accountability. RedRock scale disrupting our scenic beauty and tourism demands their oversight. The BOA's unelected status lacks the mandate for such a transformative decision affecting every resident. Wind complexes are inefficient, using 150 acres per megawatt with 36% capacity factor, requiring fossil fuel backups. SMRs with 90 to 93% reliability deliver triple the energy on 0.04 acres per megawatt, preserving our landscape. Safe and sustainable. SMRs use spent uranium and passive cooling. SMRs offer high-paying, skilled jobs without sacrificing land, property values, and intruding on your neighbors. The Board of Adjustment should reject RedRock as this project is intrusive and an inefficient use of land and beyond the purview of this board. Let's protect Dickinson County's beauty and prosperity with modern, compact energy solutions, not an obsolete wind farm consuming our land. Sincerely, Barb Clayton, Orleans, Dickinson County resident. I'm respectfully writing to express my opposition to the extremely tall wind towers that were proposed for our county. Our county has more than enough of these ugly towers, and putting so many near our precious lake is so wrong. Please consider the many voters who are opposed to this project and vote against the development. Thank you, Darlene Kuchel, 259 Emerald Meadows, Arnold's Park. Hello. As a resident of Dickinson County, I'm writing this letter to convey that we do not want nor need 200 or more wind turbines downgrading our beautiful lakes. We also do not need 200 or more red lights disturbing the skyline. Non-participating landowners do not want the shadow flicker. Thank you, Jim Boyd. Oh, he's got another one. Hello, resident of Dickinson County. I'm writing this letter to convey that we do not want or need the same paragraph as the same at the top. The property values have increased significantly, therefore the property tax levy should be reduced. The county's reserves are enough to justify the levy reduction to 4.45% or less. We were told after the levy raise for the communication system that the levy would be lowered back down. Of course, that did not happen. Sincerely, Jim Boyd. I am an attorney who specializes in taxation and economic development in Iowa. I can tell you that hardly anything else compares to the tax revenue and benefits provided by wind energy projects. We know this because last fall, we pulled the tax revenue information for all counties in Iowa that include wind energy projects, which showed that wind development is a top tier taxpayer for any county where there is a project, including Dickinson County. When comparing counties that have wind development to counties without, there is a stark difference in valuation of property tax revenue. For example, taking two counties, Wayne and Adair, which are comparable in size and population, you'll see that wind energy accounts for 28% of taxes in the county in Adair. In Adair, valuation more than doubles, and the wind farm accounts for 30% of the county's total valuation. Contrast that with the railroad in Wayne County, that only accounts for 7.5% of the county's total valuation. For Dickinson County specifically, current wind projects produce 1.3 million in taxes, with nearly 100 million in total valuation in 2023. These numbers speak for themselves. The RedRock Wind Energy is no exception and will undoubtedly offer vast economic benefits for Dickinson County. Dickinson County's Board of Adjustment has three main functions: administrative review, conditional uses, and variance. The 5-member board is appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and their functions are not political. The purpose of reviewing a conditional use permit is to evaluate the application at face value and determine if the project meets the criteria of the county's ordinance. If the application fails to meet the terms of the requirements, the board shall vote against the application. If the application meets the requirements, the board shall vote yes. The Board of Adjustment is considered a quasi-judicial body, meaning it has full authority to hear information and make final determination of fact. As Dickinson County considers this conditional use permit, I hope these facts can serve as a reminder to board members and community members alike. Thank you, Justin Miller. Whom it may concern, the turbine project. We in Dickinson don't need any more of these turbines in our county. It is not helping our county out or any other. I would say most of the electricity you say it creates don't even stay in our county or stay in Iowa. From what I gathered, most of it goes out east. So if they need it, they can build these turbines out there. I also hear it is going to raise electrical rates and whatever else. It is also ruining our beautiful landscape scenery. Look around, that's all you see now. Who wants to look at turbines all over the county? Concerned citizen John Winslow. I am absolutely opposed to placing wind turbines anywhere in Dickinson County. They are unsightly, noisy, as evidenced by a farmer who hears one that's over half a mile away from his home. Given his home, even with his home's windows closed. The number of birds they kill is well documented, and with the Great Lakes of Iowa and Dickinson County, you have pelicans and other waterfowl that will be needlessly destroyed by the turbine's blades. The citizens of Iowa are being lied to about the benefits of the supposed green energy, and I call on you to stop it. We are no longer fooled, and you need to stop this invasion of ugly, noisy, and land usurping wind turbines in Dickinson County, as well as all over Iowa. Enough is enough. The lakes in Dickinson County are one of the Iowa's best tourist attractions and sources of revenue. Please leave the beautiful serene landscape and air there alone. Lori Stills, 8740 Oakdale, Johnston, Iowa. Greetings to the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. RedRock turbine number T16 is a direct threat to our rural home in Milford Township. There is no fire suppression system in the proposed turbines. When they malfunction or draw lightning strikes and start to burn the dry corn crops beneath, T16 is directly to our northwest and produces that threat. At a distance of less than half a mile, this is simply too close to our home. The entire RedRock project places the same threats to everyone in the county. We reject RedRock's application for conditional use permit, insisted that our county include fire suppression systems that are currently available for today's wind turbines and set them at 2640 feet or more from all non-participating member property lines. Thank you. Regards, Richard Vonnie Wagon, 2568 to 60th Milford. I am writing to express my support for RedRock Wind Energy Center. This initiative represents a significant step forward in our commitment to sustainable energy towards building a robust energy portfolio. RedRock is set to create a substantial number of jobs from the initial stages of planning and construction to ongoing maintenance and operations. The wind project is projected to create upwards of 200 jobs. These positions will span a variety of sectors, including engineering, construction, logistics, and technical maintenance, providing these diverse opportunities for local workforce. I encourage you to keep this in mind as you're making important decisions. Sincerely, Siri Sardahan. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. This text is being written on behalf of everyone involved in our family trust. We oppose the wind turbine project for many reasons and did not enter into an agreement to have them constructed on our farmland. Even if we were in favor of more wind turbines in Dickinson County, we would still be very concerned about the lack of appropriate setbacks from property lines for wind turbines of the height of being proposed. The flashing red lights, potential blade shadow flicker, and noises are issues for us and many other people. Why would Dickinson County want to subject its citizens to any more of this? Safety is also a major issue should a fire or lightning strike occur. If a wind turbine were to be constructed on adjoining property, we would be very concerned about potential damage to our landscape. There should be a lightning strike, fire, or maintenance issue. We read an article yesterday about a farmer in Cedar County suing wind turbine company for damages after there were 3 fires on 2 wind turbines on his farm in less than 2 years. The lawsuit alleges that debris was scattered over hundreds of acres of land. Who pays for cleanup and damages if you were just an adjoining landowner? The possibility of tile and drainage network damage is also a huge concern to us as an adjoining landowner. Once again, how would these damages be determined and rectified should this happen? These are issues that could potentially negatively affect us and many other citizens in this county. For these and many other reasons, we strongly oppose Dickinson County allowing any additional wind turbines to be constructed on our beautiful county. Sincerely, Earl J. and John Langle Trust by Barbara Langle, trustee, 2341 250th Milford. Dear Board of Adjustment members, my family has owned land in Dickinson County for generations, and I am excited about the opportunities that RedRock Wind Project presents both for our farm and Dickinson County. The steady lease payments will help us weather the tough years, so we have the option to keep our farm for future generations. I believe in clean energy, and I believe this project will bring significant long-term benefits to local businesses and help with improvements to our schools and roads. Invenergy has demonstrated a genuine commitment to our community by holding informational meetings, addressing landowner and Board of Adjustment member concerns, and showing a willingness to be a good neighbor. It is important to emphasize that participation in the RedRock project is entirely voluntary and based on our own assessment of the project's benefits. Please give our community this opportunity and vote yes for the RedRock project. Respectfully, Tammy Overrocker. I support landowner rights and feel this project would be a huge benefit to our local community in regards to jobs, taxes, and supporting our Okoboji and Terrell school districts. I believe in renewable energy positive impact to our environment. The extra income can help keep the family farm in the family by weathering the tough years when corn and bean prices are low and the tariff are threatening our expenses and potential export markets. I believe this project represents a responsible use of our land that will generate significant economic advantages for everyone. Do not allow our county to pass up on this opportunity. Please vote to approve. Thank you for your time. Terry Overrock. Electricity generated from wind turbines is clean and safe. Wind turbines are here to stay. Anti-turbine folks need to consider landowners' opinions. Landowners will make sensible and thoughtful decisions regarding their lands. I support local landowners and their decisions on whether to join RedRock. Yours truly, Daryl E. Christensen, 26 Airport Drive, Milford. I have been informed by my aerial applicator that they will not provide application services to Dickinson County farms if there is a wind turbine near it. Beck Seed has 3 years of data proving a 10.6 bushel increase per acre on corn and a 3.9 bushel increase in soybean yield from the fungicide application. Soybean amphoids can reduce yield up to 40% according to Iowa State University. That's a loss of 14,985 on corn and a loss of 90,454 on soybeans. The project could cost our Dickinson County farms $105,439 a year on our 613 acres of Dickinson County cropland ground. This is the third letter I've written against this project and have yet to hear back from the developers or the supervisors about my concerns. As a resident and landowner of Dickinson County, I will see zero benefit from this project and a significant loss of income. John Meyer, 3321 185th Street. I oppose this project for several reasons. One significant reason is the care of the land. The state of Iowa motto is our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Land ownership affords liberty to choose the use and the permissions of the land. Rights include morals, concerns of one's neighbor, of the neighbor as thyself. As creator of the land's care, as the creator of the land cares is a great deal for the cultivation of it. If all financial gain were eliminated from all parties, would the true incentive of wind energy be for the sake of the electrical grid stability? Are the intentions of acquisition for many acres in Dickinson County good, noble, and or right? A well-known incentive for both landowners and Invenergy is financial gain by using tax subsidies. We know the source of financial costs of subsidies, we the taxpayers. What remains to be seen is the effect of tariffs. Allow more time for tariffs to play out. Consequences will show themselves. President Trump signed an executive order declaring a national energy emergency. However, it excludes wind from its definition of the terms energy resources. Board of Adjustments, do the next right thing and cast a no vote on an Invenergy application. Thank you. Respectfully submitted, Lynn Van Wyk, 1219 6th Street, Millwood. Greetings. From the past few weeks, Dickinson or RedRock Wind Energy and Invenergy has run full page ads in the Dickinson County News and Lakes News Shopper, extolling the benefits of adding 67 more wind turbines in Dickinson County. These ads make a lot of promises, lower taxes, better services, but where's the proof? Let's be honest, the 147 turbines already spinning in our county haven't lowered property taxes or improved services. One big reason, a 1994 decision by the 3-member Dickinson County Board of Supervisors that granted significant tax breaks to wind developers. These included no property tax for the first year after construction, a gradual tax increase of just 5% per year for the next 5 years, capped at 3%. Perhaps more concerning, the turbine operator gets to determine the system's taxable value. So what do we really gain from more wind turbines? More wear and tear on county roads and bridges from heavy trucks hauling steel and cement. Maybe 300 temporary construction jobs. Not exactly a windfall for local government. So let's be clear. This push for more turbines isn't about clean energy. It's about chasing massive federal subsidies. Is it worth jeopardizing our thriving tourism economy and the substantial property tax revenue from lakeshore homes for more industrial wind towers on the horizon? I do not think so. Phil and Kathy Peterson. Dear members of the board, my name is Kathy Olson. I was raised in Libertyville, Illinois, but 29 years ago. I moved to Dickinson County where I married my husband, a farmer and cattleman. Together we've raised 4 children on our family farm. Growing up in Libertyville, I never fully understood the value of farm life. But after nearly 3 decades of living and working on a real crop and livestock farm, I can honestly say I would never trade this life for anything. Farming has taught me the importance of resilience, community, and stewardship, and I'm proud of the life we've built here. I'm writing to express my strong support for the RedRock Wind project. This project represents a vital opportunity for families like ours to remain on the land. It offers a path toward economic sustainability, one that can help the consolation of agriculture and the decline of our small rural communities. Please help preserve the future of our family farming in Dickinson County by approving the RedRock Wind project. Respectfully, Kelly Olson, 2830 270th Street, Lloyd Township. I'm writing to the Board of Adjustment. I'm in opposition of the RedRock Wind project. Farmers used to pump water using wind. That was abandoned when better method was developed, and slowly the small towns were torn down. A better and more efficient way to generate power will come soon, and we will be left with these abandoned towers like at the Spirit Lake School. G&B Mark 24/2/25 178. I am writing to express my support for wind energy. I'm going to be a junior at Iowa State University studying ag business. My dream is to someday return to my home and farm with my father. An income stream that is totally independent of any other farming enterprise we have will help me achieve that. Your approval of RedRock Wind will help keep families on the farm. Respectfully submitted, Owen Olson, 2832 70th. Boy. To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, as I review my file on the community response to the proposed wind project, which I've collected since August of 2023, I'm amazed that we are resuming this conversation. The citizens of Dickinson County spoke loudly against the project when we elected Levi Markwart and Stephen Dullard. We are having the discussion again, but with fewer wind turbine placements. According to the Invenergy article in Dickinson County News dated April 24, 2025, the adjustment comes as part of the ongoing efforts to address feedback. In that statement by project developer Joe Crowley, we eliminated 15 wind turbines in response to community feedback in an effort to reduce the visual impacts from the lakes. That statement and the admitted reduction of 15 sites, leaving 67 sites to be constructed, shows the project leaders know the majority of Dickinson County residents do not want this project to move forward. I reviewed the list of landowners who have signed contracts with the majority residing in other areas of Iowa and even living in other states. The project will not have a negative impact on their livelihood. As a member of a family farm and landowner in Dickinson County, I'm continuing to say no to the project. Jean Meyer. You double check. Dickinson County Board, I am definitely against additional wind turbines in farm fields across Iowa. I believe they have been around long enough to determine they are not a positive investment. The beautiful rolling farm fields have been degraded with the appearance of huge concrete wind turbines. The additional income to the farmers is certainly not worth the inconvenience of maintaining their fields. The cost of making and erecting the turbines and now disposing of turbines has become more costly than they are worth. Now there are health issues with families close to these turbines. The constant humming and clicking sounds have caused physical and mental sickness. Please do not consider allowing more turbines to be built in our county. Sincerely, your Vicki Haskell. We read that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I write this letter in support of wind energy in general and the RedRock Wind Energy Center in particular. During my 15 years as an energy educator at UNI, I learned a lot about the advantages of wind energy in Iowa. I also heard a lot of misinformation. I suspect you'll be hearing some of the stories of myths. Most likely the story will hear that wind turbines are a danger to birds. Actually, cats and windows are a greater danger. That is why the Audubon Society supports wind energy. The advantages of wind energy in combating changes to climate so far outweigh the relatively few bird deaths accurately attributed to wind turbines. Another thing I suggest you watch for is who complains about the wind turbines. The people who actually own the land are seldom in this group. Would you tell these farmers what to plant, which animals to raise, or where to build their farms? The loudest voices I heard in protest were non-farmers who moved to the country because they wanted to live in a landscape from the past. They were not willing to accept necessary changes and practices farmers need to make to stay fiscally sound. Also among the anti-wind group will be those informed by the internet. As you know, you can find anything to support your views with a Google search, but it's not necessarily factual. I suggest that you ask the group to provide actual sources of their information so that you can judge its veracity. Did you also hear about the positive impacts of wind energy on your community? I have always been impressed with the amount of funding these projects bring to local schools. With decreases in state funding and the impact of private school vouchers, your local schools need every penny available. I'll conclude with another positive factor that is harder to see, but it makes a big impact. Money spent on gas leaves the state. As more electric vehicles become common, less money goes out of state. We can make our own electricity to power our cars right here in Iowa. The money paid for electricity is more likely to stay in your community. According to the American Independent Business Alliance, your dollars recirculate through your local economy 2 to 4 times more than the money spent at a non-local company. As your dollars move through your community, the money generates more wealth, charitable contributions, and jobs. Thank you for considering the points I have made here. Patricia Higbee, educator at the University of Northern Iowa. I think she's something else.
Yeah. Okay. I can help. Yes.
Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, please deny the RedRock Wind Turbines project for Dickinson County. They are bad for our beautiful Iowa Great Lakes and birds. They do nothing for this community. It won't reduce our electric bill. Please deny this. Sincerely, Mary Sonus, 1307 Maywood Drive, Milford. To whom it may concern, I ask you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it negatively affects Dickinson County. I believe large wind turbines would be detrimental to the residents of Dickinson County as well as visitors to the area. Not only are they huge, ugly obstruction, but they are dangerous to all birds. Their constant noise and vibrations will make people and animals anxious. What happens when the wind turbine breaks or is no longer usable? We will be left with a deteriorating, dangerous structure that is too expensive to tear down. Thank you for your consideration. Courtney Bonaham, 1106 North Avenue, Milford. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to voice my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. This project grants Dickinson County landowners the opportunity to diversify their income, enhance the value of their property, and contribute to broader goal of energy independence. In all of the above, energy strategy is essential for meeting our future energy needs and decreasing our reliance on foreign adversaries. Wind energy complements other energy sources, creating a balanced and comprehensive energy plan. Additionally, RedRock is set to create over $240 million in tax revenue that can be reinvested in the community, services, and infrastructure, further enhancing the quality of life for all residents. We at the Iowa Conservative Energy Forum have seen all that wind energy can do for communities across Iowa and are confident that RedRock Wind Energy Center will do the same here in Dickinson County. Sincerely, Nick Boyle, Inc., Executive Director. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects Dickinson County. I believe large wind turbines would be detrimental for the residents of Dickinson County as well as to the tourism of the area. Not only are they a huge eyesore, they are dangerous to the wildlife, especially birds. Their constant noise and vibrations can make people and animals anxious. What happens when the turbine breaks or is no longer usable? We will be left with deteriorating, dangerous structure that is too expensive to tear down. Also, the landowners will have to farm around them forever and will decrease the value of our lands and homes around them. Thank you for your consideration. Sarah Bruce, 3613 Jollyport, Spirit Lake. Please don't support the wind turbine project, as this is very close to where I live and will disrupt my sleep and work. I am opposed to it. Matt Hollow. Dear members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, we have that one. Double check though. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment members, my family has owned land in Dickinson County for many generations, and I support RedRock Wind Generator Project for the county. With being a future landowner in Milford, Iowa, the project would provide lease payments and provide financial support. This will ensure that our land stays in the family for more generations to come. The project also brings cleaner air for the environment and needed economic support for local schools. Thank you for your time and consideration in approving this project. Sincerely, Chelsea Overrocker. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, the Milford City Council respectfully submits the following comments regarding the proposed RedRock Wind Energy Conversion System application currently under your consideration. The council believes that the application should be denied unless specific conditions are added by the Board of Adjustment in accordance with Article 21, Section 4 standards, Paragraph C of the Dickinson County Zoning Ordinance. This section clearly states that the establishment of the conditional use will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties for uses permitted within the district. The city of Milford previously requested that a minimum 3-mile setback from all city limits be included in the updated WEX ordinance. In support of this, Milford City Council passed a resolution unanimously formally requesting a setback. The resolution was also supported by the cities of Wahpeton, West Okoboji, and Reynolds Park, either through official resolutions or voice votes. The rationale behind the request is based on long-term implications from WEX have on future developments. These projects often involve leases extending up to 60 years, a timeline during which the city boundaries and development patterns are likely to change significantly. For example, in 1965, the northern city limit of Milford extended only a few blocks north of the Catholic Church. Today, that boundary has expanded to 202nd Street, commonly recognized as the location of the Taco House turnoff on Highway 71. This kind of growth is not hypothetical, it is a historical precedent. Developments have already begun to push westward with the construction of the new Okoji Elementary School, and the infrastructure improvements along A34 are paving the way for further expansion. The city is also actively planning infrastructure improvements on the southern edge of town, laying the groundwork for future growth. Who among us can predict where the city limits will be in 60 years? WEX developments placed within 3 miles of current city boundaries threaten to restrict the natural and necessary expansion of cities like Milford, limiting housing, commercial development, and infrastructure planning. These restrictions have broader implications for the county as a whole. Reduced city growth directly affects Dickinson County's general tax-based revenues, which include taxes collected from properties within city boundaries. In the last 15 years, Dickinson County's general basic tax revenues have increased 85% from just the city of Milford alone, contributing significantly to the county's financial resources. However, the proposed WEX project poses a threat to continued municipal growth, which in turn would constrain future tax revenue for both the county and its cities. Unlike city development, WEX projects will not contribute to long-term housing, commercial developments, or long-term job creation. Their long-term tax contribution is limited to the tax credit provided by Dickinson County. It is not given to industries like Safeco, Polaris, Rose and Boom, and other similar industries that contribute to provide several long-term jobs in Dickinson County. WEX projects do not provide the same ongoing benefit as vibrant and expanding municipality does through orderly development. The RedRock projects its tax contribution to the community. Then the city of Milford would recommend the Board of Adjustment place a condition that RedRock Energy not be eligible for the Dickinson County tax credits. This makes their tax contribution to Dickinson County the same as other commercial industrial operations. If the board chooses not to deny the application outright, the city of Milford strongly urges the inclusion of a condition of a minimum 3-mile setback condition from the city's current limits, specifically for the project. Doing so would ensure the consistency with Article 21, Section 4, Paragraph C, and protect the future growth and prosperity of both Milford and Dickinson County. The 3-mile setback would remove WEX number 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 10 from current application. The city of Milford asks that you place conditions that RedRock Wind Energy WEX are not eligible for the Dickinson County tax credit, providing them the same tax requirements of the other industries in Dickinson County. RedRock project promotes the taxes it brings to the county, then it should be equal to or others of industries in the county. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this request. Sincerely, Steve Anderson, Mayor, City of Milford, on behalf of the City Council. The Board of Adjustment members, my family has owned land in Dickinson County for many generations, and I support RedRock Wind Generating Project for the county. This would create jobs, which will bring more revenue to the county and local businesses. It will also bring clean air and less pollution and a cleaner environment, which is a health benefit for all. The project would also ensure lease payments for our family and provide financial support in the years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration in approving this project. Colleen Overholser. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the property of the county. I am a proud Dickinson County landowner and business owner. The red lights, blade, shadow flicker, noise, the effects on wildlife, especially the birds, needs to be addressed. I brought my acreage and the location it is to enjoy the peace and solitude of the countryside. I currently have my views of the sunset disturbed by the wind field to the west of me. Please do not ruin my sunrises too. Lisa J. Peterson, 2631 Highway 71, Milford. To the members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, please be advised that Clinton Blum, retired oil and gas landman, and Sharon Blum, both investors in the RedRock Wind Farm, wholeheartedly support this project. You might think that, well, that's a surprise. However, it goes beyond the investment we've made. While the USA's energy consumption has remained essentially flat or gone down since 2007, the rest of the world that is rapidly developing and is consuming massive amounts of energy, both fossil fuel and non-fossil fuel sources. If we don't develop more non-fossil fuel sources like RedRock and others, the cost to consumers for fossil fuel that will be continue to need among a host of other uses like growing the crops that we raise in the USA will be incredibly expensive, thereby costing everyone so much more money. RedRock Wind Farm is an excellent way for the US to help keep our fossil fuel costs affordable. Thank you, Clinton Sharon Blum. Thank you for working to keep the lakes area protected and preserved as a natural landscape. We believe that you are helping to facilitate We believe what you are helping to facilitate is extremely important. Terry and Margaret Stoll, 2404 Manhattan Park. I'm writing to express my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. Rural schools, districts like ours have fewer opportunities to increase revenue without hiking property taxes. 65% of RedRock's anticipated $251 million in property tax revenue is dedicated to the school districts, $50.5 million of which is estimated to go to Grettinger-Terrell. These dollars would allow our school district to hire more teachers, increase teacher wages, improve infrastructure, and fund the athletic department. By embracing this project, we not only contributing to a healthier planet, but also setting a memorable example for our other students. Education extends beyond the classroom, and it is imperative for them to witness firsthand the positive impacts of sustainable practices. I urge you to approve this project as it will benefit our environment, educate our youth, and serve as a beacon of progress for other communities to follow. Thank you for your consideration. Todd, youth teacher, Grettinger-Terrell Community School District. You got the letter from Bruce County Morganton, correct? Check that one. I think that was right before.
Yeah.
Cover letter. Please stop the wind turbines. They ruin our beautiful landscapes. Steve Peters, Wapaton. We are not in favor of any more wind turbines anywhere in Dickinson County. Barb Corey. As a taxpayer for over 30 years in Dickinson County, we would like to show our total support for the RedRock Wind Energy Project. Our address is 25640 Pasture Road, Spirit Lake. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express my support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center here in Dickinson County. As an educator at Dickinson or at Grettinger-Terrell Community School District, I understand the critical role that sustainable energy solutions play in shaping a brighter future for our students. This project not only represents a significant step toward environmental stewardship, but also promises substantial economic benefits that will directly impact our educational system. In an era where educational funding is uncertain and insufficient, the additional revenue from this project provides much needed resources to enhance the quality of education we offer, such as technology upgrades, extracurricular programs, teacher development, and classroom supplies. As a teacher, I support RedRock Wind Energy Center and look forward to witnessing the positive impact it will have on our district. Please keep this in mind as you make your decision. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Madison Hood, teacher, Grettinger-Terrell. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the RedRock Wind project. This proposal is yet another example of a large corporation attempting to profit from our community and our tax dollars without offering any real benefits to the people of Dickinson County. The wind turbines proposed are not the clean solution they're advertised to be. The oil and resources required to operate and maintain them are significant, and the environmental impact is far from negligible. Even more concerning, the power generated will benefit local residents. Instead, we are expected to tolerate the visual blight and the flashing red lights while others elsewhere receive the energy and financial return. We've also seen too many promises from corporations like this go unfulfilled. They say they'll compensate farmers and protect the county's interests, but too often they fall short. I want to see the side of the county remain free of industrial wind development and retain its rural character. I urge you to reject the application for the RedRock Wind project. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kayla Corcoran, 3056 140th Street, Spirit Lake. As a resident and landowner in Dickinson County, I'm strongly against any wind project in this county. The long-term issues and potential problems are not needed. They are not improving our landscape. Vote no on the RedRock Wind project. Sheila Thielen. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments. Iowa's been a leader in renewable energy for over 30 years, ranking first in the nation for the percentage of electricity produced by wind and solar. This leadership has attached major business investments and tax revenue, contributing to statewide economic growth. Iowa's investment in renewable energy has provided a competitive edge, benefiting both residents and businesses, and promises continued progress into 2025. In front of you is an opportunity to bring this momentum to Dickinson County by approving the RedRock Wind Energy Center permit. Best regards, Craig Armstrong, Development Specialist, City of Newton, Iowa. Windmills, clusters of land Have you looked at our lakes? Oh, you can't see them. For all the condo and large homes, when you can see the lake, they are cluttered with boat hoists. In the summer, they are in the water. Winter, they are in area around the lake. Bird kill. How many birds are killed on highway and power lines? Lights on cell phone towers and radio towers. They are red and white and blink. These windmills will be a low sight of lake homes. The two windmills at Spirit Lake School need something done with. If they were owned by an electric company, they would have been replaced. The windmills in the Lake Park area were updated a few years ago. We complain about taxes. Now, this will bring more money for schools and county. Don't let this cash cow get away like we did on the casino. If you don't like windmills, go home and pull the power to your home. See how it is living without electrical. Jim Nygaard, Spirit Lake. Dear Ms. Cardell, this is an authorized communication referencing the Dickinson County Public Meeting, April 29th, 2025, 6 p.m. regarding the wind towers being proposed for construction in Dickinson County. Due to both health conditions and prior commitments, we will not be able to attend the reference meeting regarding construction of wind energy towers. We want to communicate our opposition to the wind turbine project, which is currently proposed. Sincerely, Walter J. Tinship and Rebecca R. Tinship, 24626 182nd. We think the RedRock Wind project should be approved by the Board of Adjustment. This is an economic source of renewable energy and would mean an increase in property tax valuation for Dickinson County. It would also boost for farmers who are facing tough times. Ray and Donna Hemphill, Milford. I ask that you please reject the RedRock Wind project. I can't help but feel a profound sadness seeing the landscape at risk to be so drastically altered. This land holds the stories, memories, and hard work of my forefathers, and to watch massive structures rise, there once were open fields and scattered spaces, feels like a loss that no technological advancement can mend. The turbines would bring noise disruption and a visual reminder of change that feels disconnected from the spirit of the place. I believe there must be a better balance between honoring the past and embracing the future, one that respects the emotional and historical value of these lands. I pray the Board of Adjustment takes into account the deep cultural and personal ties many of us had to Dickinson County, the place we call home. God bless. Afton Roca, 206 Q Avenue, Milford. My name is Ken Horner, 25690 Pasture Road, Spirit Lake. I am a fan of wind energy and the RedRock Wind project. One of the reasons why I'm in favor of the RedRock project is because of the excellent jobs this project will provide. I have 2 grandsons and my granddaughter's husband that have graduated from the Iowa Lakes Wind Energy Program, and they will all have excellent paying, secure jobs. The added tax revenue will be a benefit to everyone. Ken Horner. I am opposed to building wind turbines in the county. They are ugly, annoying, worthless eyesores that don't work and would not be built if they didn't have government subsidy, aka our tax dollars. Dan Regnar. As a landowner in Dickinson, in the RedRock Wind project, I think the wind energy is a win all around. The landowners, the taxpayers, the schools, and the climate. We have been hearing this baby drill stuff. Maybe they should tell that to Oklahoma, who is having to plug 20,000 abandoned oil wells at an estimated cost of over $7 billion. My understanding, RedRock finances the reclaiming upfront. Everybody is up in arms this year about taxes going up due to valuations being raised. The best way to keep taxes low is to increase the tax base, which wind farms do. The increased revenue going to some schools may allow them to make their budgets without asking the county for a millage increase. A lot of increased revenue from the leases will probably be spent locally and help local merchants. I've heard the argument that they are taking our valuable farmland for wind farms. Excuse me, the land they are using is from people who voluntarily signed up for it. We don't travel by horseback anymore. We don't plant with 2-row planters. We buy fancy cars and tractors. Wind and solar are progress. Carrie Knutson. Please reject the RedRock Wind project. Wind turbines do not belong in paradise. We all need to protect our beautiful lakes region. This threatens the very heart of our community, along with the lucrative tourist industry. It's very unfair to the many small businesses that would have to make their money over the few warm summer months. This would lower property values, especially for rural residents. The wind turbines do not even pay their fair share of taxes since they will only pay a minimum of 30%, or a maximum of 30%. The economic risks are clear. Do not let this happen. Then what about after they begin to wear out and break down? Who wants a standing junkyard in the sky? There's nothing that forces them to be dismantled and the land to be restored. Like other older wind farms in Iowa, these ugly things will just stand there and fall into pieces over the years. Kind of like the ones near Alta or Allendorf. Does anyone care about the wildlife? Many will just leave and avoid the turbines. The proposed wind farm is right in the middle of flyways for geese, ducks, and other birds that need to migrate up to their northern nesting grounds. Consider also the farmers who have to farm around these with their equipment and loose yields as well. I am told that corn under and near a turbine will yield about half of normal. Again, please do not approve this project. Sincerely, Vicky Foxhill, 11202 Spirit Lake.
Megan, it's been an hour since our last break and I want to take another
Okay.
couple minutes.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Oh. Great.
Just with everything that's going on. I have one for Brandy. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Do I need to share?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah. But I can hear a lot clearer. One year better than last year.
That's fine. I do start.
That's part of the last tomorrow. Tonight, if you want to, I don't have.
First time.
Yeah, every.
I accept. This lady's still here.
There's like a lot of. Does it sound? I think 37.
Okay, thank you. Is this you? No. Anybody else? Anything
People upstairs, Joe. You can ask questions.
else? On my venture up there. I'm sorry, I have 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'll just go. You can help us.
You want to walk.
No, I'm tired of
Like the last.
getting more of those 2 stacks.
I just don't know.
This morning her voice was a little like, oh, worn out, so maybe she's doing really good now.
Oh, maybe.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
That doesn't prevent, and I want to watch Kirby.
Yeah.
If you see me head down, I'm not going right, they just bump you over. I will.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
You're awesome.
Yeah, I'm listening to a book on tape. How many years now?
Why did I think you had? I hope you do.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Esterville, and then I also work in the Indiana Center and the care. I used to be the money manager at VA. I was at yeah. You know what department?
Yeah. Technology.
I'm nicer. We have all of these yet to go and all of these still to go. So they're agency staff and I don't even know how many. Hey, but they speak, that would be up to the chair. You know, decide like that. This is our like.
Maybe.
Yeah. My husband, yeah, that's out of the way, so.
All this.
I like that grid. We've been in for 2008.
That's one thing.
You know where this she's at the Black House. The next one from. So there's right. And then another black tie.
Yeah. Comes with the turf.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I know where they are. Determine that. No. Determine that.
Yes. I'm okay. This is my normally. Should be able to see it. There's space.
Yeah, we can see that.
You're camping out in the tent there, so.
So where are you actually sitting then? He was trying to show somebody how to do it.
I don't think we can beat it.
And that's what we have. We have 100 acres.
Round 12, Megan, let's go.
Only. It almost feels like this.
Yeah, we're getting close, people, we're getting close.
All set? All right. Good morning.
Pretty close, yeah.
That's the Prill. Yeah, the Prill family is totally opposed to wind turbine. Thank you.
I don't think your mic's on.
Is the mic on?
Yeah.
Our family has owned a single-family residence on Hayward's Bay since early 1900s. We are seasonal occupants and maintain our primary residence outside of Dickinson County. As a result, we are unable to vote in the county elections. Without this voice, we obviously had no way to influence the outcome of decision-making at the local level, even when those decisions adversely impact our property values. A case in point is the Lower Gar Lake Bridge, which after 3 decades remains unsolved. As a result of homeowners continue to be stuck with the cost of remediating shoreline erosion while local government entities fail to achieve anything meaningful. The Iowa Great Lakes is a huge economic driver for Northwest Iowa, and I believe the county commissioners should place a greater emphasis on preserving and enhancing it. The proposed wind turbine project will negatively impact the quality of life, property values, and wildlife, particularly migratory birds and raptors. I fail to see how this project really benefits this region. I strongly recommend that the proposal for this project be declined. Thank you for soliciting feedback from us. I hope we are successful in stopping this project. Fred Arts. To the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am in favor of the RedRock Wind project. What we've been seeing in the local newspapers regarding the taller turbines is simply regenerated AI folklore. I've seen the taller turbines in Illinois, and unless you are near a point of reference, they do not seem taller than usual. I also noticed that the landscape has less of them compared to the smaller versions. Please approve the application for the RedRock Wind project. Thank you, Marcia Anderson. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustments members and guests, my name is Rodney Langville, and I am a current landowner that is included in the proposed RedRock Wind project, including 67 wind energy conversion systems. I'm writing to let you know that I oppose the construction of this project. In the fall of 2024, Luann and I purchased the acreage that sits on our family farm from my parents' trust. We purchased this property as a retirement home to enjoy the beautiful sights, morning sunrises and sunsets, without having been obstructed by windmills, and enjoy the peace and quietness of the country. We do not want to hear the sound of windmills constantly churning, as this is very annoying and loud. I have family and friends that live west of Milford, and they constantly hear the windmills churning, not to mention having to look out and look at the scenery covered with windmills. This is not peaceful to the ear, mind, or eye in any aspect or contribute to anyone's mental well-being. I am concerned that if this project goes through, the value of our acreage and property will also decrease due to the noise of the windmills and visual pollution of having to look out and see these massive windmills every day. I, Luann, and our family and friends do not want to hear or see this. Windmills are a hazard to birds and bats. Are we not concerned for their livelihood? In addition, the windmills do not generate power consistently and are economically efficient. Their carbon footprint to produce and set them up is greater than the power they generate. This does not make sense. This proposed project is not what I or the county needs to keep it beautiful and peaceful. We work so hard to maintain the project and the beauty of the Iowa Great Lakes, yet you do not mind the ruining the beauty of the countryside away from the lakes. Why not place some of the windmills in the middle of the lakes too? I am sure the homeowners and commercial businesses would oppose such a proposal. They had to look out and see and hear them too. Again, let it be clear that I am opposed to the construction of the RedRock Wind project, including 67 wind energy conversion systems on the following property described. Section 1, 12 through 6, 20 through 29, 32 through 36, Milford Township, 1 through 36, Lloyd Township, and sections 21, 22, 26, 29, 31, 36, Richland Township, Dickinson County, Iowa, and the A1 Agricultural District. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Rodney Langville, 2341 250. I am writing to express my opposition to the proposed wind farm project in Richland Township, Dickinson County, Iowa. While the pursuit of renewable energy is a vital goal, I believe it is crucial to carefully examine the potential negative consequences of such projects on both the environment and tourism in the Iowa Great Lakes region. First and foremost, the environmental impact of wind energy infrastructure is often underestimated. The construction and operational phases of wind farms can lead to habitat destruction for local wildlife, including birds and bats, which are known to be significantly affected by wind turbine installations. Many species face increased mortality rates due to collisions with turbine blades, which can disrupt local ecosystems and lead to declines in biodiversity. Moreover, the operation of wind farms can create noise pollution, which is particularly concerning for residents and tourists alike, seeking the tranquility of the Iowa Great Lakes region offers. The constant hum of turbines can detract from the serene experience that draws many visitors to our area. Tourism is a substantial component of our local economy, with many businesses relying on the influx of visitors to sustain our operations. Additionally, the scenic landscapes of the Iowa Great Lakes region are among our greatest assets. The visual impacts of towering wind turbines can dramatically alter the character of our surroundings, diminishing the beauty and allure of our region is known for. As tourism thrives on the appeal of our natural environment, the introduction of large-scale industrial structures could dissuade potential visitors from choosing our area destination. In conclusion, while the shift to renewable energy source is important, it should not come at the expense of our environment and our local economy. I urge that we vote no as the potential negative implications of the proposed wind farm project in our environment in the Iowa Great Lakes region. Thank you for considering the concern. I hope for a decision that prioritizes the long-term health and prosperity of our community. Sincerely, Joe Elks, Bridges Bay Condominiums. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, we are asking that the Red Rock project be denied. We believe this is a bad choice for Dickinson County because it will negatively affect tourism, damage roads, it makes farming more difficult because of the difficulty in using aerial spraying. Fire is also an added risk with these as they are made of flammable materials and sometimes the turbines burn up and flames fall to the ground. This can catch crops on fire and can burn up the whole field. Sincerely, Ed and Lorraine Paul, 27-238 469th Avenue in T, South Dakota. Thank you, 5 members of the board, for all of your time to hear my side of the story. My husband and I were approached about 5 years ago by a wind developer for a turbine lease on our private ag property. We talked it over with our son, who farms our farm, and decided to sign the lease. We are both in our 90s now, and the annual check payments add another layer of security for us. Our grandson lives less than 1,600 feet from the turbine. They must not mind living so close because he, his wife, and 1-year-old basically built a new house there this year. I wish everyone that wanted a turbine on their property could get one. I could not imagine denying a neighbor the same opportunity we have been so lucky to have. We have another grandson who attended Iowa Lakes Community College Wind Tech program. He now works in the wind industry in Dickinson County, where he lives with his wife and 3 kids. His job is not just a maintenance gig, and was printed in the Lakes News Shopper. Our grandson makes a real nice wage. The windmills we had when I was growing up were much closer to our farmhouse and louder than today's wind turbines are. I understand the Board of Adjustment makes a decision on whether or not Red Rock's energy meets all the rules set forth in the new ordinance. I bet you're glad you didn't have to make the rules like the planning and zoning did. From what I have read, this took many hours and meetings to go through every possible detail, which ended unanimously approving from the Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you, Peggy Milford. Please do not approve the Red Rock Wind Energy Project. The shadows whipping across the roads are a distraction for driving. We believe all these turbines in beautiful Dickinson County will upset not only the tourists, but all who live and work here. Also, the turbines are bad for migrating birds and other wildlife. Leave the farmers and their land alone. Respectfully, Kelly and Dorothy Gable, 8016 South Copper Ridge, Sioux Falls. I've been a resident of Terrell since 1966, and I'm very much in favor of the Red Rock Wind project. The tax revenue project for a small rural school district like Ruttinger Terrell is absolutely a difference maker. Also, the revenue that will be provided to the local landowners is significant and will be a great financial benefit to the operation for generations to come. And let's keep that in mind when we are talking about green renewable energy, which is a fantastic way to meet the increasing demands and needs of our county, state, and country. I would urge you to approve the Red Rock Wind project in the best interest of the public and betterment of our community. Thank you, Roger Conway, Terrell. Dear Megan and the Board of Adjustment, many years ago, I was a resident of Dickinson County. I am no longer a resident of the county, but I do care deeply about the environment of my home, of my home, Dickinson County. I frequently visit my home county. I am opposed to the RedRock Wind project for several reasons. I have read and been told that each large turbine will use 770 cubic yards of concrete and 56 tons of steel for just the base. This would mean that it would take 77 trips of concrete truck carrying 10 yards at a time to fill the base. Trucks would also have to haul the steel reinforcement. Trucks would also have to haul in all the components to make the concrete in the first place. Trucks would need to haul in the turbine components, crane and all necessary construction staff and tools to construct all of this causes damage to the soil compaction, crops planted in the fields, or pastures for livestock. This is a huge expense for the roads in and around the project area and would create an unjust cost for the taxpayers of the county. Having grown up in what will become the project area, I know that the roads need continuous maintenance. This kind of overuse will be expensive. Gravel roads compress under heavy weights and the surface can become uneven. It is unfair to burden the residents with these costs. My experience when I was a student at Milford Community Schools, now Okoboji Schools, the school bus was unable to travel the gravel roads, especially in the spring after a winter snow accumulation. The gravel roads were soft and could not carry the weight of the school bus with students twice a day, day after day, depending on the length of time needed for the roads to be safe for travel. We would ride back and forth to school during March, April, and May with the parents or older student in the vicinity who were able to drive. Along with the damages to the roads is the congestion on the roads that have already been busy with farm-related machines and traffic such as trucks traveling to fields and grain elevators to market harvest. Also viewing these large turbines is visual pollution. I do not like seeing wind turbines in the air. They are an obstruction to airplanes and problematic for bird flights. These turbines give off flicker light, which are needed for night safety of airplanes flying. The flicker light is disturbing to residents who live in nearby towns and rural communities. And the flicker lights are disturbing to livestock who nightly graze in the fields. Again, I want to emphasize the importance of not having this project approved for Dickinson County. Thank you for your time and your service to the county. I look forward to knowing this project will not be approved. Sincerely, Carolyn Clegg, 715 7th Avenue, Brookings. Christine Wallen, 891 First Street, Southeast Hartley. The reasons why she's against the Invenergy Wind project: they ruin the countryside, not cost effective without governing grants. I have not seen my electricity bills get cheaper, ruins good farm ground. We have enough of them here. As a homeowner on Lower Gar, 70 Helen Avenue, Milford, Iowa, we would welcome wind turbines as an alternative energy source. We also have a small farm in northern Palo Alto County and would welcome wind turbines on our property. We support the RedRock Wind project in Dickinson County as a source for more income for area farmers and also a source of revenue for our county and taxes and revenue for school districts. Thank you for considering RedRock Wind project. Barb and Linda Luego. I would like to state a simple opposition to the proposed wind complex in the area. I haven't been to the beautiful natural Okoboji area in a number of years. I hope that it will happen in the future, but if this is built, I know I will not, due to the research and known effects it would have on a community as a whole. Thank you for listening. Leslie B., South Dakota Current. I am opposed to the proposed windmill project southeast of Milford. As a veterinarian, falconer, bird watcher, and all-around nature enthusiast, I strongly believe that the proposed project is located in an area that will have a major negative impact on wild birds. I've trained my falcons on a couple of fields in the proposed wind farm area. I will no longer be able to use the area for training due to the danger of my falcons from the turbines and electrical transport line. And I understand that my loss of the use of the area as an individual is not significant in the scope of the project. I believe my time spent in the area has given me some insight on the impact to wild birds. I've seen a large variety of birds in the area, more than I would expect in the area that is primarily agricultural. I've seen snowy owls, short-eared owls, peregrine falcons, bald eagles, merlins, northern harriers, sandhill cranes, and trumpeter swans. All these in addition to numerous more common species. I think that the large amount of bird traffic I see in the area is due to migrating birds moving from Spring Run Bird Conservation Area, located along the north of the proposed farm. Spring Run is around 5,000 acres of habitat preserved largely for the benefit of wild birds. A large amount of money has been invested to preserve this land. It is a huge benefit to both local birds and migrating through the area. Migrating birds follow migration corridors. Placing a maze of bird chopping wind turbines directly in the migration corridor will cancel out much of the good that the conservation area does. I will leave the debate on the claimed benefits of the turbines to those better informed, but I have serious doubts that they are a good idea. What I can say with confidence is if we must have a wind farm, that this location is a poor choice if you still care about wildlife. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions I may be able to answer. Sincerely, Ross Dirks, 22-413, 230th Street, Milford. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, please reject the RedRock Wind project. These are my reasons. 1, Dickinson County is a beautiful area, part of God's creation, and I think it will hurt tourism. 2, heavy equipment will hurt the highways and gravel roads. 3, blades will fall off when you clean them up. And 4, I'm concerned about the bald eagles and other birds. 5, I feel these are far too close to people's homes. Only 1,600 feet is too close. 6, the red flashing lights are a distraction to the beauty of the night sky. Roseanne Osterberg, 1424 West 4th Street, Spencer. I'd like to reiterate my support for the Energy Wind project in Dickinson County. The economic benefits to the citizens and taxpayers of Dickinson County appear to be overwhelming. Massive new revenue for the schools, construction jobs and spending in the community, permanent operating jobs, renewable energy. For years, I've listened to and considered the objections to this project. Frankly, they seem completely unconvincing. What do they propose in lieu of these benefits? Nothing. Dickinson County just loses. I urge you to, Dickinson County just loses. I urge you to approve the project. Kevin Clark. As a lifelong resident of Arnold's Park, I am definitely opposed to the RedRock Wind project, as this action will adversely affect our unique, beautiful, God-given Iowa Great Lakes area. I composed a list of 25 negative reasons why this ludicrous project idea should be dismissed forever. 147 wind turbines is already too many. I firmly believe that unelected volunteers should be forbidden to change this gorgeous landscape of the vast area. Please listen, consider, and respect the valued views of the concerned caring community. Sandra J. Olson, 373 Oak Street, Arnoldsburg. Megan, I received letters regarding the petition for conditional use filed by the RedRock Wind project. I own land in the area, Linda Wooden Trust, and my parents do as well, Warren Rademacher Trust. I am a trustee for the Warren Rademacher Trust. I am not in favor of wind turbines being built in the area. Wind power is unreliable because wind is not a constant resource. They are environmentally damaging in many ways, such as production, transportation, and disposal of wind turbine materials. They have a negative impact on wildlife. They require vast expanses of land which affect farmers and the loss of income. The construction and operation of wind farms may destroy the original vegetation structure and change the moisture, temperature, and nutrient status of the soil. Thank you for allowing us to share our views regarding the project. Linda Bowden. I'm not in favor of the RedRock Wind project being allowed in our county. We already have ones located to the west of our beautiful West Lake Okoboji with flashing red lights and a constant eyesore for everyone. Our county doesn't benefit from the power produced, only the negatives. Then in a few years down the road, these turbines will be obsolete or no longer able to be used and left for the landowners to spend thousands of dollars to remove the turbines. If the company no longer exists, which there is no guarantee, they won't be big. Star Ecker, PO Box 512 Okoboji. This farm has been in my family for generations. Like hundreds of other farmers in the area, we are doing everything we can to ensure it stays that way. For the current state of farming and economy, working with RedRock Wind project has made a real difference for our family and the kids we intend to leave it to. I support the RedRock Wind project because it offers the farming community a reliable and sustainable income. And with so many small family farms, not corporations, struggling to stay afloat, that income can make all the difference in keeping our farms alive and in the hands of local families. Beyond the direct impact of my family, this project will create over 300 jobs and inject millions of dollars into our local economy, specifically our small school system, which are also struggling to stay afloat. This kind of long-term investment benefits everyone, not just landowners. I encourage our community to look at the bigger picture. Some dismiss this project because of concerns about the landscape or perceived environmental impact, but let's be honest, that kind of disruption already exists. We already live alongside high rises that never used to be here in overcrowded and polluted lakes. To accept that kind of development while opposing a project that offers opportunity, stability, and sustainability for rural families like mine is hypocritical. Sincerely, Hannah Conway, a daughter of Roger and Pat O'Neill Conway, granddaughter of Robert and Arlene O'Neill, great-granddaughter Ed and Nell O'Neill, who worked so very hard to pass on a legacy, create a better life for us, and to ensure the future for myself, my sister Jody Paulson, and my nieces Amanda, Alex, Amelia, and Evelyn, and all of those to come. Please count me opposed to the wind turbine farm proposed. The turbines are expensive to build and never generate as much electricity as it costs to build. They are hard to recycle resin, firewood, gas, and other toxic substances. The earthwork underground will never be dismantled, so it is a permit changes underground. They are ugly, injure and kill animals, and are accompanied by never-ending noise, hearing range, and infrasound. They cause health issues for people and animals in the area. They must be set back exceeding their height in case they fall. Decommissioning takes $1 million. If the company goes broke, who pays for taking everything down? This really is a bad idea, which puts taxpayers at financial risk and endangers the environment. Sincerely, Kim Holdings, 1968 Rose, Madrid, Iowa. I am a student at Okoboji High School. I love the windmills. They're so relaxing to watch, and I have never been bothered by the noise. I understand that the tax collected from the RedRock Wind project could help our schools. Please approve this project. Thank you, Hoa Hemphill. And check on that one. And that one. I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county and its residents. I have grown up in the lakes area and have seen the rapid expansion of wind turbines in and throughout our county. These beautiful sunsets are now dotted with red blinking lights. The effects of birds and wildlife are increasingly coming to light. There is increasingly studies on if they are actually better for the environment, giving the resources needed to build, maintain, and ultimately replace the turbines. The majority, if not all, of the power generated is sold off to utilities outside of our county. This is enough. Please, I ask you to deny the approval of this and other similar projects. Best regards, Lowell Hanson at 8427 Fairview, Lone Tree, Colorado. I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county and its residents. I have grown up in the lake area and have seen rapid expansion of wind turbines in throughout our county. These beautiful sunsets are now dotted with red blinking lights. The effects on birds and wildlife are increasingly coming to light. There is increasing studies on if they are actually better for the environment given the resource needed to build, maintain, and ultimately replace the turbines. The majority, if not all, of the power generated is sold off to utilities outside of our county. This is enough. Please, I ask you to deny this and other similar projects. Best regards, Lisa Hanson, 3515 D Street, Lincoln. I'm a landowner in the RedRock Wind footprint, although my farm is not slated for a turbine. A number of my neighbors' farms are being considered. They are pleased to be a part of this project, both for the economic benefits to every resident in Dickinson, Emmett, and Clay counties, and for the environment. Thank you for protecting our property rights. Zach Wallingford. I cannot understand why the powers that be would intentionally try to kill the golden cow that is Lakeshore property tax revenue. Forget about whether the unsightly wind turbines are positive or not. The fact is that they are going to impact tax revenue at Dickinson County coffers if the wind turbines are allowed within sight of our Iowa Great Lakes. I ask that you not approve the permit and allow the tax revenue from the high property values to continue to flow into the treasury of local government. Lowell Hanson, lifetime property owner. Dear Chair Ashland and board members, in order to clarify my interest in Dickinson County decision, I grew up always engaged in the lakes. My grandparents owned most of the north shore of Lake Minnewaska. I spent my summers there. When my grandmother was a young girl, she often walked a half a mile to the Gardner cabin to sit at the knee of Abby Gardner and listen to her story. I sat at my grandmother's knee to hear her retell Abby's story. From 2003 to 2021, I represented the Lakes area in the United States Congress. Okoboji is in our blood. The RedRock Wind Energy proposal by Invenergy threatens the pristine beauty of Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes, a natural wonder cherished by generations. While Invenergy touts benefits in their April 15, 2025 advertisement, their claims do not justify the irreversible harm the project would inflict on our region. Invenergy asserts that wind projects are safe for humans and wildlife, citing minimal health effects in their experience with 17 projects. However, studies have shown that turbine noise and shadow flicker can cause deep disruption and stress in nearby residents. Wildlife, particularly birds and bats, suffer from habitat disruption and fatal collisions, hardly negligible impacts in an ecologically sensitive area like the Great Lakes. The promise of 94 million in tax revenue over the project lifetime may sound appealing, but at what cost? This money cannot replace the region's tourism-driven economy, which relies on unspoiled landscapes. Towering turbines will deter visitors, harming local businesses far more than taxes can offset. Dickinson County already has one of the strongest tax base in the state. If Dickinson County can't make it without selling the landscape out to a forest of turbines, how could other counties make it? Compatibility with agriculture is another hollow claim. Turbines occupy farmland, and their construction disrupts soil and drainage system, impacting yields. Farmers may see short-term payments, but in the longer run, agriculture productivity will suffer. If energy calls wind energy essential for national security and affordable, yet Iowa already produces ample wind energy. Further expansion here is unnecessary when other regions lack such infrastructure. The true cost includes sacrificing the county's aesthetic and ecological value. Finally, while Invenergy emphasizes regulatory compliance, these rules fail to address the visual light of turbines in a region defined by natural beauty. Dickinson County's ordinances must prioritize preservation over profit. I urge Dickinson County to deny the Invenergy wind turbine application to protect the Iowa Great Lakes for future generations. Our natural heritage is worth more than Invenergy's promises. Sincerely, Steve King, U.S. Congress, retired. Iowa District. We vote no. Please not bring in more turbines. The beauty of the lakes area will never benefit from the pseudo green energy source. Enough is enough. Chris Soder, Milford. As a resident of Milford and a landowner in the Terrell area, I would like to say that I am fully supportive of the wind farm development in our county. The RedRock Wind Farm project has been under study and consideration for years. I stand in support of being responsible citizens of the planet and doing our part in protecting our way of life by using modern wind turbine technology to produce power. I stand in support of Dickinson County reaping the tax benefit that will help this county financially prosper. I stand in support of property owners deciding how to use their property in accordance with the laws and the regulations that are designed for the betterment of our area with proven and safe scientific technology. Thank you for your consideration for this project, Gail Bachman. We own a property on West Lake and look directly south. We will be able to see the termites, and that is not the type of view we were looking for when we purchased this home. We pay a lot of taxes already and have to pay more because of the turbines that already get plenty of government kickbacks and incentives is ridiculous. Everyone thinks this is green energy, but have you considered how broken blades are disposed of? Is anything but green? Vote no. Mike Brugenhill. We are in favor of wind power in Dickinson County. My family has land in this area, and this is the way of the future for me and the surrounding communities. Troy Horman. I'm writing on April 26, 2025 to express my support for the RedRock Wind project. As an owner of land in Dickinson County, I believe that the project will provide a significant economic boost to the region and fully supportive of the project. The jobs and investments in Dickinson County during construction and operation will be significant and will diversify the region's economic base. Furthermore, projects like the RedRock Wind project strengthen the need for Iowa Lakes Community College Wind, Energy, and Turbine Technology Program. RedRock Wind project, coupled with that program, provides opportunities locally for Dickinson County youth to grow up here, study here, and remain here post-graduation, having secured technical skills to facilitate long-term job opportunities. Synergies like that are exactly what the region needs to be able to provide its youth. Invenergy has been upfront, honest, and responsive as we have worked with them for over a decade on the RedRock Wind project and its relationship to our Dickinson County land. I truly believe that Dickinson County has an excellent partner in Invenergy who is committed to the long-term success of the RedRock Wind Energy project and its long-term positive impact in Dickinson County. Thank you for your work on this project. I fully support Invenergy's project and trust that you will extend your support and approval of the project. Matt Chambers, Dickinson County landowner. I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County, the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads, bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Skylar Hartwig, 1661-280 Spirit Lake. I'm writing to express my concerns about the RedRock Wind project. I was born here in fourth generation, have lived here many years, and believe this is not suitable for our beautiful county that God gave us, as this would affect about everything from our view to the migrating birds. This is the Iowa Great Lakes, the most popular tourist destination in Iowa, and our night sky should be clean and appear natural. Our land is used for so many special events, and this is sacred to us. We don't need this eyesore. Red flashing lights are distracting. Please reject this project for the sake of the county. Thank you for listening. Kay Bachman, 22486 230 Milford. My name is Mary Richards, and my family has owned land in Dickinson County for generations. I grew up in Terrell and attended Terrell Community School. My family members and I are committed to supporting farming and community and our care of Mother Earth as our ancestors would have. My family chose to sign an agreement with Invenergy and RedRock Wind project. Therefore, we wish to express our strong support for the RedRock Wind project. Currently, we are experiencing financial uncertainty in so many sectors of our lives. The ability to have lease payments to diversify a farming family's income and weather tough years is highly appreciated and assets in keeping farm alive and younger generations viable. Additionally, the funds that can be recognized to support the schools and other critical community infrastructure is huge. The project represents a tangible investment in the county and communities like Terrell to provide a viable future for schools, jobs, businesses, and families to stay local. I urge the Board of Adjustment to recognize the board, large and small, county and community advantages, and grant the necessary approvals for RedRock Wind project to move forward. Sincerely, Mary Richards. I'm writing you to tell you that I'm 100% against any new windmills in the county. Zol Zinovich. I'm writing this letter to inform you that I am against any and all new windmill projects in Dickinson County. As someone who has spent over 3 decades working in conservation who strongly supports renewable energy and responsible environmental stewardship, I feel compelled to voice my opinion to the industrial wind projects currently being proposed in our area. These turbines, towering up to 600 feet tall, pose a significant disruption to our rural landscape and come with costs that are often ignored. The construction process alone causes extensive road damage and increases heavy truck traffic in areas not designed for it. Once operational, these massive structures introduce shadow flicker, noise pollution, and other quality of life issues for nearby residents, none of whom are giving a meaningful voice in the planning process unless they were landowners leasing their property to county officials involving in the permitting. Unfortunately, the most heavily impacted individuals, neighbors, wildlife, and those of us who care about the integrity of our local government receive little to no compensation. According to the data from the wind industry itself, the greatest financial benefits go to those trading in green tax credit and to companies marketing this energy out of state corporations far from communities hosting these turbines. While I fully support green energy, not all renewable projects are created equal. This particular development is not aligned with responsible stewardship and prioritizes profit over thoughtful environmental planning. Our county's identity and economy are rooted in tourism, agriculture, and natural beauty. Let's not trade that legacy for short-term gains and long-term consequences. It is vital that we take a closer look at who is truly benefiting from these projects and what costs to our land, wildlife communities. We can and must do better. Please register my opposition to any new additional windmills in Dickinson County. Thank you, Megan, for your service, Dickinson County. Best regards, Ed Thielen, 15-362-250 Spirit Lake. I am not in favor of 600-foot wind turbines, Sandra Downs. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, we are owners of land in the RedRock Wind Energy footprint. Although we didn't get chosen for a wind turbine, we support the project. We strongly believe that if a project meets the county ordinance requirements, the landowner should have the property rights to a turbine on their property. Please approve the RedRock application. Thank you, Dwayne and Gloria Otto. Hello, the Iowa Great Lakes is a treasure of Iowa, and having wind turbines close to the lakes would be a detriment to tourism and business in the lakes area. Please do not allow wind turbines near the lakes. Thank you, Brenda Bergenhill. I'm highly against more wind turbines in the area. They do much more harm than good. Jimmy Lasso, Iowa resident. While we are not year-round residents of the county, we have a home that we enjoy at the Iowa Great Lakes. We are very saddened to hear that a wind farm may be coming to the county. We enjoy sitting on our dock and watching the pelicans and other birds that grace our area of the lake. What will wind turbines do to the bird population? There are so many subsidies that are offered to these clean companies. Do we need to cover the taxes for them as well? Everyone thinks that wind energy is clean. But have you considered the disposal of the broken blades? They are not biodegradable. What is the environment impact of that? Not worth it. Please say no to the proposal. Karen Broken Hill. Dear Board of Adjustment members, thank you for taking time to listen to all points of the view on this issue. Having farmed for over 50 years and still counting as a crop landowner, plus president of Dragos Tech USA, ag equipment company, I am hoping to offer maybe a slightly different view to your decisions you must make on this issue, and that is a risk assessment on the county's tax revenue. Here's my point. Ag is currently in a down cycle. It always cycled. How much more? No one knows for sure. But we are at serious risk of farmland values having a major downside to it. I remember when land prices dropped by 75%, tax revenue was affected. We also own houses on West Okoboji, which create a great tax revenue stream for Dickinson County. But with the stock market current situation and uncertainty, we could easily see a substantial decrease in value developing quickly. They're also negatively affecting property values in the lakes area. My point being is for you to be concerned with your position on the board to weigh the potential risks to the county's tax revenue streams and projects that can add more revenue streams for the county throughout uncharted times that we are in. With that said, I'm totally behind RedRock project and what it can bring to Dickinson County with more jobs, more income, and creates alternative tax revenue streams for your county, which protects tax revenues throughout these uncertain times. Sincerely, Dennis Bowling. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am writing to express my strong opposition to the RedRock Wind project and urge you to reject it. While renewable energy is important, the project presents serious and lasting risks to the well-being of Dickinson County and its residents. Iowa Great Lakes region is a treasured natural and recreational area. Installing large turbines would significantly harm its beauty and appeal. The constant red blinking lights, blade flicker, and overall industrial look of turbines would damage the scenic charm that draws visitors and supports our local economy through tourism. Wind turbines also pose major safety and environmental risks. Blades can break off and be thrown, and there's a real danger of turbines catching fire and impacting nearby fields or homes. The loud mechanical noise and constant low frequency vibration can both affect humans' health and wildlife, especially birds that migrate through the nests of the area. Additionally, the presence of turbines makes crop spraying more difficult, damage roads and bridges due to heavy construction traffic, and can harm underground drainage tile networks that farmers depend on. Property values tend to decline in areas near farms, which unfairly impacts homeowners who have no say in the project. Please consider these many negative consequences and protect the people, land, and future of Dickinson County by rejecting the proposal. Sincerely, Bobby M. Black, 1981, 170th Spirit Lake. Hello, I recently heard about a proposal being studied to install a lot of windmills southeast of Milford. I grew up in central Iowa. I've owned a second home on Big Spirit since 1997 and currently live in West Metro area of Minneapolis. The Midwest has the best sunsets in our great nation, which is why I've kept that second home versus buying in northern Minnesota. I have been coming to the Iowa Great Lakes since 1997 during summers, falls, and winters just to walk through the great natural public preserves and hunting land to experience beautiful sunsets and see and hear the pheasants, geese, deer, rabbits, and other animals my dogs could find. Additionally, I ride bicycles and really enjoy the great trail system. There's nothing better than the feeling of riding around the lakes in the fall and watching the sun go down. The windmills on the west side of Lake Okoboji have definitely taken away from the natural beauty. They can be seen several miles southeast of the landfill with their blinking red lights. Please don't add more. I've also witnessed how much destruction there is to the roads and land while these large devices are carried in pieces down the roads. How people's land and set on new chunks of concrete poured down into what used to be rolling prairies. Please work hard to preserve the natural beauty of Northwest Iowa and the Iowa Great Lakes, and don't give in to the pressure from utility companies or government programs that are offering to give you free money. It takes strength to resist, but please do so. If you're using any of the local taxpayer money that I am giving for my property taxes, I would rather have it go towards clean water and bike trails. I am not an environmentalist, just someone who likes to leave certain things as they are and not let the government and utility companies continue taking away things in the interest of progress or some other narrative claiming it to be better for us, have them get their additional electricity produced elsewhere. Let's build a small nuclear plant instead on a piece of land south and east of the lakes area with a much smaller footprint. We could provide a lot more electricity to the grid and preserve what makes Iowa Great Lake so great. Brian Wiedemann, 25454, 25252 is 253rd Orleans. I'm highly supportive of this wind energy project. Cheap, readily available energy has long been the foundation of industry. Water and windmills are early examples that drove manufacturing centers throughout history. This is true for the textile industry in the Northeast, steel mills and heavy industry in the Great Lakes region, chemical industry in the South, and aluminum in the Pacific Northwest. Iowa has an abundance of wind ready to be harnessed to drive the economic engine of the Midwest. This project helps support the priorities set by our federal government to bring manufacturing back to the USA. Projects like RedRock Wind Energy will create readily available energy at a reasonable cost to support growth of industry in Iowa and the surrounding areas. It also comes without the unfortunate social, economic, human, and environmental costs that have come from the power sources that drove the manufacturing successes in other areas of the USA. I've long enjoyed driving the roads along Iowa, seeing windmills at farms and in fields, knowing the state has a long history using wind energy to survive and thrive in the heartland. These new wind turbines are an echo of past age where we use natural resources to our advantage while also serving as a foundation to grow an economic engine of this region moving for the 21st century. Bill Chambers. My name is Ronald Stote, address 110 3rd Street, Terrell. Reasons why I'm against the Energy Wind project. Ruins the landscape. For what reasons we don't get any benefit from them, kills our wildlife, the list could go on and on. Just a very bad idea for our state. John Pickless, 820 28th Street. Reasons why I'm against the Energy Wind project. They're a nuisance, they're ugly, they require a lot of maintenance because they're always having mechanical issues and breaking down. They're also not green. They also still use oil and they don't break down when they're decommissioned. There are two wind turbines by my house in Spirit Lake behind a school that don't work. Why are they still there? Why are they not working? Why are they not being removed? We don't need any more wind turbines. I'm completely against them. Hello, I'm Stephanie Siebert. I'm writing this as a concerned Milford, Dickinson County, Iowa resident. I spent much time enjoying this beautiful land that I call home. I've observed families of bald and golden eagles that nest and hunt in this beautiful land also. Is the board aware that these multiple bird families are still federally protected by Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act? Has a study been done on these bald and golden eagles migration patterns from the Iowa Great Lakes to possibly Canada? If one eagle is killed or harmed, that would violate the federal Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This violation could result in as a felony with imprisonment and fines. I believe Dickinson County Board would not want to take on the legal and moral burden of allowing wind turbines on Dickinson County close to the Iowa Great Lakes, endangering these federally protected and symbol of American greatness birds. Because of work, I cannot be at the Board of Adjustment meeting for the RedRock Wind Energy project. I do want to emphasize my commitment to this finally happening. It was a long-held dream of my parents to have windmills on their property. This despite knowing that they never see the benefit of such. There are over 100 other windmills in the county, and I think mostly on the west side. There's no reason there can't be some on the east side of the county, and Benergy has done everything asked to make it possible. Therefore, the BOA should approve it. Thank you for your efforts, John Mulliner. Please reject the RedRock Wind project. There are so many reasons to reject this, but if you are very unsightly, red lights, especially at night, the sound and the large shadows, also all the birds in the area, and they take away the tranquility of our lakes. They have been known to break and throw blades everywhere, and some have caught fire, plus they do not pay their own way. Pat Anderson, 13-11-15, 253rd Orleans. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to formally express my opposition to the RedRock Wind project, LLC. While I understand the potential economic benefits that have been cited in support of this initiative, I believe that the environmental costs associated with this project significantly outweigh any financial gains. Preserving our natural landscapes, protecting wildlife habitats, and maintaining the ecological integrity of the region must take precedence. The long-term consequences of disrupting these ecosystems could be irreversibly and far more costly than any short-term economic boost. I urge you to reconsider moving forward with this project. I feel there will be an adverse effect on the real estate values in and around the project. Please feel free to contact me with any questions. Thank you, Michael Jensen. Again, as Dickinson County landowners, we would like to express our continued support of the RedRock Wind Energy Center project. We believe the positive impact of wind energy far outweighs any negative aspects that may arise with the installation of wind turbines in Dickinson County. The job creation alone will bring a lot of added income and tax revenue to local businesses, municipalities, and the state at a very crucial time, not to mention the long-term positive effects of using clean energy, wind energy, as opposed to fossil fuels. We strongly believe that now is the time to approve the project and move forward. Thank you, Neil and Teresa Wayne, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Whom it may concern, as someone who hunts Dickinson County, I cannot condone the addition of more wind turbines. The local government must take for granted the natural beauty of a tourist county that ranks high in the amount of acreage set aside for public hunting and fishing and holds the second largest waterfowl production area in the state. I can't imagine what it would be like as a resident to look out every day to a sea of 600 feet turbines on the horizon and blinking red lights at night. Never mind the shadow flicker and the noise that will undoubtedly affect those that live near them. More government subsidized turbines that send electricity elsewhere and line a select few farmers' pockets and grease corporate and political greed is not what Dickinson County needs. Thank you, Mary Stanford. Hi Megan, my name is Dan Spangler. I'm a resident of Dickinson County and a wildlife enthusiast who loves the area and want my voice heard as a no to the Milford Wind Project. Absolutely, wind turbines impact migratory birds, both flight pattern, mortality, activation of local sites. There are peer-reviewed studies that have shown negative impact on local wildlife habitat and biodiversity with the presence of wind energy operations. It goes beyond birds, and this includes other localized terrestrial fauna. You have to ask yourself, what community-wide benefits do these wind turbines provide? All I see is personal gain for a few landowners who wish to have turbines on their properties. I'm not gaining anything, and even if I did, I'd still vote no due to the turbines polluting the natural skyline. I also feel sorry for any families who live next to these things. Imagine if your next door neighbor put up 5 windmills next to your dream property in the quiet countryside. Not only would you have to hear them every day, you'd have to see them every day. I get to talk to anyone who thinks a wind turbine is a beautiful structure. In fact, anyone I speak to commonly complains about ugly windmills along the skyline. Thanks for hearing my voice on the wind turbine project. Dan Spiegler, Milford. I am writing to you today in support of the RedRock Wind Project. As someone who not only grew up in the area watching the ins and outs of the agricultural community, I am also a future owner resident of land that is scheduled to receive a windmill. As a future owner of the land to receive a windmill, I grew up seeing that tower in my father's farm. He told me that if we were lucky, someday we would get one of those windmills and generate electricity for our community, as well as other communities in our country. My father was one of the first in the area that had a test tour that I knew of. I watched him alter his farming plans the way of approaching our test tower farm, even when it was a major inconvenience because he was looking at the big picture. The risk he took and leap of faith in this project was to set up the community and better the lives and resources of the generations to come. I write to you today of my own free will. While I do not currently reside directly in the area, I am the heir to many acres in this county and believe in supporting and bettering our community, state, and country and future generations as a whole. My father took on the project well over a decade ago to ensure that he was setting up generational successes and a strong foundation for myself, my children, my future generations. The need for energy grows each day as the world becomes more technology advanced and integrated. Choosing not to continue this project and place towers in such a phenomenal part of the state would just continue to set the state up highly behind the rest of the country as they progress and adapt to the ever-changing needs of the new generations. I asked you to kindly not only see this project for what it is now, but what it can create for the lives of the future generations. Carolyn Openhoff Lindy, heir to the Openhoff Farms. My name is Mark Hefner. I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. I know you're busy. I just wanted to express my astonishment at first that turned into grave concern about the windmill project being sought by Invenergy for Dickinson County. I was hoping common sense and cool heads would prevail, but I see no such thing from either side. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors is supposed to govern for what's best for the majority of the county. Last year, 2 of the supervisors who were governing more for their own gain were voted off the board. The majority of the citizens of the county do not want these windmills erected across our landscape. We live with these eyesores and headaches while the energy and money these windmills will produce go elsewhere. I have friends on Dickinson Beach, and if you stand on their sidewalk in front of their home there and look to the west, you can see the windmills built on the western side of the county. As you know, these new ones will dwarf those. Without getting in the weeds here, how many of these landowners advocating for these windmills are absent landowners who don't live on the land these would be erected? We need strong local government who isn't afraid to fight for the citizens of Dickinson County, and you can be that strong person. History always has the right and wrong, good and bad. These windmills are wrong and bad. Which side will you be remembered for? The Iowa Great Lakes are a vacation destination for the entire country. I'd like to stay that way. Please help stop Invenergy with their assault on our way of life. Thank you, Mark Hepburn. Dear Dickinson County, I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as these adversely affects the county. I don't want a change in the lakes area any more than it is. We don't recognize it now. We will have noise, killing birds, light. My granddaughter is now 28 and 10 years old, and she said Okoboji is not the same that I will always remember. Shirley Ball, 83 Broadway, Arnold's Park. I'm contacting you concerning the possibility that using 44,000 acres of land near Milford, the Iowa Great Lakes, knowing that these turbines use up land and will no longer be usable, and the known fact that many birds are killed by turbines, I am against the idea. Please do not put more turbines in the area. Respectfully, D. Readiness. Hello, Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. My name is Quimby Ross, and I'm a permanent resident of Dickinson County and a student at Iowa State University. I am in support of the RedRock and its endeavors in our county, as they will be an investment in our community and its readiness for many years to come. Having grown up in a farming family in a community where many of its residents share the same source of income, I can attest that having an opportunity to invest in an asset that is not dependent on weather or market prices would provide a reliable assurance. Additionally, the Wind Tech program provided by Iowa Lakes Community College in neighboring Emmett County has drawn an excellent class of students with its rigorous training and premier experience. I personally know many students have been very satisfied with the program. The issue now is many of the students have to leave their families, friends, and community that they love in order to find a job that can utilize their education. With few wind tech opportunities in our area, their skill sets would be wasted in the same community that prepared them for missing opportunities. I grew up with many of these students, and hearing their dejection for having to leave has been heartbreaking. Another key takeaway from the project is the generous donation of property tax from the turbine sites to the area schools such as Gretton Terrell and Okoboji District. I also grew up with many students who attended these districts. I believe that future generations can benefit from an even richer, more rewarding, more efficient, more effective educational experience if they could be provided with additional funding for modernized resources. Further advantage from this project is the very nature of the energy source being supplied to our community. Wind energy is clean, renewable, and safe form of energy, which Iowa is uniquely suited to provide for itself. It reduces our dependency on foreign commercial energy sources and also enables Iowa with a new resource to be finalized for its own financial benefits. I would love for our county to benefit from this new venture and be a leading force in its development. In sum, I believe that this project will bring numerous financial advantages to our county, and it saddens me to see so much pushback against something that will provide for our future generations. If we would truly like to invest in the future of our community, county, and country, then we need to allow such opportunities to be utilized when they arise. Please support RedRock Wind Energy Center for Dickinson County. I respectfully ask that you please reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County, the Iowa Great Lakes region. I have a residence in Dickinson and in Sioux County. I am pleased with Sioux County's stance on not allowing wind farms there, and I know that other Dickinson County residents besides myself would be pleased as well. Both Sioux and Dickinson counties have very valuable and productive farm ground that should not be taken out of production. Neither county can make or buy more ground. So that is up to our leaders to protect the valuable asset we have been blessed with. I also should mention that Dickinson County has other very valuable assets in the beautiful lakes and the properties on the lake. These people have invested large amounts of money in Dickinson County to take in the beauty of this area. It would be a shame for all of this money to be spent to help the beauty of this area go to waste with large ugly windmills being built all around them. The negative impacts this will have on the lakes area will last long into the future and for sure longer than the current people sitting on the board today that have to make this decision. Please make the decision with the tax-paying individuals that have to live with these windmills the rest of their lives in mind. Thank you for your service as a board member, Ryan Van Broeken. I'm writing this letter to you to say thank you for all that you do, for all of your due diligence that you are suffering through for this extremely important decision for all the residents of Dickinson County. I realize that you have more facts and figures presented to you than anyone should have ever to endure. Therefore, I won't do that to you, but I do want to take note of what I feel is very important factor in this matter. I know that writing letters, making phone calls, etc., seems to voice the general opinion of the county, and the opposition has been extremely vocal and at times unbelievably harsh in their stating of opinions. While those of us that have supported wind energy try to take the high road and stay within social boundaries and not attacking anyone with the anger and misinformation of the opposition. Our being quiet all this time isn't to be considered lack of interest, but should be considered steadfast approval. I will close with this question. If Invenergy has met all of the criteria that you as a county board asked for, changed many of their plans or regulations to suit the demands of your board, then how can you not approve the project? Again, I ask that you approve the project. Thank you, Deb Olson Terrell. Please, no more wind turbines in Dickinson County. The visual impact of blinking red lights tarnish the spectacular sunrise and sunset vistas. The blades have been known to be a distinct hazard to birds. The roar of the turbines can be heard miles away. The economic impact of non-biodegradable materials grace the turbine replacement schedule cast doubt on the long-term wisdom of this choice. The tax base of Dickinson County easily supports the needs of the county. I am a taxpayer whose valuation rose $130,000 for one dwelling in 1 year. I came to Dickinson County because of the natural beauty. Please, no more wind turbines. Denise Steffen, 2272 Van Buren, Sutherland, Iowa. I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fire damage, roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. It also affects the long-term landscape due to the difficulty of removing the terrain. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Shauna Clayball, 802 Lake Street, Spirit Lake. I respectfully ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Windmills are terrible, making lives of farmers unlivable in the proximity of sound and light. Very poor for birds and bats. We must put an end to this encroachment across the beautiful and productive state of Iowa. Once beautiful areas southwest of Truro, Iowa, and along the I-80 from the Omaha to the Quad Cities. Windmills are polluting visual space. The lighting at night often gives me migraines after driving through with all the flashing lights. Our research and development needs to continue on renewable energies, but we are not there yet with the present technologies. Large wind turbines do pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, diminishing the natural beauty of our area, threatening wildlife, particularly birds and bats, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Please do not encourage the production of these monstrosities or diminish the hazard they present. Then proponents, etc., need replacement. The ground will not be safe from the garbage this produces. Please consider the impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Sarah Christ, 335 Lincoln Place, Des Moines. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. My name is Ryan Ross. I live in Eastern Dickinson County, and I approve of the proposed RedRock Wind Center. I've received numerous postcards from the obviously well-funded Iowa Great Lakes Association with full statements on each card. I employ numerous practices in my farm operation to protect my soil for clean water in this area, and the very last thing that I could ever remotely imagine to negatively impact water quality would be a wind energy conversion device. After the on-site construction, on the area of land less than the size of a machine shed, what erosion can be caused by the structure. The access road to the structure would be laid out in such a way as to minimize water disruption and predict that the access roads will cause far less disturbance than any other gravel road within the county. Another false statement made is that the developer, Invenergy, is some foreign energy company. Invenergy is a US-owned and US-controlled company. The Invenergy representatives standing before you are US-raised citizens and invited to develop this project by Dickinson County and Emmett County landowners who founded the RedRock Wind farm prior to 2008. This is a locally initiated project to benefit the local economy, the local schools, and local services. Another of the false statements claim that the wind developers project will not bring any significant revenue or jobs. In fact, the project will bring somewhere in the realm of 300 jobs during construction, with businesses benefiting from them, employees eating, sleeping, and recreation spending. Additionally, the project will support 8 full-time, high-paying skilled workers for the life of the Energy Conversion Center. Those are families within our community. Another false statement refers to harming wildlife. Birds are injured or killed exponentially more by cats, cars, electric wires, airplanes, industrial plants, glass on windows, on buildings, especially on lakefront properties, than what little danger is present with a properly placed turbine. This RedRock Wind Center has been placed far from the lakes region in southeastern Dickinson County and away from all areas of wetland wildlife preserves. I had neighbors who were disappointed that they were not receiving an opportunity for a turbine on their land, but the proximity of their farm was within the area of concern for wildlife flight. In a statement on the National Audubon Society website, they clearly state their positive position for wind energy. I quote, "Audubon strongly supports wind energy that is sited and operated properly to avoid, minimize, and mitigate effectively for the impacts on birds, other wildlife, and the places they need now and in the future. To the end, we support the development of wind energy to achieve 100% clean electricity," end quote. The Audubon birds lovers position is clearly in favor of this project. Another false statement is that the Board of County Supervisors has somehow sold us out and have somehow voted against tax relief for us. The Board of Supervisors spend an enormous amount of time poring over budgets, subjects of concern, and protecting the rights of the county residents. The Board of Supervisors clearly understands that the current top property taxpayer in Dickinson County is wind energy facilities, accounting for $1.3 million in 2023. Dickinson County already enjoys a lower tax levy per thousand of property value than neighboring counties, which have both high value lakefront properties and wind energy conversion system. That is tax relief and has kept the tax levy lower for all citizens. The Board of Supervisors also knows that we have a wind energy conversion system ordinance in place since around 2009, and that its setbacks provide safety for residents and allows property rights for landowners. The project was cited according to the ordinance regulations and substantial investment that has been made in Dickinson County in good faith in furthering development to the point of applying for permits. To that end, the new 2024 ordinance provided some updates to those regulations and is currently the standard for development here. Invenergy has met and exceeded the requirements of the current ordinance. I see no legal reason to deny this permit. Denying this permit is to deny the funding to the county, the Gretton Church Herald and Okoboji school districts, and to the area landowners who voluntarily gave easements to their properties to stabilize their income. The board has done their duty and allowed public comments, both factual and fictional. Please do your duty and your role as the Board of Adjustment members and approve this fully compliant project. Respectfully, Ryan Ross. We respectfully request that you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our state. They threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and they interfere with air travel. Also, turbines increase the chance of fire, damage roads and bridges from the use of heavy equipment, and they can damage underground drainage systems vital to our agriculture. As you make your decision, please consider these specific facts and the fact that we hate the way they overwhelm the beautiful vista of our state. Like ice, we don't believe that the amount of energy produced is worth the cost. Thank you, Jana Newell. 535 Waterbury Circle, Des Moines. I hope this email finds you well. I wanted to reach out and voice my concern with the proposed wind turbines in our county. I personally came from a location that had wind turbines and have seen the effects. I'll do my best to list them below. One, the Iowa Great Lakes is an outdoorsman's paradise, and I feel it should stay that way. Over 15 years ago, where I grew up, They put up hundreds of wind turbines, so DNR had a group of workers come in and understand the effects on the bird population. I'm not sure the standing, but they rented a house next to mine. And they were always transferring dead birds daily, including one eagle I saw. We should really consider what we would do in the Iowa Great Lakes and the bird migration. Two, I know the wind turbines point in a beautiful site, but that is not the case. Any wind turbine that has been installed and used for some time has grease and oil down the side. They get sun faded, dirty, and become an eyesore. The turbines would cut the signal to our home TV, and it got to a point where the turbine company paid for our whole town to have direct TV. This was a huge pain for the community and caused an uproar. Let's just be mindful of our beautiful community before we do something that can't be undone and doesn't benefit us here. Call if you have any questions. Thanks. Kyle Peterson.
It's been an hour. Taking a break. Convene in another 7 minutes.
Good thing you don't have to go to work in the morning, huh?
I know. 45 minutes. Supervisor meeting, I'll see if I can double his pay.
Yeah, right around the corner, so.
See if you have grace.
Where do you live?
South is 9 miles one.
Zero it in, out.
Hang it up.
Hang it out, yeah.
16 hours.
Right, and now. No. One more hour.
And those days were-
Building. Outside if I come back.
I'm still.
Wow.
Texas, you got a section of land and drill. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The adjacent landowners share.
That because of, what do they call it?
It could be the rest
Because they're not just indirect.
you know, so it's not just this.
I did a lot of scouts still, and ours.
All share.
Oh, yeah, Adam.
It's all royal. Same thing. They get their oil.
Yeah.
Sounds like I got a picture.
Carrying that one around.
Yeah, well, I don't, yeah.
No, I thought you're at
Some people say,
That gotta be so long.
you know.
Yes.
You lost your.
My grandson. I never drove.
We had a 460.
Yes. Right.
Starting up.
In 2008.
I gotta go.
If I read
There's a whole bunch of meetings over
When you
saw about 100 of Ready?
Table.
A crow.
Who is that?
No, it's a crow.
That's
a crow looking for an eagle.
I'm looking
Yeah.
It's dripping oil.
No, it's-
He's up
Need
there.
a couple more.
Has to be split. So, yeah. On the rear of the. It was black oil on the. It was leaking out. Yeah.
Your ass is all. There's
My brother,
half an hour.
you got your sleeping bag there?
Yeah.
Got your sleeping bag inside?
I know.
I got a sleeping bag in the car.
We get you stuff on.
He woke up. Yeah.
But you're right, I've been texting.
Right over there. It's like.
It's really.
That's kind of Tarzan call. Kind of like an alarm. The sheriff's keeping an eye on you now.
He keeps an eye on me. I can't get out of line.
Let's have a.
Mostly.
The gaskets.
Why can't I am. Everybody don't want it. I want it. Just read it.
Well, that's these are all.
It's because they don't speak anyway, so.
Just leave, we gotta just keep going till the work is done.
I respectfully ask you to reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads, bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Mara Melman, 524 Spirit Lake. I respectfully ask you to reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads, bridges, and heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Scott Simonson, 2885-169.
Megan, just a comment. Is that the same letter?
It was. I'm looking at this next one.
Just a different name.
It was, yes.
Good. Thank you.
I also have the same letter from Caitlin Pratt at 17121 Basswood Lane. I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project. They damage roads and bridges from heavy equipment. The cost to produce and deliver and install and remove or repair damaged turbines outweighs any gain from using them as energy producers. Looking at just the energy cost to produce them and the energy used by vehicles negates any green saving. The blades are not recyclable and must be buried in a mountainous landfills. Again, a huge cost that is not made up of green savings. There is nothing about installing these turbines that makes any financial or environmental sense. The only people that gain financially is Red Rock. Dickinson County loses. The safety issue for people and wildlife that live in the shadow and path of the turbines is real. We do not want their ugliness in our beautiful Iowa Great Lakes. Sincerely, Deborah Burrow, 1119 Pleasant Lane, Spencer. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project. I believe this project will adversely impact Dickinson County and all who live and vacation here. The beautiful horizon will be forever gone. Sunrise and sunsets will be cluttered with ugly windmills. Dickinson County already has too many. We do not need any more. Will they impact land values? Dickinson County has been a good steward of this land and protecting natural resources, watershed management, wetlands, and DNR. Protecting wildlife in the air, water, and on land. Migration patterns will be affected. We will all experience red flashing lights, shadow flickering. It's a real thing, whirring sound of the blades. You'll have to use a lot of energy equipment to move and deliver parts for construction. The roads will be heavily impacted as well as drainage issues and also bridges. The lifespan of the blades isn't forever. The blades cannot be recycled. While these windmills affect crop spraying, cell service, TV reception, the energy produced does not lower local electricity. Is all shipped to the grid out of the area. Sincerely, Joyce Jensen, 46 Iowa Street. I oppose any industrial wind complexes in Dickinson County. Sharon Harpenu, Milford. Please keep our natural landscape natural. Our rare beauty is held by its natural resources and views day and night. Thank you. Deidre Rosenblum, keep Okoboji Blue. I respectfully ask you reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, the turbines, this is the same one, but additionally, turbines increase the risk of fire, damages roads and bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems to vital agriculture. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Craig Budden, 1701 Wade Street, Milford. My name is Kathy Rick, 15679 250th Avenue. Why I'm against the wind energy project, it does nothing to benefit us and it ruins the landscape when they are outdated. No good way to get rid of them. Over 10 years ago, a group of local landowners recognized the benefits that a community-owned wind farm would bring to Dickinson and Emmett counties, including jobs, lease payments, and real estate taxes to the schools and county budgets. Over 200 landowners have participated by signing voluntary agreements in hopes of having a turbine located on their farm. Once the project was able to connect to the electric grid, the layout process began. The Dickinson County Planning and Zoning Board was asked to review and update the county ordinance for wind energy projects. The Planning and Zoning Board formed a committee of P&Z members and representatives from the community to update the ordinance. They spent a considerable amount of time updating the ordinance. The committee paid special attention to industry standards as well as safety issues. The Planning and Zoning Board then unanimously approved the recommendations. The Dickinson County supervisors also approved the updated ordinance. The landowners involved strongly believe that as long as their project abides by all of the requirements of the updated Dickinson County Wind Ordinance, RedRock Wind should be issued the conditional use permit being discussed this evening. Thank you, Al Bloom. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am writing on behalf of the Hikins Incorporated, which owns land in the project area. I am objecting to these wind turbines because some of them restrict aerial spraying of this land. Aerial spraying is sometimes absolutely necessary in order to save the crop from insects or plant disease. This is an adverse effect on the property. The county ordinance says nothing about economic benefit to be used to push through a conditional use. Even if we were all to become millionaires and new schools were funded, the economic reasons must not be considered. Consider damage that will be done to our roads. Do you suppose the county is sending out people to crawl through culverts to inspect them before all this heavy traffic begins? There have been times even when school buses weren't even allowed on gravel roads, and I remember as a child riding my bike up to the blacktop just to meet the bus. Now imagine thousands of trips of concrete trucks on these roads, compressing them and cracking culverts. The citizens of the county will unfairly have to bear the cost. When the effect of the turbine falls against non-participating neighbors, there are many reasons citizens are protected under the zoning ordinance in Iowa law. These turbines restrict the use of land. They restrict where a house or buildings can be safely constructed. They create irritating shadow flicker when we are working in the fields. The red flashing lights irritate the view. They don't blend in with the surroundings, which is mostly possible and is required by the ordinance. They could be much smaller, different colors, and without red lights if they were short enough. They produce around 50 decibels. Again, this violates the ordinance. If they're at 46 decibels, 1,900 feet from a house, then they are far above 50 decibels closer to the turbine. The turbine would also violate the Dickinson County Comprehensive Land Use Development Plan on page 21, where the non-agricultural land uses must be kept from locating in the rural sectors of the county. We cannot just move our fields away from these monsters, and why should we? The farms were here first, and this is zoned for agriculture. Randy Higgins, president of Higgins Incorporated, 262427 Spencer. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I am writing on behalf of the EMS Farms Corporation, which funds farmland in the project area and rental acreage quite close to one of the proposed turbines, turbine number 81. I write in objection because this project adversely affects this property. 23 hours of shadow flicker will be on the rental house and 45.5 decibels of noise at the house. If my tenant can't sleep at night, he might move out. Who will want to live here? This devalues property. The turbine also is a nuisance to spray the cropland by airplane. I can't have the sky blocked. What would happen if the roads were blocked from use? Please object to this wind energy plan as the turbine violates the zoning ordinance because it adversely affects my interest in the use of property. Randy Higgins, president of EMS Farm, 2624 270th Street, Spencer. Dickinson County Zoning Board of Adjustment, I respectfully ask you to reject the RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, weird flashing lights, shadow flicker, all of which diminish the natural beauty of our area. They also threaten wildlife, particularly birds, and interfere with crop spraying and air travel. Additionally, turbines increase the risk of fires, damage roads, bridges from heavy equipment, and harm underground drainage systems vital to agriculture. Please consider these impacts when making your decision. Sincerely, Rodney Hartwig. For the letter of the Board of Adjustment.
These are two, one is Ronnie.
Isn't that Rodney?
No, it's Ronnie.
Oh, sorry. Wow. Ronnie Hartwig says no to RedRock Wind project in Dickinson County. My apologies.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed RedRock Wind project in Dickinson County. As a resident of Spirit Lake, I believe this project represents a significant opportunity for economic development, clean energy production, and long-term benefits for our community. The RedRock Wind project would bring multiple advantages to our county. Economic benefits, the project would generate substantial tax revenue for Dickinson County, providing fundings for essential public services, infrastructure improvements, and schools. Additionally, it would create good paying jobs during construction and permanent positions for ongoing operations and maintenance. Benefits to smaller communities. Wind projects like RedRock can be transformative for our smaller towns and rural areas. The increased tax base helps fund critical services in communities that often struggle with limited resources. Most importantly, local school districts would receive significant funding increases that could help maintain competitive teacher salaries, update educational facilities, enhance technological resources, and expand student programs without increasing the tax burden on residents. Local businesses benefit from increased activity during construction and from ongoing maintenance operations. Additionally, the project would help maintain population and vitality in our smaller communities by creating economic opportunities that allow residents to stay and work in the area they call home. Landowner rights. Supporting this project affirms the fundamental right of property owners to use their land in ways they see fit. Participating landowners have voluntarily chosen to host wind turbines, exercising their property rights to diversify their income streams. Respecting these choices honors the tradition of individual property rights that has long been valued in Iowa. Landowners deserve the opportunity to make decisions about their properties that benefit both themselves and the broader community. Historical perspective on infrastructure. It's worth noting that many major infrastructure improvements throughout the history faced initial resistance before becoming accepted parts of our landscape. When rural electrification brought power lines across the countryside in the 1930s and 1940s, many residents opposed these towers and wires as unsightly intrusions on the natural landscape. Today, we recognize those power lines as essential infrastructure that dramatically improved the quality of life. Similarly, while some have aesthetic concerns about the wind turbines today, future generations will likely view them as we view the power lines, as necessary beneficial infrastructure that powers our communities while supporting our economic and environmental goals. New technologies often face resistance before becoming normalized and appreciated parts of our environment. clean energy production. Wind energy is clean, renewable resource that produces electricity without harmful emissions or pollution. Supporting this project demonstrates our county's commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development practices. Landowner income. Participating landowners would receive stable, long-term lease payments, providing them with reliable income stream that helps sustain family farms and local agricultural operations during times of agricultural market volatility. And energy independence. By increasing local energy production, the project contributes to reduced dependence on imported energy and creates greater energy scrutiny for our region and nation. Minimal impact. Modern and wind facilities are designed to coexist with existing land uses, allowing agricultural activities to continue largely undisturbed beneath and around the turbines. I understand the change can bring concerns, but careful review of similar projects show that wind farms can be developed in ways that address potential issues while maximizing community benefits. Developers have demonstrated willingness to work with local stakeholders to ensure the project meets community standards and expectations. I encourage the Board of Adjustment to approve the necessary permits for RedRock Wind project and support the investment in our county's infrastructure. The project aligns with both our economic development goals and our environmental values, positioning Dickinson County as a leader in renewable energy while providing tangible benefits to residents across our entire county, especially in our smaller communities. Thank you for your consideration in this important matter and for your service to community. Tony and Amber Haug, 27-640 105th Street, Spirit Lake. I respectfully ask to reject RedRock Wind project due to its negative impact on Dickinson County and the Iowa Great Lakes region. Large wind turbines pose many concerns, including noise, red flashing lights, and this is the same letter. Sincerely, Jeremy Mao, who is at 20573 Dolphin Road. I would express my concern with the wind turbines going up in Dickinson County. They are huge and ugly looking for the lake area, and when they have to be disposed of, where does all the equipment get dumped? For the little energy we get from them, they are an eyesore. Thanks, Margie Simonson, 25885 169th Street, Spirit Lake. A 600-foot wind, the purpose of this letter is to oppose all future windmill projects in Dickinson County. Below are my reasons. A 600-foot tall windmill can be seen from over 17 miles away. The windmills of this height near Ledyard, Iowa can be seen west of Armstrong, Iowa, 19 miles west, and Union Slough, a national wildlife refuge, 14 miles south. The reclassification of over 4,000 acres of Dickinson County to industrialization is not in alignment with IGL natural resources and economy. Dickinson County already has 146 turbines on the west side of the county. Where will it end if all of these continue to get approved? Completely encircle the IGL. There are many problems residents of the Dickinson County object to: site degradation and land value, non-recyclable components, oil from turbines, wildlife influences, road damages, etc. Some landowners will be living literally in the shadow of these giant turbines, living with shadow flicker throughout the year in their homes. Many leaseholders appear to be out of county landowners, so bear no personal damages from these being installed. Those living in the county will suffer 40 years or more if it's left degrading after the useful life. The least compensated stakeholder in wind projects are the landowner and the county, according to the wind industry owned figures. The most rewarded, those who buy and sell green tax credits, and the marketing of the green to out-of-state corporations. Dickinson County Board of Supervisors, Steve Clark, approved changes to the zoning that favored wind turbine projects while holding land leases with RedRock. Prior board member Fairchild holds leases with RedRock as well and was influential in other board members voting to approve favorable changes to zoning in the past that helped pave the way for reapplication from RedRock. Clearly, these were conflicts of interest, despite both claiming not to have a conflict due to review by others in Des Moines. Please register my opposition to any and all windmill projects. Thanks for your public service, Megan, and all of you other public servants and all of you other public servants on behalf of so many. Best regards, Tony Phelan, Dickinson County resident. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, it is my business as a real estate agent for our area. These definitely compromise valuations and potentials in major ways. Due to multiple adverse effects, it is vital that the RedRock Wind project be rejected. These large wind turbines are extremely detrimental to our area, from the horrific effects to wildlife, especially birds, and potential of major risks of malfunction in blades, breaking and being thrown, turbines catching fire, burning fields, and other properties in the area, even to the extent of damage to underground drainage tile networks, roads, and bridges by heavy equipment. They compromise our real estate in major and numerous harsh ways. Sincerely, Marilyn Strickland. Members of the Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express the Grettinger Chair Board of Education's continued support for the RedRock Wind Energy Center. We see this project as a valuable opportunity to support long-term investment in rural education. Securing strong, stable funding for public schools is a challenge Grettinger Carroll and rural school districts like ours have faced for years. This project helps relieve some of that pressure. Projections show that RedRock is set to contribute an estimated $50.5 million to our school district over the course of the project. These dollars will support the essential work of educating our students while helping reduce the financial demands placed on individual taxpayers. RedRock brings a rare combination of economic benefit, educational support, and community partnership. We believe in this project and this lasting positive change it can bring for our district. I encourage you to keep our school, our community, and most importantly, our students in mind as we make this critical decision. With Titan pride, Kevin Jensen, Board President, Grettinger Carroll School District. I'm asking you to reject the RedRock Wind project as this adversely affects the county. I feel the benefit does not outweigh the cost of the environment to the environment these new style turbines will cost. I truly fear the safety of these turbines, in particular to the harm it can produce to the wildlife of the area. Studies show how adversely these turbines can affect the migration pattern and the everyday life of the native wildlife in the area. Wildlife aside, there is also a huge safety concern to those who reside close to turbines. The list of negative effects these turbines can have on humans is long, and I'd like to cite this website as my reasoning: Adverse Health Effects of Industrial Wind Turbines, PMC. Please take these words and concerns under advisement when looking at this project, and know that your constituents in Dickinson County are not for this project, and respectfully ask you to vote no. Sincerely, Savannah and Houston Hartwig, 961 Ridge Road, Sioux Center. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am writing to express my enthusiastic support for the RedRock Wind Center in Dickinson County. As the interim superintendent of Esterville Lincoln Central Community School District, I am keenly aware of the tremendous financial benefits that this initiative would bring to our schools and community. There were wind turbines in my previous district, and they were extremely beneficial in lowering taxes and keeping our district budget on track. RedRock Wind Energy Center is no different. This project is anticipated to generate significant streams of revenue through various channels, but most importantly, through revenue to our local school districts. Esterville Lincoln Central is set to receive $11.9 million from RedRock over the course of the project. For a small rural school district like ours, that money is huge. It can go towards funding infrastructure upgrades, hiring more teachers, expanding curriculum. I urge you to keep the school district in mind as you're making important decisions. Thank you for your consideration. Jeff Dix, Interim Superintendent. We are asking you to reject the RedRock Energy Wind project as it adversely affects the area. We have plenty of wind turbines in Dickinson County, more with much taller turbines that are not necessary. We will have 6 turbines within 4 miles of us, and it will ruin our countryside views and bird flights. We already have to see the 100 turbines to the west. Connie and Troy Grossman, 2524 235th Street, Milford. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, my husband and I are asking the board to vote against the RedRock Wind project. This will cost we, the taxpayer, more in return than we realized in the project. With the increase in size of these monstrosities that can cause more wear and tear on our roads, costing us more taxes to repair, while also holding up traffic during delivery, bird loss, flickering, noise pollution, fires, no way to recycle, higher taxes, we call the project the Great Dickinson County Boondoggle. Please reject this project. Thank you in advance for putting the people of Dickinson County first. Joy and Tim Van Scapen, 270 Iowa. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am for the RedRock Wind Energy project because of the economic boost to the farmers in Dickinson County as a whole. I had one of the first test towers in the area over 20 years ago. This is not a new idea. The reading showed we have an abundance of wind. This is not a new concept to any of us that live here. I signed up freely of my own accord without being forced or coerced. Now those against wind energy are trying to say in what I cannot do with my land. That's reverse eminent domain. I paid for the land and I pay the taxes on it. Who are you to tell me what I can or can't do with my land? My land is for the next generation, and a wind generator will help provide them with financial stability without having to solely rely on grain crops that are subject to volatile weather and markets. How much more electricity is used today than 25 years ago? How much more will be used 25 years from now? We need to use all available resources to produce enough electricity to satisfy the ever-increasing consumption. Dave Kokenhoff, Wallingford. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask that you reject the RedRock project as it adversely affects the county. Large wind turbines are the terrible idea for Dickinson County, which has a beautiful Iowa Great Lakes. I was born and raised in Spencer, Iowa, and have spent most of every summer for the last 6 decades at West Lake Okoboji. There is nothing more beautiful than our Iowa Great Lakes region. Please do not approve any wind turbines for our area. Honestly, I'm shocked that anyone would consider adding horrible looking wind turbines to our lovely landscape. The creepy red flashing lights, the noise, the effect on wildlife, especially birds, are just a few reasons why they should not be allowed in Dickinson County. Did you know that it takes more fossil fuels to produce and haul and maintain the wind turbines than if we just use fossil fuels to produce to power our electrical grid? It's a total waste of time, energy, and resource. Using wind turbines to produce clean energy is a joke and a travesty. What about the risk of blades breaking and being thrown and turbines catching fire and burning fields? Have you considered the dangers to roads and bridges by heavy equipment? Do you know these wind turbines can't be recycled? Please do not fall into the trap of thinking these monstrosities are good for the environment. They are quite the opposite. Sincerely, Margaret Molly Weitzman, 16642 North Interlane, Spirit Lake. Okoboji and the surrounding areas have more wind than the Windy City. Must be the politicians. It's ugly and it kills birds, but it's the way of the future if nuclear and solar drag their feet. Electric and other monthly bills are creating up yearly. Hydrogen may be an alternative if done correctly. Solar in theory would be good if people could get them above the approximate 22% efficiency as of now. They're working on it. For the near future, it looks like petroleum products will be with us. Enough prolificating SP. That's got those. Prolificating. All right. I am writing to express our strong support for the RedRock Wind project in Dickinson County as a resident with a home on Big Spirit Lake. We believe this initiative represents a significant step forward in our collective efforts to embrace clean, renewable energy. This project has the potential to reduce our dependence on foreign energy, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and contribute to energy security in our region. It will generate long-term economic benefits for our community, including local job creation, increased tax revenue, and potential investment in infrastructure and community services. The property tax benefits of a project of this size will have tremendous beneficial impact on residents in our community. We are confident that with the planning and community engagement that Invenergy has demonstrated thus far and committed to in the long term, this project can be developed in a way that respects local values, protects the environment, and strengthens our local economy. It will give landowners the rights they deserve. We urge decision makers to support and approve this important project. This project is bigger than a small number of people that feel the scenery will be harmed. It's much bigger than that narrow-minded point of view. This project will be the means to 300 construction working, providing for their families and jobs for wind technicians that have bet their futures on projects like RedRock. We have 3 family members that rely on wind energy as their means of income, working on wind turbines. Sincerely, Jeremy and Shanna Horner, 25690 Pasture Road. I ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county. My farm is close to these monstrosities in rural Wisconsin, and they ruin the beautiful scenery. They provide income for some landowner, but not for others who have to suffer the blight to the beautiful landscape. I oppose the erection of these large towers that blink red at night and harm our wildlife. They should not be allowed, and what this really is a short-term construction job with long-term harm. Justified for economics, it is a construction company that doesn't live here in the area that benefits only from the construction work related, not long-term savings on energy. Bad idea, public policy. Plus, we are getting more energy from the change policies with the Trump administration. Let's limit the damage to our total environment by not allowing these monstrosities to grow in Iowa. Sincerely, Todd Hunter, Law Office, Wisconsin Dells. I ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county. We live in the beautiful Iowa Lakes region and the windmills have already ruined our beautiful Iowa landscape. And these new turbines are going to be huge monstrosities. I know a family when these windmills were first put up and near their home, and the noise they made along with the shadows made them ill in their own home. If they had known this would happen, they would have never agreed to it. Corporate greed is not worth someone's health. The land these windmills are put on are the responsibility of the landowner if one catches fire or destroyed in a tornado. The birds they kill and the destruction of the land when they need to be replaced. These windmills do not provide enough benefit to sacrifice the items mentioned above, and now to think they could be as tall as the ruined building in Des Moines, just as crazy to even consider. I beg you to please reject these windmills and put our beloved Great Lakes. Sincerely, Lori Ray, 8982 Emerald Hills, Arnold Park. I hope that you recognize the importance of the RedRock project to the entirety of Dickinson County. This year, Dickinson County is collecting $1,579,583 from 147 turbines. This is collected from some older and smaller turbines. The RedRock turbines will be considerably more valuable. Expect RedRock to pay nearly double what the existing 147 turbines pay, or about $3 million per year. After having worked tirelessly on Dickinson County's budget, I cannot express the bewilderment I feel when I hear people who know better spreading either dishonest or ignorant claims about how unimportant $4,500,000 is to the county. What is their agenda? Their logical outcome of their agenda will be higher property taxes or lower levels of service throughout the county and a missed opportunity. There's no evidence I am aware of that cruise turbines negatively affect property values, tourism, or birds. The fact the opposite is true. We have more of all of them since we started building turbines on this county. When a turbine is built on someone's land, the owner gets a check. More importantly, all the taxing entities get an opportunity to tax the turbines about the same dollars they would get off 2 sections of land, 1,280 acres. The turbine should pay about $25,000 per year per turbine. That is about the same as a house on Jones Beach built in the floodplain you would pay. The turbine will not need to help sandbag for 2 days or millions of dollars to rework the lake's watershed as has been proposed by a homeowner living in that area. Planning and Zoning Commission has addressed all complaints and concerns, and I hope you respect their work. In summary, I cannot express how important this project is to an underserved part of the county around Terrell. The tax base in this area has very few high-value targets for the tax collector, so those that are there would get significant relief if this is approved. Usually the power to raise the taxes is done by elected officials. In this case, it is your board that has the power. I do not see how anyone can argue that this project is not in everyone's best interest. Thank you, Tim Fairchild, Milford, Iowa, Terrell business owner. I am opposed to the RedRock Wind project that desires to build more wind turbines in Dickinson County, Iowa. They are unsightly and annoying to the neighbors. They have no place in the beautiful Northwest Iowa Lakes area. I've done enough research to know these wind turbines are nothing more than another federal government boondoggle. The only ones that benefit are the wealthy investors that get millions of subsidies from the government and the corrupt politicians that pave the way for these investors. There's no long-term benefits of wind turbines. We have enough solutions for energy. It is coal-fired power plants and nuclear power plants. Stephen Reeder, 431 Miriam Lane, Arnold's Park. Hello, members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I'm Eli Ross, a resident of Dickinson County and a freshman at Iowa State University. My parents have been involved with the idea of setting up a wind turbine on our land since I was a young child. As farmers, our main source of income is our crop yield. As weather becomes more variable and extreme in the upcoming decades, Iowa crops will be at risk. To diversify the income of farmers and advance our community forward, these wind turbines are a great starting point. Clean energy has now become a competitive source over the past decade, now cheaper than coal and on par with natural gas. As innovations continue and incentives increases, there'll be no stopping the transition towards a sustainable future. To stay up to date with the rest of the world, Iowa should take advantage of the land that we have and the wind rushing above our heads. More and more young adults my age are moving away from our rural origins and moving to cities, leaving Dickinson County behind. Implementing current jobs like wind turbine construction and maintenance to our side of the state can bring in those who have a long, bright future ahead of them. A more pressing issue for everyone is the threat of global warming. It's hard for a lot of us to understand, so I like to describe the problem in economic terms. For 200 years, humanity has been racking up debt. It's unfair as it is to the people around today. We have to pay it back. Why the plant is being held as collateral. Thank you for considering my thoughts and perspective. Eli Rock.
Excuse me, there's people gotta get up and do chores.
So do we.
Well, then
So
quiet. I mean, come on.
we didn't write the letters. We've got to read them.
They've gotta be read tonight?
Yes,
Oh, really?
yes.
What rule is that?
Please sit up.
Please sit down.
What rule is that?
To whom it may concern.
Don't. We gotta start people talking by tomorrow night, Pat. I'm sorry. If you're tired, you can go home.
I'm against wind turbines being placed in Dickinson County. They pollute our skyline and become an eyesore. They are not the godsend of renewable energy some people want you to believe. There have been multiple cases of wind turbines becoming abandoned with nobody maintaining them. They can't guarantee that it will not happen here in Dickinson County. They also require materials that are not earth-friendly, as we are led to believe. Finally, I'd like to know why and when you drive north or west from Dickinson County, you see many turbines not turning while others next to them are turning. If these are going to litter our lands, then they should be turning 24 hours a day. You can't tell me they only spin when needed. There is always grid power needed all over the US, and all grids are interconnected with all the problems and unanswered questions. They are not welcome here. Please do not vote in favor of these ugly, inefficient excuses of renewable energy. Dickinson County and our beautiful skyline would appreciate it. Matthew Beck, Milford. All right. Larry Olson, 2714 Zenith Avenue. The reasons why I'm against Invenergy Wind Project. I believe this wind project would change the character of the area by allowing this area to become more industrial than residential area. This depends on tourism in the summer. With the proposal, I strongly believe that this will see a drop in tourism. Thank you for your consideration, Larry Olson. Also, sir, I am against the establishment of any more wind turbines in Dickinson County. Also, Larry Olson. Wind turbines are ultra detrimental to our environment and our beautiful lakes area. Hell no. Sincerely, Sandra Olson. I am writing to beg you to stop the windmills. This is not what our county needs. Regards, Nicole Skolon. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment members, I am writing to express my strong support for the RedRock Wind Energy in Dickinson County. As a wind technician with 9 years of experience currently working on the Upland Prairie Wind Project in Clay County, I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand the numerous benefits wind energy brings to local communities and economies. The construction and maintenance of wind projects create valuable and, most importantly, local opportunities, allowing employees to stay in their home communities. In my current role, I have not only gained technical skills and knowledge about the industry, but also have seen wind projects can stimulate local economies by generating revenue throughout construction and general maintenance. RedRock is estimated to bring in similar, if not more, economic benefits to the Iowa Great Lakes region. I firmly believe that RedRock represents a significant step forward in our journey towards a more sustainable and resilient energy future. As a wind technician, I'm confident in the technical feasibility and long-term benefits of this project. I support this initiative and encourage you to do the same. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Nick Shepard, lead wind technician, Upland Prairie. All right. Yesterday, I needed to go to Spencer for my grandson. On the way back, all the windmills that was too fast. Windmills to the left going into Milford saddened me again. On the Camp Foster Road looking at it, I truly pray we can continue to look bright and see beautiful growing fields and farms and animals without the mess of metal in the sky destroying the peaceful view, and for the birds when you're in the water and the waves coming at your legs. If the wind is blowing the opposite direction, it's hard not to stand, and birds are not used to the extra airflow coming at them. From those windmills, we're losing so many birds, and it's so sad. Please do the right thing and help us save the beauty that is left. Just like you can't take back what you say, you also can't change the destruction that happens once it's been set. I find this to be so heartbreaking and sad. I've seen no imminent domain sign around the state of Iowa for 40 years now, and since I was a kid, these farmers have been fighting and fighting and fighting against eminent domain, and those officials will say, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna be there for you. I'm not gonna let this go through, but you know the government just doesn't seem to care. It's like Port 360, that Port 360 came in and ran over Iowa with a steel shoe and it ruined every pork farm there was in the state and it's not gotten any better. I mean, this is in the 90s. This is so heartbreaking, sad to me. That's who and to what government keeps doing to Iowa farmers, and I pray it stops. I pray it stops soon. This isn't enough. Seriously. I love and enjoy the nature of the Iowa Great Lakes. I love Iowa nowhere else like Iowa. I love feeding the birds and enjoy wildlife, and the birds are the way down too far down. And we know what cause of that is. I stayed at a friend's farm and could not sleep. The pressure and the sound that seemed to be traveling through the ground. I don't even know but how my ears could not find rest there. The view and the beautiful view of the night sky, night stars is fading from the farm. There are better ways for energy, but these are broken and wasteful windmills is not the answer at all. They can definitely cause more harm than good and less food products as well. Please vote no and save the beauty of the Iowa birds we have left. I pray they are denied. I have to go to Spencer for my grandson yesterday and on the way back near Milford. You look as you're getting closer to Milford and they're just a big mess out there in the field. It looks like 30 of them all grouped together. It's just a big mess of what? And no real benefits from no savings on any of our bills. Actually, they have went up a little. And how much oil is leaking from them into the fields, into the waterways. And I don't know if anyone has noticed, but for some reason, cancer rates are spiking. Are these windmills having an effect on the radon gases in our area as well? Bird population is down and that's a fact. Many factors of questions and testing haven't been done. There's so much misinformation, lack of knowledge. What are we gonna find out about these things in the next 20 years? What are we gonna regret in 20 years from now? We definitely don't need any more windmills, not at all. Tina Platt. Hold on.
Oh, my.
Don't worry. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustments, my name is Jean Kutch, and I have been actively involved in researching and writing a reasonable and fair wind ordinance within 2 Iowa counties for over a year now, and I have zero compliments for the developers, companies, or energy generating facilities themselves. I hail from Clinton County, where we have the mighty Mississippi on our eastern border, along with several other notable rivers and major conservation areas. According to the expert biologist from the Kohler Foundation of Southwest Wisconsin, we are at one of the last major migratory corridors of the Midwest due to the increasing human development and disruption. Along with Dickinson County, we are some of the few counties that have significant bodies of water that attract and maintain migrating wildlife, and those creatures need to be protected as possible. Our county, along with Jackson County, also along the Missouri River, have determined 10+ mile setbacks from all major waterways, as well as adhering to DNR's recommendations for conservation setback, which includes several miles from conservation area, 5 miles from bald eagle nest, 3 miles from inactive bald eagle nest. The colossal height of the proposed turbine will undoubtedly affect your bees, birds, and bats population. Have you read about the disadvantage to agriculture from bat death? I've attached some reading material and would be glad to send more. Noise levels tolerated above 35 dBA will affect peacefulness and people across your county. The World Health Organization concluded years ago that noise is an annoyance which should be recognized as leading to increased cortisol levels, which leads to stress upon one's body, which can lead to various cardiovascular disorders, not to mention decreased mental and emotional health. I've also attached a comprehensive explanation of the very real risk to humans written by Dr. Ben Johnson, formerly of Des Moines. He shares some of Robert Rand's work and esteemed acoustic with over 45 years of environmental noise experience, truly a doctor of sound. He explains how commercial wind turbines are the only energy generating facility to create biometric pressurized pulsations, which can and do affect our bodies at a cellular level, which harm us biologically. This is factual science backed by real data that has not been influenced by any developer or company. If your zoning or wind ordinance does not protect the native wildlife, respect its entity that is peaceful, rural Iowa, or its tax-paying citizens, how can you best protect your county? The answer is to reject the abhorrent application. Please protect your county. Respectfully, Jen Kasuth. And before you get too excited, I have 5 more on the computer.
Or together. It's like. It's lost.
I am voting against the wind turbines. Rosemary D. Jackson. Megan, under no circumstances should we allow any windmills in Dickinson County. They are a fraud upon the people. Nothing positive about them. Boyd, Lauriston, 1520 Wade Street, Milford. Carol Woods, I'm opposed to any more windmills being built in our county. The negative effects outweigh any benefits, so count me as a no. After listening to last night's meeting for hours via YouTube, I realized how important it is to make my statement about RedRock Wind project in Dickinson County. I currently own a home and a commercial property in the Milford area, and I'm very concerned for our skyline in Dickinson County. I believe the yes letters you're reading are all from people that have a financial interest, and that there is not enough hard evidence on the long-term effects of these towers, let alone these massive ones that are proposed. These beautiful glacier-made lakes are one Iowa greatest treasures, and the project is too risky for bringing only 8 jobs to the area. Plus, we have not seen any reduction in power rates from any company that provides service to Northwest Iowa. I would ask the members of the board to vote no on approving this project. Sincerely, Jana Dunn, 1113 Harpen Street, Milford. Say no, no, no on the nasty turbines. Please keep Dickinson County or Dickinson beautiful forever. Thank you, Debbie Arnsdorf, Milford. Dear Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I ask you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county. These adverse effects consist of the following: loss of property value from my acreage for which I have made improvements to for over 30 years, noise pollution from windmill operations, light pollution from required red obstruction lights, insufficient setbacks. The current turbines being proposed have nearly 600 feet towers, debris from ice throw, blade shattering, over speeding, and light strikes can be thrown 4.5 times the turbine height. This can result in impacts to anything within a half a mile of the wind turbine. Wind energy is not economically feasible without being supported from our federal tax dollars, and these economic challenges we don't need to be adding to federal spending. Wind turbines kill raptor birds such as hawks and eagles. We are just now seeing bald eagles in the lakes area. The construction of over 60 wind turbines will undoubtedly be a major setback for their resurgence. Finally, the Iowa Great Lakes region is one of a kind gem in Iowa. It should be free of the negative impact of the RedRock project. There are better areas in the state to install these wind turbines. Joe Holland, 2841 235th Street, Terrell, Iowa. This letter is written intentionally and specifically to protest the erection of any and all windmills in Dickinson County, Lloyd Township. I ask that you reject the RedRock Wind project as it adversely affects the county. My objections to windmills are shadow flicker, noise pollution, flickering lights, shadows, risk of electromagnetic fields. Objections are also present regarding the disruption of sightlines in county views, bird kill, and decline in property values. Beth Holland, 2841 235th. Carol. None. I have from Boyd Lortson, who wrote a letter earlier. I have a picture that I can print out of winter funds. That concludes all of the letters.
So. If anyone submitted correspondence, either by mail, email, hand deliver, and you did not hear it read,
find me. Okay, anybody on YouTube, find me, because we, as you can tell, want to read every letter. If you took the time to do it, we're gonna read it clearly. So find me, yes, ma'am.
So for those of us who have patiently been through 2 nights of listening to everyone's concerns, I understand the letters were submitted and logged in for and against. Can Megan tell us the tally of the letters for?
I don't have it now, but Lee has been keeping a track, so we can email that to you, Wendy.
So the whole group will not know that number.
I would be happy to announce it tomorrow. How's that?
Thank you.
Megan, just to clarify that, if we could find the letters of residents of Dickinson County.
I'm sorry. I will, so you can have all of the letters that we have, but I'm sorry, I'm not gonna sort them out for
We
you.
cannot sort them out as residents or
I
non-residents.
can't, no, I'm sorry.
Also, what I'd like to tell you, we've noticed this for 3 nights. Thank you for all being here. I know it's been a long slog. It has. Thank you for being here. However, it's noticed for 3 nights. And it is 12:28 right now. We are gonna finish tomorrow night if it is 4:28. So we are finishing tomorrow. Just so everybody knows, don't want somebody getting up at 12 o'clock and saying we need to leave, because we're not going to, okay? We're gonna get done.
Okay, so the correspondence reading is officially done. And tomorrow, we will start on the public information, public, input. So at this point, I would like to get a motion to recess. And we will continue tomorrow on Wednesday, April 30th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Have a motion to recess this meeting.
Yes. Made and seconded, those in favor of recessing this meeting and continuing tomorrow.
I-